Chapter 4282. The sixth group's matches were extremely intense. The other group's matches weren't easy either. In the first group, Kai Niming defeated Yu Ruo, who was also at the Shattered Core Realm. But Yu Ruo was at the second level of the Shattered Core Realm. This scene caused countless people to cheer. Defeating someone who was at a higher level than Yu was always exciting. Because he had defeated Yu Ruo, he was now ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking. In the second group, Kai Yaoguang was defeated again, and it was a terrible defeat. Her opponent was none other than Yu Hua from the Qiu family, the number 1 on the Earth ranking. There was nothing they could do, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Yu Hua was at the perfect core realm, while Kai Yaoguang was only at the early core realm. After seeing the result of this match, Ling Xiao put Yu Hua on his kill list. In the third group, Heizhu was lucky. She met a perfect heavenly core warrior and won the match. But the situation wasn't looking good for her. Whether she could advance to the next round would depend on her luck. In the fourth group, Yu Qilian's opponent admitted defeat right away. He didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. In the fifth group, Yu Zhangzong killed his opponent without hesitation. His opponent didn't even have the chance to fight back. This guy, he is definitely a human devil king. Ling Xiao was sure that this cruel Yu Zhangzong had been possessed by a human devil king. Second elimination round, 6th round, 5th match, Ling Xiao vs Chen Dao. Hearing this, the audience suddenly cheered. In the end, Ling Xiao wasn't able to avoid such a powerful warrior. He was only ranked 10th on the Earth ranking. Chen Dao was ranked 7th on the Earth ranking. He was only defeated by Dao Shuilan. For Ling Xiao, this match wasn't easy. But for the audience, they were very excited. They loved watching a super duel like this. A duel between two mighty warriors. Can Ling Xiao win? It'll be difficult. Chen Dao is at the mid-core realm, and Ling Xiao's cultivation is still too low. I think so too. Let's see how many attacks he can take. I reckon Ling Xiao's winning streak will come to an end. Seeing that Chen Dao doesn't seem to like him, I reckon he'll teach him a lesson. Chen Dao impatiently jumped onto the ring, extremely excited. Finally, the opportunity to knock Ling Xiao off his pedestal had arrived. Although it was only temporary, Chen Dao was not used to others praising Ling Xiao so much. Based on what? Wasn't he just a perfect Earth Core Realm warrior? Chen Dao did not change his weapon, it was still the powerful and heavy broadsword. Although he had lost to Dao Shuilan, he did not think that he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took out 2 swords. To others, 2 swords were 2 swords, and there would be no change. But to Ling Xiao, having 2 swords meant that his battle prowess had doubled. Hehe, do you think you can defeat me just because you have an extra sword? Chen Dao disdainfully smiled and said, "Let me remind you, I'm very unhappy right now. I really want to make an example of you. So if you don't want to get hurt, just surrender. I'm not the kind of person who has to kill his opponent." Domineering, as expected of Chen Dao. With a high cultivation, you have guts, not putting Ling Xiao in your eyes at all. In the Yu family's stands, Yu Qiren sneered, "This Ling Xiao has no way out. Usually, he can rely on his 2 subordinates to be rampant. But in this ring, he can only rely on himself. Either you admit defeat, or you'll lose face, or you might even be killed." Hearing this, Ling Jiaojiao slightly frowned, but did not say anything. She did not want to expose herself now. Moreover, she also believed that her brother could win. Since Yu Hua Town, she knew that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who could constantly create miracles. Don't underestimate him too much. Yu Xiangtian no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. This kid had won the alchemy conference, and then set up a ring in the Yu family to defeat Yu Qiong. Every single one of them was beyond his expectations. Therefore, he really had no confidence in Ling Xiao now. He did not know what the upper limit of this kid's strength was. "Father, you think too highly of him." Yu Qiren was somewhat unconvinced. His father, Yu Xiangtian, had always been whispering in his ear what a genius Ling Xiao was, and it was a pity that he was not a member of the Yu family. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he very much hoped that Ling Xiao would lose. On the ring, Ling Xiao played with the two swords in his hands. He looked at Chen Dao with a smile and said, "If I were you, I would not lose to Dao Shuilan just now." This was really touching the pot that did not boil. A handful of salt was directly sprinkled on Chen Dao's wound. Chen Dao's face instantly darkened. "You're courting death." Chen Dao no longer expected Ling Xiao to admit defeat. Obviously, this kid had a bull's temper. He could only use strength to defeat him and make him kneel. The large blade pointed at Ling Xiao, and a violent blade intent was released, pouncing towards Ling Xiao like a flood. It wanted to completely engulf Ling Xiao. "Very interesting aura. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me with just your aura." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Make your move, let me see how strong an intermediate stage alchemy realm martial artist is." He had no intention of using the demonic epiphyllum, because it was not necessary for the time being. He would only use it when he absolutely had to. And obviously, Chen Dao was not qualified. From the previous battle between Chen Dao and Dao Shuilan, he could tell that Chen Dao loved to fight big and wide battles. He blindly faced the enemy head-on, and emphasized aura and strength to suppress the opponent. There was no technique to speak of. In addition, Chen Dao's attribute seemed to be fire. This made Ling Xiao his nemesis. So in this battle, Ling Xiao felt that not only did he not need to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum, he did not even need to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He could win with technique alone. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. As soon as he attacked, Chen Dao used the blade technique that he had used against Dao Shuilan. But he did not release his martial soul. It was as if he felt that defeating Ling Xiao this way would show his strength. The fiery blade aura that covered the sky instantly reached Ling Xiao's head. To deal with Ling Xiao, Chen Dao gave up all techniques. He used pure strength to suppress him. The first style of the 23 dragon subduing swords, piercing the dragon's eye. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and suddenly moved. His figure flashed. The long sword in his right hand used a sword technique, directly hitting the weakest part of Chen Dao's attack. Then, his left hand released a ray of dragon subduing sword aura, heading straight for Chen Dao. Both hands attacked almost at the same time. It still shocked countless people. Bang! The first attack was blocked, and he was almost injured by the sword aura. This made Chen Dao's face even darker. But the second slash of the Heavenly Fire 9 slashes had already landed. What was even more ferocious was that it was as if an alchemy furnace in the heavenly court had been kicked over. Raging flames were released. It was filled with a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, many of the participating warriors and spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they felt that if it were them, they would definitely not be able to block this attack. They would definitely be defeated by this torrential aura. Chapter 4283. Dragon subduing 23 swords, second style, destruction dragon horn, but Ling Xiao was calmer than anyone else. The other party's attack power was incomparably powerful. He could not clash head-on. But the Tai Chi Eye accurately captured the weakness of the other party's saber technique. He took advantage of the situation and charged out. This sword, the power was also stronger than the first sword. At the same time, another streak of dragon subduing sword chi was released from his left hand. The target was still Chen Dao's vital point. Although this dragon subduing sword chi was unable to cause fatal damage to Chen Dao, it gave Chen Dao a headache. Damn it! How can it be like this? My attack is clearly stronger than his. But each time, it was blocked by him and cracked by him. It even made him counterattack. Why? Chen Dao could not understand, because he was not that kind of meticulous person at all. I don't believe it. Kill. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes third blade continued to fall. Ling Xiao repeated the same trick. It was just that the move was changed. Dragon subduing 23 swords was already used to the third style. Furthermore, it was a double attack. Chen Dao released saber techniques like crazy. Fourth slash, fifth slash, all the way to the 9th slash. And Ling Xiao's current dragon subduing 23 swords also reached the 9th style. 9 consecutive strikes, the power increased nearly 9 times. It actually knocked the weapon in Chen Dao's hand flying out with one sword. In addition, the ninth streak of dragon-subduing sword qi even pierced through Chen Dao's arm. "Sigh, you really disappoint me too much." Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Originally thought that you would bring me a wonderful battle. But unfortunately, your performance was too poor. Your fighting style, it's impossible to even be Yu Qiong's match. Let's end this boring battle." Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Two swords attacked together. 10th sword. 11th sword. 21 sword. One sword was stronger than the other. When it reached the 22nd sword, the power was already 22 times of the first style. The Chen Dao without a weapon was crushed very miserably. His body was already full of wounds. Dragon subduing 23 swords final style, dragon subduing no regret. Swoosh. Bang. The horrifying long sword pierced through Chen Dao's body, directly sending Chen Dao flying. Landing below the stage. "I still have to thank you, letting me unleash all 23 sword. Even if you don't want to lose, you will lose." Looking at the fallen Chen Dao, Ling Xiao threw the two swords into the weapon rack. Then, he turned around and walked down the ring. Everyone was dumbfounded. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself was surprised. He originally thought that he would need to borrow the power of the Heavenly Demon Dutchman's flower to deal with martial art practitioners in the middle stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm. Even if he didn't rely on this, he would have to use the power of the giant devil or the tyrant martial spirit. Who would have thought that the heavy blade would actually allow him to display all of the 23 dragon-subduing swords? Once the 23 strike combo was unleashed, its final power could even reach 100-fold. A 22 combo was about 22 times. However, once it was fully unleashed, its power would increase exponentially. This was the fissomeness of a combo martial skill. Therefore, when ordinary martial artists fought, if they discovered that the other party had this kind of move, they would absolutely not allow it to continue. He had to interrupt it. Otherwise, if he was allowed to use it, there would be no end to the situation. F***CK, I really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually win. And he won so easily. I'm starting to wonder what level his true strength has reached. Perfect Earth Core Realm? It must be fake. No one would believe that Ling Xiao's cultivation level was only at the perfect Earth Core Realm. There had never been a perfect Earth Core Realm martial artist who could defeat a mid-core realm martial artist. It was too inconceivable. His winning streak is still going on. I suspect that he's still hiding his strength. It must be. I really want to see how many trump cards he has. In the 6th group, I'm afraid that other than Dao Shuilan, no one else can be his opponent. I even suspect that he's really just an Earth ranking expert. Maybe we should put him on the Heaven ranking. In the stands, Liu Yu, who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao, smiled bitterly. As expected, I felt that this guy wasn't simple. I didn't expect him to be so abnormal. He had even defeated a warrior in the middle stage of the extreme stage of Dan. Is there anything he can't do? Moreover, it seems that the power in his body hasn't been released yet. It seems that his winning streak will continue. Luo Shui's expression wasn't good. Chen Dao had lost to Ling Xiao, which meant that it was basically impossible for her to defeat Ling Xiao. Her strength was almost the same as Chen Dao's. They often exchanged pointers, and the chances of winning and losing were almost 50%. It's okay. As long as he doesn't finish using those 23 swords, he can win, Chen Dao said weakly. This time, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and his injuries weren't light. Brother, rest well. I will avenge you. Luo Shui clenched her teeth. She stared at Ling Xiao. She believed that her battle with Ling Xiao would come sooner or later. In the Yu family's stands, Yu Qi-ren's mouth twitched. He was slapped in the face again. He thought that Ling Xiao would lose this time. But the reality was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Thinking about how he had said that Ling Xiao would be miserable if he didn't admit defeat, it sounded really ironic. Qi-ren, don't worry. No matter how strong he is not your opponent. Yu Xiongtian found that Yu Qi-ren's heart was in a mess, so he reminded him. Father, don't worry. I won't be stubborn. Yu Qi-ren let out a long breath. Yes, it didn't matter if Ling Xiao won or lost to Chen Dao. For him, it didn't have much impact. In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't be his opponent. Your sword skills are very interesting. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Jian Wuqing rose into the air and looked at Ling Xiao on the stage. If you and I are similar in cultivation, I really want to fight to my heart's content with you. There will be a chance. Cultivation is not a problem. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Wuqing indifferently. Jian Wuqing was ranked 5th on the heaven list, above Dao Shuilan. From this, one could see how strong he was. Jian Wuqing didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao before this. Until Ling Xiao unleashed the 23 dragon subduing swords, the power of the combo had aroused his interest. Interesting. Hearing Ling Xiao's answer, Jian Wuqing was startled. Cultivation is not a problem? What does that mean? Jian Wuqing didn't understand either. The audience was even more confused. But everyone was looking forward to seeing if Ling Xiao would really encounter Jian Wuqing. Perhaps at that time, they would know what Ling Xiao's words meant. However, this incident didn't affect the progress of the competition. The elimination round was still going on in an orderly manner. Soon, the second stage of the elimination round had entered the 7th round. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao defeated his opponent with a single sword strike and won this round. His opponent this time was really weak. He was only a perfect heavenly core warrior. He didn't need to waste too much energy. Before this, there were even some warriors who chose to surrender and didn't want to fight with him in order to preserve their strength. Looking at it now, it was a wise decision. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4284. The elimination round continued, and finally reached the 9th round of the second stage. Second stage, 9th round, third match, Ling Xiao against Luo Shui. Who would have thought that not only did this Ling Xiao encounter the heavy blade, he even encountered Luo Shui. Luo Shui is ranked 6th on the earth board, slightly higher than the heavy blade. I wonder who will win. I think it will be Luo Shui. Ling Xiao has already exposed his greatest reliance, which is the 23 sword combo. Actually, as long as he can stop the 23 sword combo, then he should be able to win. That's not necessarily true. Who can guarantee that Ling Xiao doesn't have any other trump cards? Don't forget, Ling Xiao hasn't revealed his true strength until now. Everyone discussed spiritedly, each expressing their own opinions. Clearly, they all had their own opinions. No one could convince anyone. Therefore, in this battle, they still had to see the final result. On the stage, Ling Xiao and Luo Shui stood 50 meters apart. In Luo Shui's eyes, there was an intense hatred. She had been waiting for this battle for a long time. It was all for the sake of avenging the heavy blade. She and the heavy blade were lovers. She absolutely could not allow the heavy blade to be bullied by others. Luo Shui was not an expert in weapons. She was more proficient in using secret techniques to attack the enemy. Furthermore, she was proficient in ice secret techniques. As soon as she went on stage, the stage seemed to instantly turn cold, emitting creaking sounds. If one looked carefully, they would discover that a layer of ice had already appeared on the surface of the stage. Different from the heavy blade, Luo Shui did not dare to underestimate her opponent. With the previous example, she was naturally not stupid. In the air, more and more snowflakes filled the air. Luo Shui seemed to have transformed into an ice beauty. Glacier explosion. Following a delicate sound, Luo Shui took the initiative to attack. Her figure slid on the stage, and the entire battlefield seemed to belong to her. The berserk ice spike was incomparably huge, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stared at this attack, his face solemn. He could feel the difference between Luo Shui and the heavy blade. The heavy blade's attacks were wide open. Against a technical type of opponent like him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But Luo Shui was different. This woman was extremely skilled. It was not easy for Ling Xiao to catch her weakness. Since that's the case, let's face them head on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. With a shake of the sword in his hand, a roaring flying flame lion pounced forward. They turned into raging flames. Water counters fire, but fire counters ice. Ling Xiao had his reasons for choosing the flying flaming lion as his opening line. Rumble. Ice shards flew everywhere as the two attacks collided. A large amount of white water vapor was produced. The scene looked extremely exaggerated. However, the difference between Ling Xiao's cultivation and his opponent's was too great. This strike caused him to rapidly retreat, while Luo Shui continued to rush forward. He wanted to completely suppress Ling Xiao. First dragon subduing sword, piercing the dragon's eye. However, what Luo Shui did not expect was that Ling Xiao was actually able to unleash a sword skill even as he was retreating. Moreover, it was the piercing dragon's eye that had been prepared long ago. Seeing this sword, Luo Shui had no choice but to stop his pursuit. Her expression became heavy. Previously, Ling Xiao had used this sword skill to form a combo and finally defeated Chen Dao. She absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to have the chance to unleash these 23 sword moves. Falling plum clear shadow step. In the process of retreating at high speed, Ling Xiao displayed an exquisite movement technique. His figure suddenly disappeared. Luo Shui frowned. Before going on stage, she did not notice that Ling Xiao was so difficult to deal with. Clearly, the power of her every attack was stronger than Ling Xiao's. But now, she actually had to defend. This made her feel a little unbalanced. However, since Ling Xiao had already launched an attack, she had to be careful. Ice Storm. Since she could not see where Ling Xiao's figure was, she could only use an area of effect attack. Her body was wrapped in a thick layer of wind and snow. Anyone who dared to approach would definitely be attacked. Although the lethality was not enough, as long as the opponent was exposed, it was enough. Crack. A figure charged into the ice storm. Glacier explosion. Luo Shui confirmed Ling Xiao's location. She hurriedly withdrew her ice storm and charged over. There was no other way. If she wanted to maintain her ice storm, then the power of the glacier explosion would become extremely weak. It would definitely not work. What? Just as Luo Shui was about to attack Ling Xiao's figure, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. A sword directly pierced through her body. Luo Shui grimaced in pain. She hurriedly flashed and fled to the edge of the stage. A clone. She frowned. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have this kind of trick. The speed at which you withdrew your ice storm is too fast. I purposely let you discover my true body. Naturally, you will not suspect me. Then, my doppelganger would attack. Although the attack of the falling plum shadow clone is only about 90% of my attack. But it is enough to injure you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Bloodthirsty plague. Releasing the bloodthirsty plague while the opponent was injured would naturally have the best effect. Ling Xiao could feel that Luo Shui was not easy to deal with. Although it seemed that he had a slight advantage now. But in fact, it was impossible. If this continued, he would not be able to defeat Luo Shui. 23 dragon subduing swords was possible. But the opponent would definitely be on guard. This would be too much of a waste of time. Therefore, the release of the bloodthirsty plague was also the key to reversing the outcome of this battle. Your little tricks are useless against me. Luo Shui's wound quickly healed. Her gaze became more and more serious. Do you think that you are the only one with a clone? Glacier clone. Her cold voice rang out. Clones that looked like ice sculptures stood up from the ground. Although these clones were not very strong, they could seriously interfere with Ling Xiao's attack. This was probably Luo Shui's goal. Too exciting. I don't know what Ling Xiao will do next. I really didn't expect that he would be able to injure Luo Shui first. I thought that he would be the first to be injured. That's right, these two people are very strong. However, Luo Shui's strength is clearly stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's greatest strength was his resourcefulness. In battle, he can always catch the enemy off guard. However, Luo Shui will definitely not let this matter rest. She will definitely think of a way to make Ling Xiao suffer. Before everyone had finished speaking, behind Luo Shui, a huge iceberg had already appeared. Her martial spirit was actually an iceberg. The iceberg martial spirit appeared. The air once again became cold. Many of the spectators below the stage had no choice but to circulate their true essence to keep warm. Otherwise, they would be unbearably cold. Great avalanche of heaven and earth. As Luo Shui's aura became stronger and stronger, the temperature in the air became colder and colder. A crazy mega avalanche was released, and the entire arena was wrapped in it. Because the height of the light wall was limited. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use the height to avoid this attack. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 4285. Luo Shui's move was clearly aimed at him on purpose. Seeing this move, Liu Qi sighed helplessly below the stage. Previously, he had fought with Luo Shui and lost after 30 moves. He actually thought that he could win. Now, it seemed that Luo Shui did not use his true strength when dealing with him. He had hidden his strength. Not to mention anything else, it was impossible for him to block this avalanche. Facing such an attack, the only thing he could do was admit defeat. The audience also wanted to know how Ling Xiao would deal with Luo Shui's overwhelming attack. This woman is indeed terrifying. Looks like I have to use my true strength. Martial Spirit Barrier. Buzz. The martial spirit barrier enveloped the entire arena. For a moment, the martial artists did not know what was happening inside. And at that moment, Ling Xiao released the tyrannical martial spirit. That vast and majestic aura instantly suppressed Luo Shui. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. Take my move, Tyrannical Great Palm. This was the heaven-covering Great Palm under the tyrannical martial spirit. Its power was basically equivalent to the combo power of the 23 Dragon Subduing Sword. Even Luo Shui and Heavy Saber could not block it. This was the terrifying part of the tyrannical martial spirit. Once released, Ling Xiao's combat strength could already crush an intermediate stage Dan realm martial artist. Luo Shui was no longer his match. The terrifying heaven-covering Great Palm descended from the sky, as if black feathers were pressing down. It was terrifying. Bang! A terrifying loud sound was heard. That huge avalanche was actually smashed into pieces and stopped abruptly. Luo Shui was sent flying and vomited blood. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Ling Xiao withdrew the tyrannical martial spirit and martial spirit barrier. He stood there and looked at Luo Shui indifferently. Surrender. There is no deep hatred between us. There is no need to fight to the death. What happened just now? The moment the martial spirit barrier was withdrawn, the avalanche was also shattered. Everyone saw the situation in the arena again. However, this situation made them somewhat stunned. Ling Xiao stood there unscathed, but Luo Shui fell to the ground and vomited blood. What had happened? No one knew. That was why everyone was stunned. Didn't I say so? This Ling Xiao indeed still has a trump card. Otherwise, how could he possibly heavily injure Luo Shui? That's right. How did he repel the avalanche just now? Luo Shui crawled up from the ground. At this moment, she could already feel the effects of the bloodthirsty plague. Her combat strength was greatly weakened. Moreover, this weakening was continuous. Was that your martial soul? Luo Shui's face was extremely pale. She looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly and asked. That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, so, you didn't lose unjustly. Your man didn't lose unjustly either. Thank you for showing mercy. Otherwise, both my brother and I would have died. Luo Shui laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he and Chen Dao did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes before. Only now did he realize how ignorant he was. This Ling Xiao was too scary. I won't kill people if there's no enmity between us. However, the same cannot be said for the people of the Yu family. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. After the referee announced his victory, he jumped off the stage. The competition continued, but many people had mixed feelings about it. Father, did you feel it just now? That frightening aura. Yu Kilian frowned. I felt it. Even though it was separated by the martial soul boundary, I could still feel it. This Ling Xiao really has a secret. Furthermore, it's a secret that we don't know. However, even so, he still can't be your match. You don't have to worry about this. Yu Xiangtian did not know what kind of terrifying energy Ling Xiao had released just now. However, he was certain that even with that energy, Ling Xiao still could not be Yu Qilian's match. Furthermore, the difference was huge. His feeling was real. Even if Ling Xiao relied on his tyrannical martial soul, he could only defeat a mid-stage extreme core stage cultivator. Any higher and he would not be able to do it. However, Yu Xiangtian had not guessed one thing. Ling Xiao had learned a new way to use the Sky Demon Dutchman's flower from a Yuan Venerate. With that, let alone Yu Qilian, even Yu Xiangtian and Yu Potian, the two demon kings, would not be able to defeat him. Ling Xiao would also have the strength to fight. I admit defeat. In the last round of the second stage of the sixth group, Ling Xiao's opponent chose to admit defeat. Nonsense, even Luo Shui and Chen Dao had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Most of the people in this group could only avoid this lunatic. Otherwise, they would definitely lose miserably. As the last match of the sixth group ended, the other groups also ended their matches one after another. The second stage of the elimination round could be said to have ended successfully. What made Ling Xiao happy was that Kai Niming had advanced steadily. Black Pearl and Kai Yaoguang had also advanced by luck. Although he stumbled, he still managed to enter the final 72 people. They could also gain some benefits. As for the woman in green, she had no choice but to be eliminated because her strength was too weak. Yu Luan and Yu Feng of the Yu family had also been eliminated. Very good. All 72 people who have advanced, enter the large arena. You will receive the baptism of the 72 demon gods. Everyone will be blessed by the divine power of the Sky Demon Ghost Realm. If you are lucky, your strength may even break through. If you are unlucky, your combat strength will also increase. In short, this is the glory of the 72 of you. Hearing this, the 72 people who had advanced jumped into the large arena at the same time. This was also the arena where the finals would be held. Not only was it bigger, but its defensive power was also stronger and it was harder to destroy. Listen up. In a while, demonic chi will enter your body and form a demonic shadow. Don't resist it, or you will easily go berserk. Receiving the baptism of the demonic chi will only benefit you. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao felt a black chi enter his body. A demonic shadow appeared behind him. This demonic shadow was about 3 feet long. It looked very small. Very cute. It made people feel a kind of funny feeling. But Ling Xiao could feel that this power did bring him great benefits. Not only did it replenish the potential he had consumed, it was also constantly tempering his physical body. In addition to the previous battle, he felt that his physical body was about to break through again. He turned his head to look and found that everyone's demonic shadows were basically 3 feet long. But as the demonic chi was constantly being absorbed, the demonic shadows were also constantly growing bigger and taller. It was just that the demonic chi in the arena seemed to be fixed. If some people absorbed more, others would naturally absorb less. I see. This is the so-called ranking. Whoever's demonic shadow is stronger and bigger will be ranked higher. Ling Xiao finally understood. Since that was the case, then he would not be polite. Buzz. All the cells in his body began to operate. The demonic chi was like a black hole, crazily pouring into his body. Originally, the demonic chi was a great supplement for him. In addition, his Sky Tyrant martial soul could contain all things, so there was no need to consider fusion. He could just absorb it. Please remember the domain name of the book. Read the mobile version of the book. Chapter 4286. In addition to Ling Xiao, who was like a fish in water, Yu Zhangzong, who had transformed into the human Devil King, was also very happy. This guy simply didn't reject any demonic chi. He was frantically absorbing it. Ha ha ha, rumor has it that the demonic chi can reach 100 feet. Today, this father will break this record. The human Devil King laughed wildly as he wantonly plundered the demonic chi of the other cultivators. This caused the cultivators around him to suffer unspeakably. Not only did the demonic chi not condense, but it also continued to shrink. Some people's demonic qi even directly exploded. Zhangzong's situation isn't right. Yu Xiangtian's brows furrowed. He was too clear about what kind of person Yu Zhangzong was. But from the beginning of the elimination round until now, Yu Zhangzong had not lost a single match. Instead, he had killed several powerful opponents. So much so that no one dared to fight with him. Even a fool could see that there was something wrong with him. Yes, the demonic qi in his body is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's even stronger than eccentric and Jiao Jiao. Look, his demonic qi is already 10 feet long, and it's still growing. In the heavenly devil ghost territory, the final devil shadow transformed into a devil venerable, and the devil venerable incarnation was only 300 meters long. No one has ever surpassed it. I wonder what will happen to him? Yu Dingtian frowned. Then what should we do? Should we stop him? Yu Wentian asked. It's impossible to stop him now. This is the demon sovereign city, if the puppets don't stop him. If we do, we will be the ones provoking him. Forget it, even if he isn't the real Zhangzong, there's nothing to be afraid of. I have a way. Yu Xiangtian sneered. He was too familiar with the possession technique. In order to make the demon sovereign eternal, his family had studied this possession technique for many years. They had long been proficient in it. It was because they were proficient in it that they had a countermeasure. Look, Eccentric and Jiao Jiao are making their move. At this moment, everyone looked at the stage. Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao made their move at the same time, madly absorbing the demonic qi. The demonic qi became bigger and bigger. Humph, no matter who you are, I won't admit defeat. I am the strongest genius of the Yu family. Even if someone can make the demonic qi transformation, it must be me. Yu Qiren looked at Yu Zhangzong and said coldly. For my brother, for myself, I absolutely can't lose. The only one who can achieve Spectre incarnation is me. Ling Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. She hoped that everything would go smoothly according to the plan, and not fight a tough battle in the end. At this moment, the situation in the arena was somewhat special. Yu Zhangzong's devil shadow grew crazily. It had already grown to 200 feet. Yu Qiren and Ling Jiajiao's shadows had also grown to about 10 feet tall, but they were still quite a distance away from Yu Zhangzong. Boom! Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger. Under the continuous tempering and strengthening of the demon qi, the strength of his body increased again, and reached the mid-ninth order emperor realm. With the strengthening of his physical body, his combat prowess had a qualitative improvement as well. However, his cultivation base remained the same. He was still at the perfect Earth core realm. However, he had already accumulated 20% of the energy in his cultivation sea. Time's up. The absorption of devil qi lasted for a full hour. This was both absorption and rest. What a pity. It's only 900 feet long. It hasn't reached the level of Spectre incarnation yet. The moment Yu Zhangzong heard the voice, he discovered that the demonic qi above the arena had disappeared instantly. The devil shadow behind him was also maintained at a height of 90 feet. He didn't achieve his goal. Damn it, I still can't catch up. Yu Qiren gritted his teeth. The gap was too big. His devil shadow had only grown to 500 feet. I failed. Ling Jiaojiao sighed. Her devil shadow had grown to 600 feet, which was stronger than Yu Qiren's. However, it was still very far away from Yu Zhangzong. On the heaven list, Xing Yun, Fire Spirit, Dao Shuilan, Zhen Wuqing, Yu Ruo, and Kai Niming's shadows had all grown to 500 feet. Xing Yun's shadow was the closest to Yu Qiren's. The others were slightly weaker, but the difference wasn't big. It could be seen that the devil shadow plunder didn't only depend on strength. Sometimes, it also depended on other things. Look over there, Spectre incarnation. Those on the heaven list naturally paid attention to their opponents on the heaven list. No one looked at the others. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction his finger was pointing. 100-foot-tall demon venerable stood in the void. Everyone looked down at the demon venerable. He wondered which dark horse was capable of doing this. Ling Xiao. It's actually Ling Xiao, ranked 10th on the Earth list. What 10th? He even defeated Luo Shui, who was ranked 6th. He should at least be ranked 6th on the Earth list. Even so, this is too exaggerated. 100-foot-tall devil shadow, spectre incarnation, this has already reached the highest record. No, that's not spectre incarnation. That's spectre incarnation. It's definitely more than 100 feet tall. I'm afraid it's at least 200 feet tall. Because it was a visual estimate, many people didn't notice it at first. However, with this reminder, everyone realized it. Ling Xiao's devil shadow had already set a new record. Moreover, it wasn't a demon venerable incarnation behind him, but a demon emperor incarnation. How is this possible? Even the current demon emperor can't do this. What the hell? What kind of monster is this kid? He couldn't have been possessed, right? Probably not. This devil shadow plunder doesn't depend on strength, but talent. Even if he was possessed by a demon emperor, it's impossible to reach this point. It can only mean that his talent is much stronger than others. Moreover, there's a time limit. If there's no time limit, I'm afraid he'll devour all the devil chi on the stage. Such terrifying talent, why isn't he a cultivator of our Yu family? Yu Xiangtian's heart was trembling. Although he already knew about Ling Xiao's extraordinary talent, the scene before him still shocked him greatly. Ha 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 ha, this kid is too awesome. Fortunately, he was taken in by our Golden Sky region. Otherwise, I would be jealous to death. The Flame Emperor, on the other hand, was laughing heartily. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, he would feel incomparably fortunate. Humph, so what if you're a spectre incarnation? This demon king will kill you later. No matter how talented you are, it's useless. Having Ling Xiao steal the limelight, the human demon king didn't feel good in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything now. However, there were plenty of opportunities. They would meet in the finals sooner or later. Unless Ling Xiao was eliminated early. Ling Xiao must die. Yu Qiren's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although he knew that killing Ling Xiao might have a great impact on the Yu family. Since Ling Xiao wanted to participate in the Demon Venerable's successor selection battle, there was nothing to say if he died. Even the Golden Sky region wouldn't dare to openly fight with the heavenly demon ghost beasts. Little brother, you're always the most dazzling one. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have become a husk. For you, I can do anything. Ling Jiaojiao just glanced at Ling Xiao, then withdrew her gaze and made up her mind. Chapter 4287. The demonic chi that you just plundered was only the basic demonic chi. In the following finals, as long as you win once, you can get a part of the other party's demonic chi. So accumulation. The demonic chi can still become stronger. So don't be discouraged. At this moment, the puppet host's voice sounded. These words made many people look at Ling Xiao with a different gaze. Before, it was jealousy. And now it was greed. Ling Xiao was like a huge treasure trove of demonic chi. As long as you defeat him, you can get a large amount of demonic chi. I'm afraid everyone will go all out. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was not only directed at Ling Xiao. It was directed at everyone. In the elimination round, it didn't matter even if you lost 1 or 2 rounds. But the ranking round was different. If you lose, your ranking will drop, and your demonic chi will be sucked away by others. Only the final form of devil chi could be converted into strength. So, no one was willing to be robbed. It was rumored that demonic chi could not only improve cultivation, but also improve a person's cultivation aptitude. Especially the aptitude of a demonic cultivator. This was of course rare and precious for those martial artists who were not very talented but had relatively strong strength. What they got was not only demonic chi, but also aptitude. In the solemn atmosphere, the referee began to announce the rules of the ranking round. All the matches were carried out in the big arena. The ranking round had a total of 72 rounds. Everyone had to go through 71 matches. 1 match in each round. Everyone would encounter one of the other 70 people. It was only a matter of time. The final ranking naturally depended on the number of wins. Whoever had the most wins would be the final champion. And the one with the most wins would naturally be the strongest demonic shadow. Although the basic demonic shadow would give you a certain advantage. But this was only temporary. Like Ling Xiao, losing a match would cost him nearly half of his demonic qi. In addition, the ranking round would remove the restrictions on weapons, talismans, and puppets. It could allow martial artists to maximize their advantages. After all, some martial artists were best at weapons. If you don't let them use their own weapons, it would be disadvantageous to them. And some martial artists were proficient in talismans and puppets. If you don't let them use them, how could he win? It was right not to use it in the knockout round. If you couldn't even pass the knockout round with your strength, you wouldn't be able to do so. If he still had to rely on talismans and puppets, then he might as well go somewhere else. The ranking competition is indeed more exciting. I didn't get to see the conversation between the strong. Now, I'm going to see it. This feeling is really great. Do you think Yu Kilian will fight Ling Jiaojiao? There should be, but I think it will only appear towards the end. Why? You didn't read the rules carefully, did you? In order to prevent strong opponents from meeting too early, the rules set up the existence of seeded players. I'm guessing they're the 10 people on the Heaven leaderboard. There really is such a rule. That's reasonable. However, the final result surprised these people. Although there were indeed 10 seeded contestants, they were not purely on the Heaven leaderboard. Everyone else on the Heaven leaderboard was on the list. Only Yu Ruo was missing and Ling Xiao was added. Ling Xiao? What does he have? Just because he is at the perfect Earth Core realm? Naturally, Yu Ruo was not convinced. He was ranked last on the Heaven leaderboard. He was not convinced by anyone else, but Ling Xiao. Just because he can transform into a demon emperor, he is qualified. The puppet judge only said one sentence, and Yu Ruo's temper disappeared. Even if I'm not a seeded player, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ling Xiao, you're the one who humiliated me and humiliated our Yu family. You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Yu Ruo poured all his dissatisfaction onto Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao had humiliated him. All right, the seeded contestants have been chosen. The ranking competition begins. Following the judge's order, 2 cultivators of the ultimate core realm jumped onto the stage. It was a bit funny. Among the 72 people, Ling Xiao was the only one below the ultimate realm of Dan. And he was a seeded contestant. It could be said that he was the weakest seeded contestant in history. But the audience didn't protest. It was because Ling Xiao's demon emperor transformation was too shocking. It didn't seem to be a problem to give him the qualification of a seeded contestant. The first match soon began. Both of them were martial artists at the early stage of the extreme realm of Dan. They were evenly matched. After 100 rounds of battle, one of them won with his experience. After winning, the demon emperor transformation behind the winner actually opened his mouth and sucked in a lot of the demon emperor transformation behind the loser. Ling Xiao observed that the demon emperor transformation would shrink by half with each loss. The demon emperor transformation, which was originally 3 feet long, suddenly became 1.5 feet long. And the other person's demon emperor transformation was obviously 1 size bigger. It was more than 4 feet long. Interesting. Although Ling Xiao had already guessed this before, guesses were just guesses. It was still very interesting to see this with his own eyes. After that, such scenes continued to happen. Then, it was Black Pearl's turn. With Blackfire's advantage, Black Pearl won with difficulty. The Demon Emperor transformation behind him also grew to about 4 feet long. And during these battles, Ling Xiao discovered something interesting. When the disparity in strength was too great, even if one won, the demonic qi gained would be very little. And if one defeated an opponent of a higher level, they would gain a lot of demonic qi. Not only could it absorb the opponent's demonic qi, but it also seemed to be able to replenish it from the arena. This point was confirmed in the following battle. Yu Quren's opponent chose to admit defeat. Although he had absorbed his opponent's demonic qi, the difference in strength was too great. So Yu Quren's Demon Emperor transformation remained at 500 feet. 22nd match, Ling Xiao vs Liu Yang. Liu Yang, ranked 5th on the Earth leaderboard, was a cultivator of the Emerald Sect. He was in the ultimate core realm. Whether in terms of cultivation or fame, He was stronger than Ling Xiao. But now, the Demon Emperor transformation behind him was only 6 feet long. So when he heard that his opponent was Ling Xiao, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. His luck was quite good to meet Ling Xiao. He could eat to his heart's content. An ultimate core realm cultivator is too strong. I can't win even if I rely on the Sky Tyrant martial soul. But I still have the giant demons. Ling Xiao's 10 giant demons had been constantly improving as he defeated the Yu family's cultivators. In addition to the demonic pills he had accumulated previously, the strongest giant devil was already at the peak of the extreme realm of core. The other 9 giant demons had also been eliminated. Only 4 of them were left, but their strength had all advanced to the ultimate core realm. Disciple, absorb more demonic chi. This demonic chi can directly increase the strength of the giant demons. Who knows, you might soon have a core fragmentation realm giant demon, Yuan Venerate said excitedly. Chapter 4288. Understood. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Actually, he just needed to maintain his demonic shadow at about 200 feet. This would definitely fulfill the expectations of a Yuan Venerate. However, this wasn't going to be easy. His opponents weren't that weak. Every opponent he encountered next was very strong. Fortunately, he could use the giant demon to fight, which would make things easier for him. Standing in the arena, Lu Yang looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Since you have a good relationship with my junior sister, surrender. Surrender, you're no match for me. He. I think you should surrender. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yang. In terms of pure strength, he was indeed inferior to Lu Yang. However, martialists looked at overall combat strength. He had the giant demon as his trump card, so an extreme core realm martialist wasn't a threat to him at all. Lu Yang froze for a moment before smiling. Forget it. If you don't want to surrender, then let's fight. However, don't blame me if I hurt you later. Go ahead. Ling Xiao said. All right. Lu Yang suddenly raised the staff in his hand and a ball of jade-green flames shot through the air. It actually transformed into a green fire wolf in mid-air. Its speed and power were rather domineering. Even a martialist of the same cultivation base would fall in the face of this attack. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Ling Xiao used the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step in an attempt to avoid it. I knew you would do this. Fire Wolf Pack. Lu Yang had watched Ling Xiao's battles more than once. He had a good understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. He knew that Ling Xiao's movement technique was very strong, so he had been prepared for this. The giant jade-green fire wolf suddenly dispersed and transformed into dozens of small wolves. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. His entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Fortunately, he had used the special skill of the divine diamond ape at the crucial moment, fire and water immunity. Otherwise, he would have been killed in one blow. Sigh. The difference is really too big. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't use the power of the giant demon in the beginning because he wanted to see how far he could go against a warrior in the late stage of the extreme realm of Dan. Now it was clear. Without using the Tyrant martial spirit, even the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps could not help him. As long as they were hit, they were basically done for. I've said it before. The difference in cultivation is too great. You should just admit defeat. Lu Yang's attitude wasn't bad. It was probably because of the woman in green. Yeah, the gap is too big. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared beside him. A figure charged out from the vortex. In just an instant, Lu Yang was pinned to the ground. Lu Yang wanted to move, but he couldn't. When people saw it clearly, they realized that it was a giant demon. Heavens, it's a giant demon. A giant demon that's even more terrifying than Green Flame. Isn't that against the rules? It shouldn't be against the rules, right? Otherwise, those who use puppets to fight would be breaking the rules. Yeah, battle pets are allowed to exist. Stop discussing. If it's really against the rules, the referee will say something. Obviously, they didn't say anything. Therefore, Ling Xiao won this battle. I just feel that Ling Xiao's victory is a bit dishonorable. It's not like he used his own strength. You're joking. What do you mean by using his own strength? If you have the ability, don't use martial skills or weapons. Use your body to fight. I want to see who can be Ling Xiao's opponent. Hihi, that's true. Giant demon, throw him off the stage. Don't hurt him. Ling Xiao gave the order. The giant demon casually threw Lu Yang off the stage. Ling Xiao wins. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to have raised a giant demon to this extent. Completion of the extreme stage of Dan? In other words, unless he meets a core-shattering realm martial artist, no one can be his opponent. But this is also good. This demon king will kill you to vent my hatred. The human demon king clenched his teeth. He was looking forward to the battle with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao's battle ended, the human demon king came on stage. His opponent was none other than Liu Qi. Facing the human demon king Yu Zhangzong, Liu Qi's choice was relatively unyielding. He didn't admit defeat. But he lost miserably. He had almost lost his life. In the end, only his inner core escaped. The human demon king was too strong. Just a glance was enough to make Liu Qi lose his will to fight. It's a pity for this Liu Qi. He was directly eliminated. Ling Xiao shook his head. But this kind of situation would happen often. Especially when encountering a monster like the human demon king, who had the deepest hatred for humans. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. But Liu Qi's demonic shadow was small, so it was meaningless for the human demon king to defeat him. The demonic shadow behind him was still 900 meters tall. The competition was so exciting. However, with Liu Qi's example, he had learned his lesson. The martial artists who encountered the seeded contestants all chose to admit defeat. Since they couldn't win, there was no need to waste energy. If things went wrong, they might even lose their lives. That wouldn't be worth it. 26th match, Black Pearl against Heavy Blade. Heavy Blade was originally ranked 7th on the Earth leaderboard. But after being defeated by Ling Xiao, he was a bit lonely. But still, no one dared to look down on his strength. In this battle, Black Pearl fought steadily, and fought with Heavy Blade for 100 rounds. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. In the end, Black Pearl won with a talisman from the Blackfire sect. She was basking in the glory of this sect. Although the Blackfire sect was destroyed by the Yu family, most of the treasures still fell into Black Pearl's hands. Heavy Blade wasn't weak, he just lost to his family background. After devouring half of Heavy Blade's demonic energy, Black Pearl's demonic shadow grew to 6 feet long. Of course, compared to the monsters on the Heaven leaderboard, it was still far from enough. But Black Pearl's mentality was better. She came this time to prove to the world that the Blackfire sect wasn't destroyed. The Yu family couldn't rest easy. As for how far they could go, it would depend on luck. HMPH, Heavy Blade, this trash. If I meet this woman, I'll definitely kill her. The one who spoke was the second on the Earth leaderboard, Yu Luo, who was at the peak of the extreme core realm. As a member of the Yu family, he naturally couldn't bear to see the Blackfire sect's cultivators behave so atrociously. If you kill her, Ling Xiao will definitely kill you. Kai Niming's voice sounded, cold with a bit of killing intent. Ling Xiao? Humph, he's only relying on that ultimate stage of core realm ogre puppet. As long as I attack his body, he won't be able to do anything. Yu Luo said disdainfully. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Kai Niming smiled. He knew best what was terrifying about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao came to the Fengju Devil Kingdom and immediately obtained the demonic Sirius. It was all for the sake of saving his sister. Many people seemed to have overlooked this point. The demonic Sirius was the true killing weapon. The first round ended quickly. The second round began quickly. This continued until the 6th round. Ling Xiao's demonic shadow still didn't change much. If one looked closely, it seemed to have grown a bit. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 4289. Many people treated Ling Xiao as an experience bag, but after 5 rounds, he still hadn't lost a single match. A perfected Earth Core Realm Warrior. To be able to remain undefeated among the Extreme Core Realm Warriors, This was really too strong. In these 6 rounds, Liu Qi was also worth mentioning. Everyone thought that his body had been destroyed by Yu Zhangzong, and he was basically out of today's battle. But no one expected that. He actually used a puppet to create a temporary body. Not only did his strength not decrease, but it also increased. In the 6th round, Ling Xiao met his old opponent, Xue Ya. Xue Ya directly admitted defeat. In the elimination round, she lost to Ling Xiao, so she naturally had no intention of fighting again. It was better to preserve her battle strength and face other challenges. After 6 rounds, Ling Xiao won all 6 matches. This was of course because he was chosen as a seeded contestant. He avoided most of the core-shattering realm experts, but it was also because his giant demon was too powerful. Cai Yaoguang was more miserable. Out of 6 matches, she won 2 and lost 4. Black Pearl was slightly better than her. Out of 6 matches, she won 3 and lost 3. As for Cai Niming, he was also a seeded contestant, so he also maintained a perfect record. He didn't lose a single match. In the 7th round, there were no surprises. Ling Xiao's opponent still directly surrendered. In the 8th round, Ling Xiao met his old opponent, Luo Shui. This time, Luo Shui still had no intention of surrendering. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in wasting time with her. He directly used his giant demon and slapped Luo Shui out of the arena. The competition continued. There were no surprises in the 9th and 10th rounds. In the 11th round, the main point came. Cai Niming met Yu Ruo again. Yu Ruo was the only core-shattering realm expert who wasn't chosen as a seeded contestant. He was at the 2nd level of the core-shattering realm. Cai Niming was at the 1st level of the core-shattering realm. Yu Ruo had been unwilling to lose to Cai Niming before. This time, he naturally had no reason to admit defeat. "I don't believe that I can't win against you." Yu Ruo said this for a reason. In the elimination round, he couldn't use the weapons and talismans he was good at. He lost to Cai Niming. That was called bad luck. However, the ranking competition was different. The rules had changed, and to him, it was definitely a good thing. No need to talk nonsense, just attack. "If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice," Cai Niming said lightly. "All right, then I'll go." Yu Ruo snorted coldly and directly tore through the air. A pair of strange weapons appeared in his hands. They looked like the claws of a tiger. There was a yin line behind the claw that could be released or retracted. The tiger claw struck out. Demonic chi shrouded the area, and it was actually somewhat eerie and terrifying. Bolts of black lightning were leaping about. It was the black lightning heart-gouging claw that this fellow was most proficient in. Break. Facing Yu Ruo's attack, Cai Niming had no intention of dodging. He thrust out the sword in his hand, and the roaring sword light actually sent the tiger claw flying. Yu Ruo was so scared that she hurriedly retreated. 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Technique. Ling Xiao had once used this technique against Tu Hu. He didn't expect to see it on Yu Ruo. Yu Ruo's cultivation was much higher than Tu Hu's, and the speed of using the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Technique was also extremely fast. He was more threatening than Tu Hu. Like a ghostly wind. As soon as he used it, his figure had already appeared in front of Cai Niming. The terrifying tiger claw struck down again and again. Cai Niming calmly faced the enemy. The long sword in his hand constantly waved. He continuously blocked Yu Ruo's attacks, and it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. However, Ling Xiao understood that Cai Niming was looking for an opportunity. He was looking for an opportunity to decide the winner with one blow. "It's time to end it." Ling Xiao shook his head. The first burst of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. Yu Ruo's continuous attacks didn't achieve the desired effect, and his aura was also chaotic. Just at the moment when he stopped attacking, Cai Niming suddenly counterattacked. A sword pierced through Yu Ruo's throat. Yu Ruo was startled, and his figure retreated quickly, landing below the arena. He knew how much hatred there was between the Cai family and the Yu family. If he didn't escape, Cai Niming would really kill him. This wasn't a joke. Cai Niming, he's not even 50 years old. If the Cai family was still here, His future achievements would probably be even higher. Yes, a rare genius. Although his cultivation isn't as good as Yu Ruo's, he can calmly face the enemy and finally defeat the opponent with one sword. He didn't let hatred get to his head. While everyone was talking, Kai Niming directly swallowed half of Yu Ruo's demonic shadow. Because it was a cross-level challenge, Kai Niming gained a lot. The demonic shadow that had already reached 100 feet had now increased to about 200 feet. Because many martial artists chose to surrender in the battle. So the battle progressed very quickly. When it was the 20th round, it was only afternoon. Ling Xiao fought 19 times and won 19 times. If he added the elimination round, it was equivalent to 39 consecutive wins. However, because his demonic shadow was strong enough, there was still no change. Kai Niming maintained a winning streak like him. Black Pearl fought 19 times and won 10 times. This was actually quite good. Kai Yaoguang also caught up. He won 11 out of 19 battles. The main reason was that he was lucky. The opponents he met weren't too strong. But this kind of luck couldn't last long. If the martial artists he met at the beginning were weak, then the opponents he met later would definitely be very strong. The following matches were a bit uneventful. 20 rounds, 21 rounds, all the way until the 40th round. Although there were exciting battles, Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to them. In the 41st round, Black Pearl encountered trouble. Her opponent was Yu Luo. Logically speaking, it was best to choose to surrender at this time. But the Black Fire sect was destroyed, and so many of Black Pearl's family members were killed by the Yu family. She couldn't surrender in front of the Yu family's martial artists. The result was obvious. Yu Luo was an expert at the peak of the Dan realm. Black Pearl had just broken through to the middle stage of the Dan realm. In the 30th round, Black Pearl was already very miserable. She was covered in injuries and even her consciousness was blurry. Yu Luo clearly wanted to kill her. He didn't give her a chance to get off the stage. In the end, Ling Xiao interfered with the match. He used the demonic eye to force Black Pearl off the stage. Luckily, a divine core warrior had a strong life force. Although Black Pearl was badly injured, with Ling Xiao, a powerful alchemist, helping her, it wasn't a big deal. With a healing pill and the immemorial nature dragon's treatment, Black Pearl quickly woke up. I'm useless. My enemy is right in front of me, but I can't kill him. It's that Yu Luo, he's the one who cruelly killed my little brother, my 10-year-old little brother. Black Pearl cried sadly. She had tried her best, but she couldn't get her revenge. Reality was cruel. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4290. Don't force yourself. I'll take revenge for you. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at Yu Luo. He didn't even need to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum. He could defeat Yu Luo easily. He dared to hurt Black Pearl. He must be tired of living. Yu Luo saw Ling Xiao's gaze and showed him disdain. He raised his middle finger and said, "If you go up, the result will be the same. It's a mistake that I didn't kill that woman this time. But when it's your turn, I won't show mercy." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The people of the Yu family hadn't learned their lesson yet. Since that was the case, he would teach them a lesson. "You'll be unlucky." Kai Niming looked at Yu Luo and said indifferently, "That kid will be the unlucky one." Yu Luo didn't care. The 41st round ended and the 42nd round began. Ling Xiao's opponent was Liu Qi. "You don't have to surrender. I won't use the demonic epiphyllum to fight with you." Ling Xiao saw that Liu Qi wanted to surrender and stopped him. "Use your strongest attack," Yizichin said. Ling Xiao didn't forget his goal of improving his basic strength. Although the demonic epiphyllum and the demonic epiphyllum were very powerful. But that wasn't a long-term plan. If he wanted to be strong enough to make others fear him, then the best way was to make himself stronger. Liu Qi's strength was good and would be helpful to his strength improvement. "Okay. Then take this." Without hesitation, Liu Qi launched an attack. After changing his body into a puppet body, Liu Qi's fighting style also changed. His attacks contained the power of lightning. Rushing thunder fist. It was combined with the power of the puppet body. This punch was definitely stronger than Liu Qi's in the elimination round. The power is not bad, but the puppet body made him lose some flexibility. Ling Xiao opened his Taikai eye and learned some of Liu Qi's strengths. Then, he was ready to end this battle. Heaven-covering palm. A single palm strike landed on the vital part of the puppet's body. He didn't fight Liu Qi head-on. Instead, he directly dodged Liu Qi's attack. He blasted Liu Qi out of the arena. One move, insta-kill. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't break through, his physical body did. Therefore, whether it was speed or agility, he was much stronger than before. He was confident that he could kill a powerhouse of the initial stage of the undefeatable realm. I lost. Liu Qi fell to the ground and smiled bitterly. He was thoroughly convinced of his defeat in this battle. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was just relying on the troll to show off. But now, he understood that even without the troll, Ling Xiao was definitely not easy to deal with. The match did not stop. He didn't even rest. It went from day to night, and it was still going on. When a Divine Core warrior reached the Divine Core realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not rest for more than 10 days. Therefore, there was no such thing as rest in this selection battle. In the 59th round, Ling Xiao finally met Yu Luo. Yu Luo impatiently stepped onto the stage and challenged Ling Xiao. "Brat, hurry up and die." Ling Xiao gently patted Black Pearl's shoulder and said, "Watch how I kill him." He flew into the air and stepped onto the stage. The first thing Ling Xiao did was to summon the troll. He had no choice, he had to do this when facing a powerful opponent like Yu Luo. Yu Luo had reached the perfect stage of the core realm. With just his basic combat strength, there was no way he could win. Even if he used the martial soul of Tyrant, the result would be the same. "Hehe, I knew this was all you got." Yu Luo laughed proudly. He casually crushed a talisman. Then, a terrifying giant puppet beast appeared in front of him. Its entire body was made of metal. It was extremely ferocious. "You gave that platinum ball to Yu Luo?" Yu Xiangtian looked at Yu Qiren and asked. "That's right, that thing was used by my son in the past. Since I don't need it anymore, I can give it to Yu Luo." Yu Qiren said with a smile. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the Yu family would continue to lose face. It wasn't easy for him to wait for such an opportunity. How could he not use it? Ling Xiao is in trouble now. That's right, he was able to defeat a late-stage core realm cultivator by relying on that terrifying troll. Now that he's met Yu Luo, who also has a puppet, I'm afraid he's going to lose. I think he's not just going to lose, he's going to die. Many of the audience didn't think Ling Xiao would win. But this was normal. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the perfect stage of the Earth Core realm. It was a miracle that he could last until now. It would be pointless if he kept going. He might as well just admit defeat like a bachelor. He could avoid death. The Black Pearl watched this scene nervously. She believed that Yu Luo had just obtained this golden white bull puppet. He definitely didn't have it when he fought her. Ling Xiao gave her a reassuring look. Then, he looked at Yu Luo and said, "One sword." "What do you mean?" Yu Luo was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Ling Xiao meant. In the end, they saw Ling Xiao abandon the troll and disappear from everyone's sight in an instant. "Hell's Shadow Strike." A cold voice came from the darkness. Then, everyone saw Yu Luo's corpse on the tip of the sword. The East Victory Heavenly Sword emitted a blood-red light. Blood dripped onto the ground. Roar. The golden white bull roared angrily and pounced at Ling Xiao, trying to save Yu Luo. But Ling Xiao casually struck out with his palm. The golden white bull shattered. It was completely destroyed. Impossible. How could this be? Yu Qilian stood up in shock. Many of the Yu family members also stood up. They couldn't understand the situation at all. Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had finally swallowed the fruit of the demonic epiphyllum and temporarily raised his cultivation to the perfect stage of the extreme stage. One had to know. When he was at the perfect stage of the Earth Core realm, he could easily kill a martial artist at the early stage of the extreme stage. When his cultivation reached the perfect stage of the extreme stage, then martial artists of the same cultivation level were not worth mentioning in front of him. Even without transforming, he could easily kill them. Perfect stage of the extreme stage. How could this be? Yu Xiangtian was also stunned. Even Forefather Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Sword Lady were dumbfounded. Fire King was also dumbfounded. No one had expected such a dramatic change. Could it be that he ate the demonic epiphyllum? That's not right. The power of the demonic epiphyllum is definitely more than that. And according to the rumors, after swallowing the demonic epiphyllum, there will be a phenomenon. There is no such thing. Yu Xiangtian thought of the demonic epiphyllum, but he quickly rejected it. Then what's going on? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Yu Kilian thought in a daze. Spare me, spare me. Yu Luo was lifted into the air by the sword, and the pain was as if he was being cut into pieces. He began to beg for mercy in fear. I've said it before, you deserve to die. Boom. A terrifying sword chi erupted from the heavenly sword of Dongsheng. In that instant, Yu Luo's body was torn into pieces. Completely dead. In this way, the 72 people became 71 people. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4291. Yu Luo was killed. A few people would probably win without a fight. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Since he had already used the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, then he wouldn't stop. This shock lasted until the 62nd round. As a seeded player, Ling Xiao. Next, he would face all martial artists of the Shattered Core realm. 10 experts on the heaven roll, and the competition entered the last 10 rounds. Next would be exciting. The experts on the heaven roll would also encounter and fight. Every battle would probably be incomparably exciting. 62nd round, first round, Ling Xiao against Yu Ruo. With the announcement of the referee, the audience immediately cheered. Would Ling Xiao, this dark horse, be able to continue? Whether his winning streak could continue or not, Yu Ruo was definitely the best alchemy stone. In this battle, Ling Xiao encountered the most powerful opponent. Yu Ruo's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm. But his combat power was obviously not very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Kai Niming. I want to avenge the dead martial artists of our Yu family. This was Yu Ruo's first sentence after going on stage. Up to you. Ling Xiao just glanced at Yu Ruo indifferently. He now had the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, and his cultivation had temporarily reached the perfection of the extreme core realm. Defeating a 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm martial artist shouldn't be too difficult. Even if he faced a 5th level of the Shattered Core realm martial artist, he still had the power to fight. He didn't continue to devour the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. His current strength was enough for the time being, and it was beneficial for the improvement of his basic strength. You're really arrogant. Even if you're a martial artist of the extreme core realm, you can't look down on my existence like this. Yu Ruo roared angrily and directly charged out. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he similarly charged out. 23 dragon subduing swords, one sword after another stabbed out. Yu Ruo wanted to stop him, but he found that he couldn't. Each of Ling Xiao's sword was powerful and heavy, and actually made him have a terrifying feeling that it was impossible to block. 23 dragon subduing swords, dragon subduing without regret. 23 golden dragons broke through the air and directly blasted Yu Ruo onto the stage. Yu Ruo was still very strong. When one's cultivation reached the core fragmentation realm, the power of the inner core would be transferred to the body. As a result, his physical body became even more terrifying. To create the conditions for entering the divine body realm, Yu Ruo was able to survive because of this. What a domineering sword technique. Ling Xiao is indeed Ling Xiao. He's at the consummate level of the ultimate core realm, and has been suppressing those at the 2nd tier of the Shattered Core realm. This is too awesome. Maybe he'll be the dark horse at the end of the race. The audience also became extremely excited. As a result, he didn't really watch the other matches in the 62nd round. After the 62nd round, it was time for the true seeded contestants to face off. From the 63rd round to the final round, this was absolutely exciting. I'm really starting to admire this puppet judge now. 10 seeded contestants, all of them won. Ling Xiao, who they thought was the most incomprehensible, actually gave them the biggest surprise. He actually defeated Yu Ruo, who's at the second tier of the Shattered Core realm. Yeah, don't underestimate them just because they're puppets. They're very powerful. Yu Ruo is so pitiful. It's fine if he lost to the other seeded contestants, but he actually lost to Ling Xiao. You can't say that. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao's cultivation is so strong, and he actually used the giant demon to fish in troubled waters? Isn't this guy pretending to be weak? Amidst the heated discussion, the 63rd round also began. The first round wasn't a battle between seeded contestants. However, the battle was still quite exciting. The second round wasn't a battle between seeded contestants, but a battle between Kai Yaoguang and Black Pearl. Both of them chose to forfeit. They weren't here to fight for anything, but to deal with the Yu family. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight among themselves. In the third round, the audience cheered. Because this time, it was finally a battle between seeded contestants. The contestants were Fire Spirit and Kai Niming. In the previous battles, Fire Spirit basically defeated his opponent with one move, or his opponent admitted defeat. There was no doubt about his strength, but he didn't have many opportunities to show it. Kai Niming, on the other hand, defeated Yu Ruo, who was stronger than him. He definitely had some strength. The battle between the two was definitely exciting to the audience. Even Ling Xiao wanted to know what special methods Fire Spirit had. What was Kai Niming's limit? Please. Kai Niming had no grudges with Fire Spirit, so his attitude was quite good. Please. Fire Spirit also cupped his hands and said, "But I'm afraid you won't be able to win this battle." Naturally, he had his own reasons for saying this. On the heaven list, Kai Niming was ranked 9th, and Fire Spirit was ranked 8th. It made sense for him to be so confident. However, Fire Spirit obviously didn't think this ranking was reasonable. In his eyes, his ranking should be higher. At least, he shouldn't be worse than Jian Wuqing and Dao Shuilan. Therefore, defeating Kai Niming was only the first step. Without fighting, no one knows the result. Kai Niming took out his weapon. This sword had been with him for many years. It was like a friend to him. Whenever he was in trouble, it would help him cut open the cage. Ling Xiao has the dragon subduing 23 swords, but I also have the bloodthirsty demon sword. A total of 18 swords. You better not give me a chance or you'll lose. The reason why Kai Niming revealed all of his secrets was because he had a plan. People like Fire Spirit were more arrogant. The more you said your move was strong, the more he wanted to try it. Naturally, he wouldn't interrupt you. This was the only way Kai Niming could win. Actually, Kai Niming knew that he was only at the first level of the core-shattering realm. This level of cultivation was considered top-notch among those under the age of 50. Even Ghost Sword was at this level. However, Fire Spirit was more than 90 years old, so his cultivation was naturally much stronger. He estimated that he was around the third level of the core-shattering realm. He could challenge Yu Ruo, who was at the second level of the core-shattering realm, but facing Fire Spirit, who was at the third level of the core-shattering realm, he couldn't do anything. Bloodthirsty demon sword? I've heard that the more damage you take, the more terrifying the attack. This is a sword technique that risks your life. Good, let me see how strong your bloodthirsty demon sword can be. Then, Fire Spirit attacked. He didn't use weapons. His fists were the best weapons. Flames wrapped around his fists as he kept attacking Kai Niming. Peng 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 peng. Although it was just a simple attack, he didn't use any martial skills. However, the power of each punch was no weaker than a peak 9th level Emperor martial skill. It was very terrifying. Only now did people realize how powerful the Fire Spirit was. Those who had lost to him before were scared witless. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Chapter 4292. The warriors who lost to Fire Spirit all had ugly expressions on their faces. If Fire Spirit attacked them like this from the beginning, they would have been killed long ago. This attack was simply too frightening. Kai Niming retreated while using the bloodthirsty demon's sword to counterattack. Every time the bloodthirsty demon's sword was injured, every time it attacked, its power would increase. So he naturally couldn't just defend. But he could feel that Fire Spirit's fist was extremely terrifying. The fist wind was like a storm. Every time he blocked, he felt like he was hit by a huge meteorite. Compared to this guy's attack, Yu Ruo's attack was like a child's play. They weren't on the same level at all. His strength is definitely not just at the third level of the core-shattering realm. Kai Niming had an idea and knew that he couldn't be Fire Spirit's opponent. But it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Even if the opponent was a mountain, and a mountain charging at him at high speed. He had to block it. And the stronger the opponent's attack, the more terrifying his bloodthirsty demon sword was. At this time, the sword in his hand had completely turned blood red. The blood-red heavenly lake behind him was churning continuously. On one hand, it was blocking the impact for him, and on the other hand, it was accumulating power. Boom! When Fire Spirit's 16th fist came, Kai Niming spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. And the injury wasn't light. His sword technique couldn't completely block this terrifying fist intent. Fire Spirit's attack was no joke. And he didn't have any intention of showing mercy. If it wasn't for the bloodthirsty demon's sword that could greatly increase his physical strength in a short time, Kai Niming would have been killed. But if this time passed, he would be in trouble. Once the bloodthirsty demon's sword was completely released, he would completely lose his combat power and be slaughtered. That was why Fire Spirit said that this was a sword technique that risked his life. It wasn't a normal way of fighting at all. Although Kai Niming could feel that his vital essence was being severely compressed. His body was constantly crying out in pain. But he had to hold it in. Hold it in. If he wanted to reverse the situation, he had to risk his life like this. Boom. Another fist. Kai Niming felt that he instantly fell into an endless sea of fire. He was surrounded by magma. He desperately resisted the pressure, and his body was distorted. Bloodthirsty demon sword, release. Finally, Kai Niming stabbed out his 18th sword. The bloodthirsty demon sword was fully unleashed. In that instant, the Fire Spirit's fist wind was completely destroyed. A terrifying roaring sword will tore through the void. It directly hit Fire Spirit's protective Jin Yuan. His protective Jin Yuan shattered. The sword chi continued to advance. Like a bloodthirsty demon, it directly pierced Fire Spirit's body. The boundless power forced Fire Spirit to retreat. One of his feet was already in the air, and his body was tilted to almost 180 degrees. He was about to fall. Miraculously, he stood up again. He bent over and looked at the sword wounds on his body. He wiped off the lava-like blood and smiled. The bloodthirsty demonic sword is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, you are not yet 50 years old. Then the one who will lose today will definitely be me. On the other side, Kai Niming's consciousness was already blurry. He fell heavily onto the arena. He smiled helplessly. The opponent was too strong. Even though he gave it his all, he was still defeated. This was the cruel truth. Fire Spirit, kill that brat. In the stands, Ukraine roared. Why should I listen to you? Fire Spirit looked at Ukraine with disdain, and then stepped forward to help Kai Niming up and down the arena. If you don't kill him, I will kill you later. Ukraine gritted his teeth and said. I will wait. Fire Spirit shouted. Others were afraid of the Yu family, but he was not. Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Fire. Just leave him to me. Ling Xiao caught Kai Niming and fed him a healing pill, as well as a Jin Yuan recovery pill. And a drop of shattered pill divine water. At this stage, he didn't need the shattered pill divine water. Kai Niming was his friend. He wouldn't be stingy with it. What's more, if Ling Jiaojiao became the demon lord of the Fengdu demon kingdom in the future, she would need Kai Niming's help. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't a lone wolf. He was the heavenly emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Roping in talents was also one of his missions. Kai Niming probably gained a lot from the battle with Fire Spirit. If he used the shattered pill divine water now, his chances of breaking through would be extremely high. He's really lucky to have a friend like you. Fire Spirit looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. I still can't see through you. I really hope to have a chance to fight with you. You will have that chance. Ling Xiao smiled and began to heal Kai Niming's injuries. He was helping Kai Niming, and also helping himself. After this battle, the next few matches were more casual and ordinary. Until the 9th battle. Finally, there was another battle of the pinnacle. Dao Shuilan against Jian Wuqing. In everyone's impression, Dao Shuilan and Jian Wuqing were very close on the heaven ranking. One used a saber, while the other used a sword. They were also very interesting opponents. Therefore, their battle also caused a burst of cheers. Ling Xiao also hoped to see who would emerge victorious in the battle between the two of them. After all, he could learn a lot of good things from their duels. Whoosh! The two landed on the arena at almost the same time. Boom! At the same time, they released terrifying saber and sword essences. It was as if two huge weapons clashed in the sky. Flowing water saber technique, murderous intent. Dao Shuilan made the first move because he felt Jian Wuqing's terrifying murderous intent. This made him very uncomfortable. Sabersmen were usually more straightforward and decisive. Compared to the elegance and cunning of a swordsman, it was not strange to make the first move. Clang! The saber chi approached Jian Wuqing, but when it was 5 or 6 meters away, it was suddenly blocked. Sword drawing technique. This was the most basic sword technique, but Jian Wuqing used it to the extreme. Lone boat fisherman, one sword moves the river. The moment he blocked Dao Shuilan's attack, Jian Wuqing counterattacked. His body took a step forward. A lonely and sharp sword chi suddenly burst out and attacked Dao Shuilan, who was dozens of meters away. Clang! This time, it was Dao Shuilan who blocked Jian Wuqing's attack. Dao Shuilan did not back down and also took a step forward. The saber in his hand released a saber chi that was as soft as flowing water, but terrifyingly sharp. This contradictory combination was played by him to the point of perfection. Clang! Unfortunately, before Dao Shuilan's saber chi could move forward, it was blocked by Jian Wuqing's other hand. Jian Wuqing also used 2 swords. It was not worth it. Unlike Ling Xiao, he held a long sword in his right hand and a short sword in his left. His right hand attacked, and his left hand assisted. The left hand's attack or defense always served the right hand. Chapter 4293. Jian Wuqing's dual swords were different from Ling Xiao's 2 hands, which were equivalent to 2 martial artists. It was hard to say who was better. It could only be said that Ling Xiao's method was more difficult. Water Dragon Strike. Dao Shuilan was not weaker than Jian Wuqing. Although he was holding the blade with both hands, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. But his blade technique was more powerful. Every attack was very overbearing. A water dragon roared out, directly penetrating Jian Wuqing's protective net, and attacked Jian Wuqing's body. Jian Wuqing frowned slightly. He did not dare to be careless. The long sword in his right hand shook, and a fire phoenix flew out. The dragon and phoenix collided again. A terrifying roar was heard. The entire arena was shaking. The strength of these 2 people was indeed as everyone had expected. They were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. Neither of them had the upper hand. In this way, the 2 went back and forth. The arena was full of blade light and sword shadows. They fought for 200 rounds. Gradually, some clues were revealed. Dao Shuilan is probably going to lose. After all, he is still a little weaker than Jian Wuqing. Ling Xiao shook his head. Dao Shuilan was very strong. But Jian Wuqing was stronger. And Dao Shuilan's moves consumed too much vital essence. If he could not win after a long time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If he lost, he would lose because of this. Let's decide it in one move. Dao Shuilan and Jian Wuqing both stopped. Because neither of them could afford to continue. Dao Shuilan also understood that if this continued, he would be the one to lose sooner or later. Instead of wasting their physical strength, it was better to decide it in one move. Okay. Jian Wuqing nodded. The two released their martial souls at the same time, and prepared a powerful move at the same time. Almost at the same time, they rose into the air. The blade and sword collided in mid-air. And then staggered. The arena suddenly quieted down. What happened? Someone asked. Dao Shuilan lost. Ling Xiao saw very clearly that he had already finished healing Kai Niming. The one in charge of taking care of Kai Niming was Ancestor Scarlet Flame. He saw it very clearly. Dao Shuilan lost because he was not cunning enough. His final strike was even more powerful, but he was overly concerned about power. Even though Zhen Wuqing's moves were not as powerful as his, they were not far off. Furthermore, Zhen Wuqing knew how to utilize his techniques. It was reasonable for him to win. I lost. Dao Shuilan shook her head. He walked down the ring. Although many people didn't understand how he lost, it was enough for the two of them to understand. The two of them didn't go all out because they were thinking about the upcoming battle. Thanks for letting me win. Zhen Wuqing smiled bitterly. Even though he had won, this was a tough battle to win. After the battle between the two ended, the cheers of the audience did not subside for a long time. Although many people did not understand why Zhen Wuqing had won in the end. But the competition was exciting enough. Just this point alone was enough. There was no need to think so much. Moreover, there were still several seeded contestants who were going to fight. Perhaps there would be something even more exciting. In this round, only Kai Niming, Fire Spirit, Dao Shuilan, and Zhen Wuqing had participated. There were only 4 of them. The remaining ones were Yu Zhangzong, Yu Qiren, Ling Jiaojiao, Xing Yun, Ling Xiao, and Yu Nu. On the Heaven leaderboard, the Yu family had 5 people. Yu Ruo had been removed from the Heaven leaderboard, not even a seeded contestant. But the Yu family still had 4. Yu Zhangzong was the human demon king. Needless to say, he was powerful. As for Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao, they were popular candidates. Let's talk about Yu Nu. He was ranked slightly higher than Yu Ruo. He was also stronger than Yu Ruo. Of course, the most terrifying thing about Yu Nu wasn't his strength, but his terrifying eye technique. From the previous battles, it could be seen that anyone who fought Yu Nu was defeated before the battle even started. They were completely defeated by his eye technique. More interestingly, Yu Nu and Yu Luo were brothers. Yu Luo had been killed by Ling Xiao. Yu Nu remembered this clearly. He had been looking forward to meeting Ling Xiao. Anyway, this round wasn't over yet. The possibility of meeting him was still high. 13th round, Yu Qiren against Ling Jiaojiao. Although the Yu family changed Ling Jiaojiao's name, when the puppet referee announced it, he directly called Ling Jiaojiao's original name. This made the Yu family a little unhappy. But thinking about it carefully, Ling Jiaojiao's body had already been possessed by the demon Venerable. So what if her name was Ling Jiaojiao? This made him feel carefree in his heart. It didn't matter anymore. Qiren, admit defeat. Yu Xiangtian said indifferently. The Yu family also hoped to make Ling Jiaojiao the next demon venerable. Although Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao's current cultivation were the same, Ling Jiaojiao was still possessed by the demon venerable. So her future potential was great. Naturally, she was more suitable to become the demon venerable. Father, I'm not willing. Yu Qiren gritted his teeth and said, I want to test my strength. Letting him lose without a fight, he felt that it was too cowardly. Even if he wanted to support Ling Jiaojiao to become the demon venerable, he still had to perform well. If he could get the demon emperor's appreciation, that would be the best. Forget it. If you want to fight, then fight. After all, he was his son. He couldn't bear to see him sink too low. Besides, Yu Qiren was almost 100 years old. His cultivation had been hovering near the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm, unable to advance any further. Perhaps this battle was an opportunity for Yu Qilian. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough and reach the divine physique realm. If that happened, the Yu family would have another demon king. This was very important for the Yu family's future status in the demon venerable region. Thank you, father. Yu Qiren took a deep breath. He cupped his hands at Ling Jiaojiao and said, although I know I was disrespectful to you, demon son. I hope you can teach me a thing or two. Yu Qiren's words were very respectful, but there was a strong sense of confidence in them. Apart from the dark horse Yu Zhangzong, he and Ling Jiaojiao were the two strongest people. Even if Ling Jiaojiao could surpass him in the future, he still hoped to win today. You can't, Ling Jiaojiao said indifferently, perfectly displaying the demon son's arrogance. I didn't expect Sister Jiaojiao's acting skills to be so good. I was worried that she would reveal some clues because of her hatred. Hearing Ling Jiaojiao's words, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Jiaojiao didn't use a weapon. She just stood there and released the aura of a demon sovereign. Many of the audience members felt extremely uncomfortable. This made the Yu family even more convinced that Ling Jiaojiao had been possessed by the demon sovereign. They had never imagined that the demon Venerate's soul had actually been refined by Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and the Yuan Venerate. Half a month ago, you were only at the peak of the extreme realm of core. But now, you're already at the 9th level of the shattered core stage. Your breakthrough is truly shocking. Perhaps this is the benefit of being a devil son. But half a month ago, you weren't my match. Now, you still aren't my match. Yu Kilian showed the arrogance of a young man. Xiaoshuo 3 cubed carat X to the power of OM worth collecting unadvertised novel. Chapter 4294. Haha, is that so? Do you know why I'm the demon son? No need to talk nonsense, let's decide the outcome in one move. Don't waste other people's time. I'll let you know what the demon son represents, and I'll let you understand that you have no advantage in front of me. Ling Jiaojiao sneered. Alright, I like to decide the outcome in one move. Yu Qiren nodded. They were all on the same side. If the battle lasted too long, it would be easy to expose their trump cards. It would be better to decide the outcome in one move. Fight. With a roar, Yu Qiren turned into an afterimage and pounced at Ling Jiaojiao. A black light flashed in Ling Jiaojiao's eyes. With a light step, her figure also rose into the air. At that moment, many people couldn't see what they did. They were too fast. In an instant, they passed by each other. Bang! Yu Qiren landed first. There was a black handprint on his shoulder. The handprint was almost imprinted on his bone, and it was very painful to look at. His clothes had already been corroded. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao, she was unharmed. Her entire body was still intact. Even her clothes were not damaged at all. The only damaged part was a fingernail on her index finger. It was obviously cut by the blade. You're not weak. You can be considered a genius to not die from one of my moves. Ling Jiaojiao glanced at the fingernail on the ground and said softly. Puff. Yu Qiren wanted to speak, but he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face instantly turned pale. I lost. I'm indeed not your match. Yu Qiren sighed and recalled the battle just now. His sword was blocked by Ling Jiaojiao's finger. The opponent's right palm directly imprinted on his shoulder. The process was so simple, but under that speed, Ling Jiaojiao's performance was much better than his. Boom! Yu Qiren's shadow shrank by half, to 25 feet. And Ling Jiaojiao's shadow grew to 80 feet, almost approaching Yu Zhangzong's. That's it. The people below the stage didn't understand what had happened. The battle they were looking forward to was actually over. It was really awkward. Isn't that the end? This is a showdown between experts. In the blink of an eye, the result was already out. The experts can probably see what happened. We can't, our eyesight is too bad. That's true. Although it ended very quickly, the battle was indeed very exciting. In the crowd's discussion, Ling Jiaojiao and Yu Qiren walked out of the stage. The match continued. The battle in the middle of the airport battle. Sometimes, the audience wondered if this match had been arranged in advance. She was really good at keeping people in suspense. The reason was simple. People liked dark horses. They liked to see changes and not like the kind of fixed result. Yu was a third-level expert of the core-shattering realm. But the gap was still huge. He shouldn't win. But Ling Xiao liked to make some accidents. This gave the audience even more anticipation. Yu is someone who cultivates soul-devouring demonic eyes. I don't know how Ling Xiao will deal with him. Yeah, I also heard that the soul-devouring demonic eyes can even absorb the opponent's soul. It's quite terrifying. Ling Xiao, this is definitely going to be another hurdle. But I still believe in him. On the stage, Ling Xiao and Yu Nu were fighting 100 meters apart. This big stage was more comfortable than the small stage. The space to perform was larger. Facing Yu Nu, Ling Xiao absolutely didn't dare to underestimate him. Although the soul-devouring demonic eyes wasn't as good as the demonic eyes. But he couldn't be underestimated either. Most importantly, what Yu Nu relied on was not just the soul-devouring demonic eyes. His own combat strength was not inferior to Yu Ruo at all. This was absolutely a tough battle. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid. Forget about Yu Nu, even if he faced Yu Qianren, he wouldn't be afraid either. This was due to personality and had nothing to do with strength. The soul-devouring demonic eyes can pry into the opponent's soul. Ling Xiao is a martial artist adept in techniques. I'm afraid there's no way this time. Yeah, rumors say that Yu Nu can see things in 3 seconds. This is quite impressive. 3 seconds is enough to change the result of a battle. Anyway, it's not easy to fight. Let's see if Ling Xiao has a new trump card or not. Anyway, this guy is hard to say. Yeah, facing Ling Xiao, no one dares to say for sure that they will win. The audience below the stage was still discussing fervently. Clearly, the focus of the discussion was all on the soul-devouring demonic eyes. This was a terrifying ocular art that could pry into the soul and see through the future. You're very strong. You'll be even stronger in the future. I won't underestimate you. So, you must be defeated. Yu Nu looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes flickering with a faint demonic light as he said coldly. Ling Xiao didn't underestimate him. He also didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Because the soul-devouring demonic eyes told him that Ling Xiao was very strong, especially in the future, he would be even stronger. If he couldn't take advantage of the present to defeat Ling Xiao, then he definitely wouldn't have another chance in the future. You're wrong. Not only will I be very strong in the future, but I'm also very strong now. Ling Xiao showed a smile. Really arrogant enough. Yu Nu nodded. He didn't want to be defeated by Ling Xiao like Yu Ruo, so he had to be very careful. Ling Xiao was the first seeded player he faced. He must get a good start, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Please advise. The moment Yu Nu's voice fell, the long sword in his hand stabbed out. Although he also used a sword, it was different from a swordsman who focused on practicing the sword. The sword in his hand was just an auxiliary tool. Deceitful sword. Swoosh. A sword light broke through the air and stabbed straight at Ling Xiao's vital part. However, this sword light was deceitful. It moved irregularly in the air. It was not straight, nor was it simply curved. It was hard to resist. Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. Yu Nu sneered, pretending to hold the sword in your right hand to block, but in fact, your left hand is blocking the sword light, and your right hand is attacking me at the same time. He said these words directly. And what he said was exactly what Ling Xiao did. All of Ling Xiao's movements were accurately predicted by him. No, to be precise, he saw it. So powerful, is this the soul-devouring demonic eyes? Ling Xiao is really in trouble. No matter what he does, he will be predicted. How can he fight? Ling Xiao was not anxious, but the audience below the stage was already nervous. Interesting, I understand. Ling Xiao looked at the sword wound pierced through his left shoulder and smiled. Understand? What do you understand? Yu Nu said disdainfully. Chapter 4295. If you can see the movement after 3 seconds, then I can see your movement after 7 seconds. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Humph, bluff. Yu Nu snorted coldly and used the sly sword again. Kai. This time, the sly sword was only able to fly 2 meters before it was torn apart by another sword light. It was as if Ling Xiao had judged the trajectory of this sly sword in advance. This is impossible. Why is it different from what I saw? Yu Nu was stunned. The situation after 3 seconds judged by his soul-devouring magic pupil was completely different from what Ling Xiao was doing now. Could it be that the soul-devouring magic pupil failed? I said that you can see the movement after 3 seconds, but I can see through 7 seconds. It's enough for me to react. So, you will lose. Ling Xiao said faintly. I don't believe it. How could you believe this kind of thing? He had always regarded his soul-devouring magic pupil as a treasure. And the soul-devouring magic pupil had never disappointed him. But today, Ling Xiao actually said so. He couldn't accept it. Take another blow from me, phantom sword. The phantom sword had 10 phantoms. In fact, only one of them was real. Ding. However, this time, it was exactly the same as before. Ling Xiao still found the real sword shadow with one sword. And it was torn apart. It's my turn to fight back. Ling Xiao smiled gently, stepped out the falling plum-clear shadow step, and charged toward Yu, who was originally calm, was already a little flustered at this time. He had never underestimated Ling Xiao. But this battle, he was really a little confused. The trend of the battle was completely different from what he imagined. It was as if he was being led by the nose by Ling Xiao. It was too cowardly. Sly shadow. Whoosh. In order to avoid Ling Xiao's pursuit, his figure turned into a faint afterimage and disappeared on the spot. Then, he actually went to the left side of Ling Xiao and suddenly stabbed out with his sword. This time, I'll see how you dodge. Yu didn't believe that Ling Xiao could still win after he reached this point. However, to his horror, there was a sword waiting there. It was like waiting for him to attack. It easily tore apart his sword chi and pierced his shoulder with a single sword strike. It could be said that he had taken revenge for what had happened in the beginning. How is this possible? Covering his shoulder, Yu retreated frantically and his figure disappeared again. At this time, he was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he imagined. His carefully planned sneak attack was like child's play in front of the other party. Was easily blocked. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. It was as if all his actions were all predicted by the opponent. Just the thought of it was terrifying. The audience below the stage couldn't understand either. Damn it. I don't believe it. It must be a coincidence. The next moment, Yu turned into hundreds of afterimages, running around Ling Xiao non-stop. It was impossible to judge his original body at all. The audience was directly dizzy, but the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth raised a disdainful sneer. He suddenly blasted out a palm. Heaven-covering great handprint. The next moment, the afterimage was gone. A figure was blasted out, vomiting blood wildly from his mouth. See, I said enough. Not only will I be very strong in the future, but I'm also very strong now. Your eyes only saw the future 3 seconds later, but ignored the present. Ling Xiao looked at Yu, who got up from the ground and sneered, do you still want to continue? In front of me, you have no chance. I lost. Yu shook his head. Although the injuries on his body were not serious, his confidence had been completely destroyed. Tell me, how did you do it? He couldn't help but ask. This is a trade secret. I can't tell you. Otherwise, how can I win next? Ling Xiao smiled. After the referee announced the result, he turned around and walked down the stage. Actually, the entire process was very simple. It was impossible for him to see the things 7 seconds later. But he could use the heavenly demon eyes to make Yu hallucinate. This way, the world that Yu saw 3 seconds later every time was actually what he wanted the other party to see. So every attack of the other party was within his expectations. Actually, this kind of martial artist who used ocular arts or soul force was Ling Xiao's favorite instead. Because it was easier to win. Too amazing, he created a miracle. But I still don't understand how he did it. The battle was already over, but the audience below the stage still could not understand what happened. It was muddle-headed, like a dream. Sigh, the unlucky Yu, all of his means were analyzed thoroughly. Clearly, his strength is so much stronger than Ling Xiao. But why does it feel like he lost even more miserably than Yu Ruo? Right, not on the same level at all. The 20th match, Yu Zhangzong vs Xingyun. What? Everyone who was discussing suddenly stopped talking, because the next battle was even more surprising. Yu Zhangzong and Xingyun were the last pair of seeded contestants to fight. Many people knew Yu Zhangzong's identity. After the Battle of Fengdu Demon Forest, he mysteriously disappeared. Many people even said that he was dead. But this time, Yu Zhangzong suddenly appeared again. Not only did he appear, but his strength also increased greatly. It was simply an incredible increase. All of a sudden, he became an existence that surpassed even Yu Kren and Ling Jiaojiao among the demon venerable candidates. In addition, this guy's methods were incomparably cruel. So many people had an indescribable fear of him. His opponent, Xingyun, was also brilliant. Before Yu Zhangzong appeared, Xingyun was the third most popular candidate. And now, he was also fourth on the heaven list. However, Xingyun did not seem to be satisfied with this ranking. He came to find Yu Kren for revenge. If he was satisfied with the status quo, it would be boring. Perhaps in this battle, we will know Yu Zhangzong's true strength. That's right, even if Xingyun is not as good as him, he is still fourth on the heaven list. He is second only to Yu Kren. No matter what, he will be able to force Yu Zhangzong to show his true strength. I'm really looking forward to it. Amidst the audience's anticipation, the two jumped into the arena. They were more than 100 meters apart. The difference was that Yu Zhangzong sneered, but he did not release his aura. Xingyun, on the other hand, was much more active. His violent aura continued to rise. Blood-colored vital essence covered his entire body. He was like a fierce wolf that had made a provocative move. "Kid, I see that your talent is not bad, why don't you join me?" Yu Zhangzong suddenly spoke. Anyway, many people had probably guessed his situation, so he was too lazy to hide it. As long as the referee did not let him withdraw, it did not matter. "Who the hell are you?" Xingyun asked coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am, the key is that I see that you are a promising talent, so I cherish your talent." Yu Zhangzong smiled faintly. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Pinnacle Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 4296. The human demon lord was now a general without an army, so he had been thinking about finding himself a helper. Xingyun was strong and talented. Obviously, he was very suitable. "If you want me to join you, defeat me first," Xingyun roared. After saying that, his aura became more powerful, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Yu Zhangzong smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Your combat power is comparable to that of Yu Kren. But in front of me, it's not enough. Anyone can talk big, but that's not the truth," Xingyun roared. A blood-red saber appeared in his hand. The saber released a fierce fighting spirit, which was even stronger than Dao Shirelan's saber intent. It was very funny. Blood battle everywhere. With one slash, the blood-red saber aura roared wildly. It turned into a huge blood-red saber, full of killing intent and bloody aura. It was violent and manic. It directly attacked Yu Zhangzong. "It's futile." Facing Xingyun's violent attack, Yu Zhangzong just smiled faintly and waved casually. With a boom, the saber aura shattered. Xingyun was even forced to take a few steps back. "How can this be?" Xingyun was shocked. Residual blood 8 slashes. Generally, martial arts with numbers had a combo effect. Xingyun's saber technique was the same. When this saber was used, the entire arena turned blood-red. It was like a bloody battlefield. Countless soldiers died tragically on the battlefield. Killing intent shrouded the entire arena. Countless spectators trembled. "I told you, it's useless." This time, Yu Zhangzong did not even make a move. Strange black ripples appeared around his body. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. Only Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could see it. Rumble. 8 consecutive slashes. All of them were blocked more than 3 meters away from Yu Zhangzong. After the 8th slash, Xingyun was directly sent flying and fell to the ground again. Yu Zhangzong did not pursue. Instead, he looked at Xingyun with a smile. As if he was chatting with an old friend, he smiled and said, "I told you, you can't be my opponent. The gap between us is too big. I admit defeat." Although Xingyun had even more powerful martial techniques, he wasn't prepared to try them out. Yu Zhangzong was an insurmountable mountain. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. Rather than exposing his trump card for nothing, he might as well admit defeat. His true opponent was Yu Qilian. The person he wanted to kill was Yu Qilian. That's right. Go back and think about it. Following me won't do you any harm. Yu Zhangzong smiled. I'll consider it. However, if you want me to become your man, you have to at least get first place in the Demon Sovereign Candidate competition. Otherwise, why should I? Xingyun said. Hehe, don't worry, the first place will definitely be mine. Yu Zhangzong sneered and turned to walk down the stage. The referee had already announced the result, so there was no need to waste any more time. I didn't expect Xingyun to lose to Yu Zhangzong so easily. Is the gap too big? Sigh, to think that I was hoping that luck would force out Yu Zhangzong's true abilities. Now, it seems like it's just wishful thinking. The audience below the stage didn't have enough fun watching. It was Xingyun attacking the whole time, while Yu Zhangzong was completely on the defensive. In the end, after only 2 exchanges, Xingyun admitted defeat. This wasn't very exciting. Perhaps we should be looking forward to Ling Xiao the most. This dark horse really makes people look forward to it. The audience below the stage thought of Ling Xiao as the person who challenged the heaven list. Many people even couldn't help but put themselves in Ling Xiao's shoes. They actually felt a little excited. After the battle between Yu Zhangzong and Xingyun, the following matches were still very exciting. However, as the audience, they still hoped to see the confrontation between the seeded contestants. That would be exciting enough. Finally, the 63rd round was over. The 64th round officially began. Some of the audience who went out to the toilet ran back, as if afraid of missing the exciting scene. However, they came a little too early. In the first 10 matches, none of them were between the seeded contestants. Until the 11th match. Finally, a match between the seeded contestants appeared. This time, the two fighting were Jian Wuqing and Yu Enyu facing Ling Xiao. Yu Enyu practically didn't unleash his advantage and was defeated. Therefore, he actually felt very vexed. This time, facing Jian Wuqing, he was determined to turn the tables. Jian Wuqing's cultivation was the same as his, belonging to the 4th level of the Shattered Core realm. That one level higher than him, but the gap in actual combat was not very big. Therefore, he had a chance to win. After all, even though Jian Wuqing was powerful, he was not Ling Xiao in the end. Not as unpredictable as Ling Xiao. The moment these two people came up, they directly started fighting. Even though Jian Wuqing was stronger than Yu Enyu. But Yu Enyu relied on the soul-devouring devil eyes and actually fought with Jian Wuqing until it was hard to tell who would win. He even occupied a certain advantage. This made Yu Enyu, who was originally almost about to completely lose confidence, regain confidence. It turned out that it wasn't that his soul-devouring devil eyes failed. It was that Ling Xiao had some kind of way to restrain him. I thought that Yu Enyu wasn't that strong. Didn't expect that he actually performed so outstandingly in the battle with Jian Wuqing. Jian Wuqing's cultivation is stronger than his, but he can actually suppress his opponent. Looking at it this way, it shows how terrifying Ling Xiao is. Yeah, Ling Xiao is too mysterious and too strange. I really don't know how powerful that kid is. It was originally a showdown between Jian Wuqing and Yu Enyu. But people were discussing Ling Xiao instead. A little perfection Earth Core realm martial artist had already created God knows how many mythical miracles. But people were still very greedy, still hoping that he could do more amazing things. On the stage, Jian Wuqing did very well. He could still remain undefeated under the situation where his sword move was seen through by the other party. It was already very powerful. But he couldn't break Yu Enyu's eye technique. He couldn't reverse the decline. Finally, at a certain moment, Yu Enyu took advantage of Jian Wuqing's flaw and knocked him down the stage. They had won the battle. The moment he won the battle, he actually knelt on the stage and cried bitterly. It was too difficult. He lost to Ling Xiao in the first match between the seeded contestants. He thought that he was finished. Maybe this is what they mean by everything has its nemesis. Ling Xiao perfectly restrained Yu Enyu. And Yu Enyu perfectly restrained Jian Wuqing. It's not that Jian Wuqing is too weak, It's just that he doesn't have a way to deal with you. This evaluation was more pertinent. But it was meaningless. A loss was a loss. After defeating Dao Shuelan, Zhen Wuqing was very happy for a while. But now, he really wanted to cry. Dao Shuelan's face didn't look too good. Zhen Wuqing wasn't Yu's opponent, and he didn't seem to find a way to deal with the soul-devouring devil eyes. It was really bad. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4297. After 5 rounds of battle between Zhen Wuqing and Yu, it was Ling Xiao's turn again. His opponent this time was Kai Niming. Kai Niming had already recovered. And he used the Broken Core Divine Water to break through to the 3rd level of the Broken Core realm. He could be said to be the strongest person under 50 years old in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. Even Ghost Sword couldn't compare to him. The two stood on the stage. Kai Niming smiled bitterly and said, "How about I admit defeat? I can't do it to you. Come on, just treat it as a spar. We haven't really fought yet. Don't show mercy, let me see your true strength." Ling Xiao shook his head. This battle would help Kai Niming adapt to his current cultivation. It would also help Ling Xiao to improve. It was good for both of them, so naturally he couldn't let it go. Okay, then I won't be polite. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. After breaking through, the negative effects of the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword almost didn't exist. Therefore, Kai Niming immediately used this move. Facing Ling Xiao, he really didn't dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao was the most mysterious and unpredictable martial artist he had ever seen. Like Yu Zhangzong and Yu Kren, he could see that they were very strong at a glance. But Ling Xiao was different. You couldn't see how strong he was, but as long as you fought with him, you would know how strong he was. And this strength was almost limitless. So he didn't dare to underestimate him. Tyrannical Sword Intent was released. Kai Niming really had to fight with all his strength. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, his combat power was much stronger than when he was fighting against Fire Spirit. The power of each sword was dozens of times stronger than before. Fire Spirit frowned when he saw this. Ling Xiao must have given Kai Niming some kind of elixir, right? Otherwise, Kai Niming's strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. Now that he was facing Kai Niming, although he still had the confidence to win, he definitely didn't dare to take Kai Niming's bloodthirsty demon sword head-on. Because it was courting death. Ling Xiao faced Kai Niming's bloodthirsty demon sword with both hands. At the same time, he used the 23 dragon subduing swords to deal with it. He displayed his combat skills to the extreme. His figure flickered as he broke Kai Niming's attack. However, Ling Xiao understood very well. The bloodthirsty demonic sword was the same as the 23 dragon subduing swords. The closer it was to the end, the more powerful it would be. A momentary advantage did not mean that it would last forever. However, he wanted to use his strongest sword move against Kai Niming. Let's see who's stronger. Ding 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 ding. The sword shadows of both sides kept flashing and colliding on the arena. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Every time the sword chi was released, it would cause the entire arena to tremble. Every time, the audience's hearts were tightly entangled. Anyone could see that Kai Niming was much stronger than before. But Ling Xiao was still not at a disadvantage when facing him. In terms of attack power, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. However, his skills were too powerful, and he could often learn from his opponent's strengths to make up for his weaknesses. Using one's strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. Even Kai Niming was brought into a very uncomfortable rhythm by Ling Xiao. No matter how he fought, it was not smooth. Bloodthirsty demon sword, the last sword, kill. In order to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling, Kai Niming could only attack and no longer continue to accumulate strength. Boom. A tyrannical power directly blasted out. Brother, are you crazy? You'll kill him. Below the arena, Kai Yaoguang shouted nervously. If it were her, she would definitely not fight with Ling Xiao. They were clearly on the same side. Little girl, don't be afraid. Ling Xiao won't die so easily. The one who will lose is your brother. Behind him, Green Lotus swordswoman laughed. On the arena, Kai Niming was stunned and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao's sword was actually on his neck. If this was a real battle, he would probably be dead. You're still too impulsive. Ling Xiao sighed and said, actually, if you continue to endure and find a suitable opportunity to explode, it would be much better than your careless explosiveness. You only cared about your own strength and did not notice that I had already changed the position of the falling plum shadow with my main body. I've lost. Kai Niming smiled bitterly. But could this be blamed on him? Whoever fought with Ling Xiao would have the same rhythm. Ling Xiao's most powerful ability was to make his opponent completely lose their cool and become impulsive. Once this happened, his opponent would be finished. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, your cultivation is clearly not strong, but your battle skills are simply inferior to us old guys. Flame Emperor shook his head and sighed. If they were at the same cultivation level, he believed that he would definitely not be Ling Xiao's opponent. He might even be toyed with by his opponent. Flame Emperor, you only think so, but I've already experienced it. Green Lotus Swordswoman had suppressed her cultivation level to the same level as Ling Xiao in the battle. In the end, she was led by the nose by Ling Xiao and was easily defeated. So she already knew. Ling Xiao, this bastard, in terms of battle skills, was simply a monster. So what if he's skilled? It's fine as long as he's stronger. Xingyun snorted coldly. Although you're a bit arrogant, it's the truth. If he's only at the peak of the core realm, then his limit would be a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. Against a martial artist at the 4th level of the core-shattering realm, he has no chance of winning. In the end, he's just a support. Without enough strength, it's useless. Fire Spirit nodded and said. While the two of them were talking, another battle began. And it was a battle between the strong, a battle between the seeded contestants. Ling Jiaojiao against Dao Shuilan. One had to admit that Dao Shuilan was already very strong. But her battle with Ling Jiaojiao was a perfect example of the saying that strength was king. Ling Jiaojiao only used one move and knocked Dao Shuilan off the stage. Dao Shuilan had no chance at all. This scene also made the audience realize how terrifying Ling Jiaojiao was. Most likely, among the martial artists present, besides Yu Zhangzong, there was no one else who could suppress her. Yu Qilian had already lost to her. Xingyun was probably not as good as Yu Qilian. There was no need to talk about the others. There was another person that people had high hopes for, and that was Ling Xiao. Although now it seemed that Ling Xiao's strength was not as strong as imagined. But it was hard to say later. The battles continued. At the 25th round of the 64th round, it was another battle between the strong. Yu Zhangzong against Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit defeated Kai Niming in the first battle, showing his strength. But even so, when facing Yu Zhangzong, no one thought highly of him. Because Yu Zhangzong's performance was too terrifying. The birth of elemental life is really magical. Why don't you join me? Yu Zhangzong was very particular when looking for subordinates. Xingyun and the Yu family had a grudge, so he could make use of it. Fire Spirit was an elemental spirit and could be said to have no power. It was better to take him in. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4298. If he subdued Fire Spirit, he might be able to bring in many elemental spirits. That would be a very good situation for a human demon king. But Fire Spirit's temper wasn't very good. Let's talk after we fight. With that, Fire Spirit pounced on Yu Zhangzong. The flames that soared to the sky also proved his anger. Someone actually wanted to subdue him. How could he accept that? Yu Zhangzong looked at Fire Spirit's attack with a calm expression. He didn't even move. He just let Fire Spirit attack. Just as the opponent's attack was about to land on him, another strange thing happened. A black wave flashed. Fire Spirit was sent flying by the impact. I lost. Fire Spirit didn't say anything and turned to walk down the stage. With just one attack, he understood how terrifying Yu Zhangzong was. Today's Demon Emperor candidate was probably none other than Yu Zhangzong. This Yu Zhangzong is so scary, he still has a complete victory, and he defeated Xingyun and Fire Spirit. His record of complete victories is much more valuable than Ling Xiao's record of complete victories. Yeah, let's keep watching. After all, there can only be one person who can maintain a complete victory in the end, or none at all. 26th Battle. Yu Qi-ren vs Xing Yun. This was definitely a heavyweight battle. The audience actually understood what was going on. The current rankings on the Heaven list were basically confirmed: first, Yu Zhangzong; second, Ling Jiaojiao. But after the third, there was no way to confirm. But Yu Qi-ren and Xing Yun's battle basically confirmed who was the third. If Yu Qi-ren could defeat Xing Yun, then no one could defeat him. Of course, that dark horse didn't count because no one knew who that guy was. So far, Yu Qi-ren's only loss was to Ling Jiaojiao. Xing Yun's only loss was to Yu Zhangzong. Although these two didn't have complete victories, one of them lost to the second and the other to the first, it wasn't embarrassing. Ling Xiao, who do you think will win? Kai Niming asked. It's hard to say. Yu Qi-ren's cultivation is higher than Xing Yun's. But Xing Yun has obviously experienced more setbacks than Yu Qi-ren and has more battle experience. Therefore, in this battle, it was really impossible to judge their strength on the surface. It could only be said that whoever performed better would win. I'm more optimistic about Xing Yun. He has a burning hatred for Yu Qilian. Hatred could make a person extremely powerful. Of course, this is also a double-edged sword. If he is completely blinded by hatred, then he will definitely lose. Ling Xiao analyzed. You might as well not have said anything. Kai Niming rolled his eyes and looked at the stage. In the end, it all depended on the battle. Analysis was always unreliable. On the battle stage, Yu Qilian was 100 meters away from Xing Yun. Nebula did not hide his hatred and power. The blood-red true essence made him look even more ferocious. This was clearly more ruthless than when he dealt with Yu Zhangzong. Do we have a grudge? Yu Kren asked. Perhaps you have already forgotten, but I will make you remember, that poor girl. She died a horrible death. As soon as Xing Yun finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Battle of the Four Directions. Behind him, the faint silhouette of a woman appeared. This woman seemed to be condensed by a blood-red light. It was Xing Yun's martial soul. This man is very affectionate. I'm more and more hoping that he can win. Ling Xiao sighed. His martial soul is probably condensed from his girlfriend's remnant soul. The blood-red saber rushed madly at Yu Qilian. Yu Qilian's eyes flashed with a serious light. Xing Yun's cultivation was at the 8th level of the core fragmentation realm, and he was at the 9th level. Although one level higher, his opponent's battle intent was much stronger than his. Ever since he lost to Ling Jiaojiao, he lost the qualification to compete for the Demon Sovereign's position. So he felt a little empty in his heart. In comparison, his battle intent was naturally not as strong as Xing Yun's. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that. Demon Shadow Annihilation. Sword Soul Steel. Yu Qilian's sword shook. The sharp edge of the sword stabbed at Xing Yun's attack. Clang. The sword and saber collided. Xing Yun's attack was obviously blocked and could not continue. I seem to have a bit of an impression of the martial soul behind you. When Yu Qilian was fighting, he was also observing Xing Yun's martial soul. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. But too many people had died under his hands. With just this little impression, it was impossible for him to remember. If you can't remember, then continue to remember. Blood 8 cuts. Xing Yun released an even more powerful attack. The violent saber intent slashed down one after another. However, although the saber intent was powerful. But after the 5th slash, it was broken by Yu Qilian. Although Yu Qilian's experience in battle was not as good as Xing Yun's. However, he was not an inexperienced piece of trash. In addition, he was a genius himself, and his ability to adapt to the situation was extremely strong. After blocking Xing Yun's attack, Yu Qilian suddenly began to counterattack. A sword stabbed at Xing Yun's vital point. Clang. This sword was blocked by Xing Yun. The two of them were really evenly matched, and neither was able to gain the upper hand. Demon Shadow Sword Art, Immortal Annihilation. Yu Kilian was no longer imagining things. He could tell that Nebula wanted his life. Since that was the case, he couldn't not be on guard. Because he didn't want to die. Although he couldn't compete for the qualifications of the Demon Emperor candidate. But this life was his, and he would not casually throw it away. Break for me. Xingyun roared, and even the martial soul behind him became ferocious. Holding the saber with both hands, he blocked Yu Kilian's attack. And he had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, his fighting spirit became more and more high. Although I don't know why you hate me so much, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Kilian's face became gloomy. He was also enraged by the beating. On the long sword in his hand, a black shadow flickered. At the same time, a demonic figure finally appeared behind him. It was also his martial soul. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he used his martial soul. This was proof of his anger. On the other hand, it was enough to prove that Xingyun gave him a lot of pressure. No matter what, I have to defeat you today, or else I won't be able to appease my girlfriend's soul in heaven. Xingyun knew very well that even if he gave it his all, he wouldn't be able to kill Yu Kilian. So he was satisfied to be able to defeat and humiliate his opponent. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's end this in 3 moves. Yu Kilian took a deep breath. The long sword in his hand suddenly burned with black flames. 9 demonic flames. There was no doubt that Yu Kilian was very terrifying when he got serious. 9 streaks of black flames turned into 9 deadly sword chi that bloomed at the same time. They stabbed directly at Xingyun. Xingyun resisted with all his might and retreated continuously. His body was still pierced by the sword and he almost fell off the stage. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4299. It's over. Yu Kren looked at Xingyun coldly. Even now, he still didn't understand why Xingyun was looking for trouble with him. But it seemed there was no need to know. Since Xingyun wanted to kill him, he would just kill him. This was the code of conduct of the Yu family. Heaven-destroying blow. Yu Kren shouted coldly, the sword in his hand spinning as he stabbed at Xingyun. The spiraling sword chi produced a crazy dazzling light in the air. Xingyun seemed to have no chance. He could choose to jump off the stage and admit defeat. Otherwise, his body would be pierced by the sword. But at the last moment, Xingyun's body turned crimson red. He suddenly attacked at a speed that Yu Kren didn't expect at all. He risked being stabbed by the sword. The sword cut into Yu Kren's body. Yu Kren was cut in half. Yu Qiren, whose body had been cut in half, still managed to stab Xingyun with his sword. Xingyun was sent flying and fell onto the stage. A terrifying wound appeared on Xingyun's body. I didn't expect Xingyun to be so patient, using the blood spirit demonic art at the last moment. He seriously injured Yu Kren. But he still lost. Kai Niming sighed. Maybe he doesn't care about winning or losing, he just wants Yu Kren to suffer. Although he fell out of the arena, Yu Kilian's injuries are more serious than his. Ling Xiao sighed. Sure enough, a person who wanted revenge was extremely dangerous, because you simply didn't know what crazy things he would do. That makes sense. Fortunately, this is an arena battle, otherwise Yu Kren would definitely die. Kai Niming also nodded his head, feeling a little emotional. Of course, most of the audience didn't care about this. They cared more about who won. Yu Kren deserves to be 3rd on the heaven ranking. But Xingyun is also terrifying, 4th on the heaven ranking isn't a big problem. Now let's see who gets 5th. Amidst the discussion, the 64th round was quickly coming to an end. As for Xingyun and Yu Kren, they had been sent to their respective sects to treat their injuries. In order to face the next challenge, they couldn't let anything happen to them. Fortunately, they all had powerful forces behind them. Otherwise, if they were ordinary people, they wouldn't have the qualifications to continue if they were injured. The 64th round ended, and the 65th round began. The first 3 matches were still not between the seeded players. However, in the 4th match, Yu Zhangzong faced Yu Nu. This battle, Yu Nu did not take the field at all and directly admitted defeat. With his soul-devouring demonic eyes, He knew how terrifying Yu Zhangzong was. If he went up, he would just be throwing his life away. There was no need for that. The 11th match, Xingyun against Dao Shuilan. Currently, Xingyun's injuries had mostly recovered. However, there would definitely be some problems. Hence, Dao Shuilan might not necessarily lose to him. However, reality told everyone that Xingyun's strength was genuine. As soon as he entered the arena, he launched a fierce attack on Dao Shuilan. Although he had lost quite a bit of his strength. However, he was still able to suppress Dao Shuilan. The terrifying blood-colored Jin Yuan continued to explode in the arena. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated in an instant. Fortunately, it was Dao Shuilan. Dao Shuilan's saber was more of a defensive weapon than an offensive one. It controlled the water elements to attack and defend. Although it looked a little pathetic. Basically, it blocked Xingyun's attacks. Water Dragon Explosion. After suffering from Xingyun's continuous attacks, Dao Shuilan finally found a chance to counterattack. She used her killer move as soon as she attacked. A huge water dragon roared out. It pounced towards Xingyun at a terrifying speed. Savage blood 8 slashes. Xingyun faced Dao Shuilan's attack without any intention of retreating. The blood-colored saber in his hand swung. He forcefully destroyed the water dragon in the air. Boom. There was a loud boom and Dao Shuilan was forcefully sent flying out of the arena. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. He thought he had found a chance to counterattack. However, he did not know that it was an opening that luck had purposely left for him. Otherwise, this battle would have continued for a long time. Xingyun is indeed 4th on the heaven list. Even if he's injured, he can still defeat Dao Shuilan. The 17th match, UNU against Kai Niming. The battle between the seeded players began again. After UNU lost to Ling Xiao, he defeated Zhen Wuqing. Therefore, he was very confident in Kai Niming. After all, Kai Niming's cultivation was not as high as Zhen Wuqing's, and both of them used swords. In UNU's opinion, defeating Kai Niming should be a matter of course. However, the result disappointed him. Kai Niming actually defeated him in one move. This made him speechless. It was even over before the soul-devouring demonic eye had any effect. Kai Niming's aptitude is much stronger than Zhen Wuqing's. He's someone who can fight above his level. UNU is really ridiculous to underestimate him. Ling Xiao shook his head. The 21st match, Ling Xiao against Fire Spirit. Finally, the heavyweight battle was here. The dark horse that everyone had high hopes for. Against the 5th on the heaven list, Fire Spirit. Whether or not Ling Xiao could defeat Fire Spirit would be the key to whether he could continue to receive support. Fire Spirit's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the core-shattering realm. He was stronger than Zhen Wuqing, Dao Shuilan, UNU, and Kai Niming. It was simply a fool's dream to want to defeat him with the perfect cultivation of the core-shattering realm. Therefore, when Ling Xiao got on the stage, he swallowed the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's petal. It made his cultivation reach the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. Ling Xiao was well aware of what level of power he should use against the person he was dealing with. It shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat Fire Spirit, who was at the 6th level of the core-shattering realm. Of course, it still depended on the performance in the battle. So far, Fire Spirit was known as the one with the strongest defense among all the seeded contestants. And Ling Xiao was known as the one with the strongest fighting skills. The encounter of these two people was very interesting. Of course, people were looking forward to Ling Xiao, the dark horse's performance that would shock them the most. Otherwise, it would be boring. On the huge arena, the two stood facing each other. Fire Spirit was domineering. Ling Xiao was calm as usual. To be honest, I really can't see through you. Can you tell me what your true cultivation is? Fire Spirit scratched his head and asked. My true cultivation? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Perfect Earth Core Realm. Hehe, you really know how to joke. If you're really at the Perfect Earth Core Realm, then I can't fight with you. Otherwise, it'll be an unfair victory. Fire Spirit smiled. Actually, you don't have to care about my cultivation. Just attack with all your strength. Ling Xiao said lightly. Alright, if that's the case, then I won't hold back. Furious Flame 18 Fist. It was the first time Fire Spirit used a martial skill. He definitely thought highly of Ling Xiao. He didn't even use a martial skill when facing a martial artist with a higher cultivation than Ling Xiao. But this time, he did. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 4300. Facing Fire Spirit's Terrifying Fist Wind. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. He still used the 23 dragon subduing swords. Boom. Their attacks didn't collide. Instead, they hit their opponents separately. Fire Spirit's first attack hit Ling Xiao's body, forcing Ling Xiao back 4 to 5 steps. However, Ling Xiao's sword qi also pierced through Fire Spirit's body. This attack was actually evenly matched. Third level of the Shattered Core Realm. Is this your true cultivation? Fire Spirit was shocked. The audience was even more dumbfounded. Could it be that Ling Xiao was still hiding his strength when he faced the Shattered Core Realm martial artist? Just how strong was this guy? I told you, my true cultivation is only at the complete Earth Core Realm. Ling Xiao said lightly. Alright, it doesn't matter. It's enough that you have such strength. Fire Spirit pounced forward again, using the 18 fists of Furious Flame. Ling Xiao didn't hold back either, using the 23 dragon subduing swords. The two actually started to fight on the stage. They all said that Ling Xiao was a skill-based martial artist. However, he didn't have any intention of dodging this battle. Fire Spirit didn't dodge either. The two exchanged more than 20 attacks. In the end, Fire Spirit smiled bitterly and shook his head. I lost. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Moreover, even his physical body was so strong. What is your weakness? Weakness? Of course, cultivation. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. Still joking? You're only 18 years old and you're already at the third level of the Shattered Core Realm. You're even more terrifying than the Demon Emperor. You actually said that your cultivation is low. Are you trying to anger me to death? Fire Spirit sighed and turned to leave. Ling Xiao also sighed. He was the clearest about his own cultivation. Compared to these experts, he couldn't do it. If he didn't have the power of the demonic Dutchman's flower, he wouldn't even be able to stand here. Therefore, even though he won consecutively, he didn't feel proud at all. However, the audience had already started to discuss. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. He's probably going to be a dark horse until the end of the competition. Yes, Fire Spirit's winning streak has ended. I wonder who will Ling Xiao defeat next. If that's the case, the 5th place on the Heaven leaderboard should belong to Ling Xiao. Round 30, Ling Jiaojiao vs Jian Wuqing. Naturally, there was no suspense in this battle. Jiao Jiaojiao's assess the difference's strength was too huge, there was nothing he could do. Soon, round 65th round originally, everyone thought the competition would continue. There shouldn't Fang however, in this round, Yu Zhongzong's opponent was Ling Jiaojiao. The other rankings aside. The battle between the two had suddenly arrived. As a result, the competition among the candidates for the position of Demon Venerable suddenly became tense. No matter which one of them won, the others might not be a match for them. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Zhongzong and Ling Jiaojiao went up to the arena. However, this battle was far simpler than everyone had imagined. Just one move. Yu Zhongzong defeated Ling Jiaojiao. He released his terrifying aura of a divine body first level. Divine body realm. How is this possible? How can someone under 100 years old cultivate to this level? Looks like there's no need for this demon venerable candidate battle to continue. Yu Zhongzong has already won. Yeah, who can be his opponent? Hearing everyone's discussion, Yu Zhongzong was very proud. He turned to look at the judges. Although you're puppet judges, you can't not understand such a simple thing, right? There's no need for this battle to continue, right? The puppet judges discussed for a while. Finally, they made a decision. According to everyone's comprehensive judgment, the top 10 are first, Yu Zhongzong, second, Ling Jiaojiao, third, Yu Kilian, fourth, Xing Yun, fifth, Ling Xiao, sixth, Fire Spirit. 7th, Zhen Wu Qing. 8th, Kai Niming. 9th, Yu. 10th, Dao Shuilan. If there's no objection, these 10 can stay in the Demon Venerable City to cultivate. The final candidate to become the Demon Venerable candidate will be Yu Zhangzong. The puppet judges discussed for a long time and still felt that there was no need to continue the battle. Because the result was very obvious, the probability of an accident was very low. Haha, what can they not accept? Even if all 9 of them come at me together, they won't be my match. Yu Zhangzong sneered, completely domineering. Even though many people, including the Yu family, were displeased, the Yu family was also very displeased. But Yu Zhangzong's strength was there, and they couldn't do anything. This was the Demon Venerable City, and they couldn't do anything, so they could only let Yu Zhangzong do whatever he wanted. Yu Zhangzong laughed wildly. After he obtained the right to become the Demon Venerable's successor, he could learn a lot of good things from the Demon Emperor. In the future, it would be very easy for him to dominate this Demon Venerable City. He believed that with his talent, there would be no problem. This time, he took over Yu Zhangzong's body to participate in the Demon Venerable candidate battle. He was right to come. I have an objection. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jiaojiao indifferently. Although Ling Jiaojiao was injured by Yu Zhangzong, her injuries weren't serious. So he didn't need to worry. What he needed to do now was to rely on his own strength to stop the human demon king from obtaining the right to become the Demon Venerable's successor. Everyone was very familiar with Ling Xiao. In the 65th round of this competition, he was the dark horse among the dark horses. Now, he stood out again. But the problem was, with his 3rd level of the core-shattering realm cultivation, how could he be a match for a 1st-level divine physique realm martial artist? Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. Ha, I wanted to find trouble with you, but I didn't expect you to send yourself to me first. Seeing that it was Ling Xiao, Yu Zhangzong laughed very happily. When they were fighting for the demonic epiphyllum in the Fengju Devil Forest, Ling Xiao had caused him a lot of trouble. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, he was naturally very happy. Don't be rash, Ling Xiao. Kai Niming shouted. Don't worry, I'm not rash. Ling Xiao was very calm now. The right to become the Demon Venerable's successor was either him or Ling Jiaojiao. It definitely couldn't be anyone else. The Yu family had no reason to stop him. Just right, let this brat and the person who took over his body kill each other, and in the end, our Yu family can sit back and reap the benefits. Yu Xiangtian sneered. This old fox had thought it through very well. But he didn't consider that since Ling Xiao stood out, how could he let their Yu family take advantage of him? Although the current Ling Xiao had devoured all the demonic epiphyllum, he only raised his strength to the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. He didn't continue to raise it. After all, if he raised it to the divine physique realm, he could only maintain it for half an hour. He wouldn't do that if it wasn't necessary. Chapter 4301. What if that kid uses the power of the demonic Sirius? Yu Qiren asked worriedly. Isn't that good? He can use the power of the demonic Sirius to deal with the human demon king. To us, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. That way, we'll have less to worry about. Yu Xiangtian sneered. That's not a problem. What I'm worried about now is whether Ancestor Heavenbreaker will succeed or not. What is it? Yu Qiren asked curiously. Before the Demon Sovereign took over Ling Jiajiao's body, he drew out the structure of the Demon Sovereign city from his memory. He also told me and Ancestor Heavenbreaker a way to temporarily stop the operation of the Demon Sovereign city. Although it will consume a lot of high-grade spirit stones, the stoppage will only last for an hour. But that's enough for our Yu family. Whether it's the human demon king or Ling Xiao who gets the right to be the successor, they will all die. The final winner will only be our Yu family. Yu Xiangtian sneered. Amazing. Yu Qiren was pleasantly surprised. He thought that things were out of control, but it turned out that everything was under the control of the Yu family. In other words, what we have to do now is to watch those 2 guys kill each other. Yu Qiren laughed. That's right. Let's watch the show slowly. Ancestor Heavenbreaker has sent a message that everything is going smoothly. In about 10 minutes, it will be done. Give the order, and everyone in the Yu family is ready. Kill all the cultivators who don't belong to our Yu family in the shortest time possible. Yu Xiangtian sneered. Therefore, Yu Qiren informed the Yu family about this matter and waited for the demon sovereign city to stop operating temporarily. Within an hour after the puppets stopped working, all the competitors present would be executed. In this way, even the City of Gold wouldn't know how Ling Xiao died. Not to mention revenge. Kid, you should know who I am, right? On the stage, the human demon king sneered at Ling Xiao. Whether or not he could become the successor of the demon sovereign, this Ling Xiao must be killed. Otherwise, his dead son's spirit in heaven would not be able to rest in peace. A dignified human demon king actually possessed someone else to participate in the selection of the demon sovereign's successor. Don't you find it embarrassing? Ling Xiao looked at the human demon king and mocked. Cut the crap, I'll kill you first. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The human demon king naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. An incomparably terrifying aura was suddenly released. The black demonic shadow grew to a height of several hundred feet. The terrifying pressure caused the audience below the stage to flee. Only a few experts dared to come closer to watch. This was the strength of a divine physique echelon expert. Even if he was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. But that was already in existence on another level. Compared to the divine core realm, he was much stronger. Buzz. At this moment, Ling Xiao's two swords were unsheathed. The Dongsheng heavenly sword and Dongsheng demonic sword became one. It transformed into the Dongsheng fiend god sword. The sharp sword energy actually pierced through the demonic human king's aura. Even though you're releasing the aura of a first-level divine body echelon cultivator, it's still not enough. But if I'm not wrong, you're still in the core fragmentation realm. You're just much stronger than an ordinary 9th stage core fragmentation realm cultivator. In the end, this isn't your body. Ling Xiao's Tai Kai eye flickered with a strange light. Perhaps only he could tell that the human demon king was just putting on an act. Tempage, even if that's the case, so what? Do you really think you can win against me? Having his true cultivation seen through, the human demon king's expression became unsightly. But he was still confident. Although he wasn't in the divine physique echelon realm, he was still an invincible existence. Ling Xiao was just a 3rd stage core fragmentation realm cultivator. How could he possibly be his match? The human demon king stopped unleashing his aura, and the several hundred feet tall demonic shadow started shrinking back into his body. The aura unleashed had become weaker, but the aura inside his body had become even more terrifying. Holding the Dongsheng fiend god sword in his hand, Ling Xiao stared at the human demon king. His eyes were filled with the confidence to win. He couldn't lose this battle. If he lost, not only would he die, Ling Jiaojiao would die as well. Even Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame would be implicated. Who would have thought that the battle for the successor of the Demon Venerable would turn out like this? The audience felt that it was a bit strange. I think this is pretty good. The final battle is about to begin. Perhaps the human demon king is finally going to erupt with his true strength. Of course, the audience didn't know about the Yu family's scheme. They only wanted to see if it was Ling Xiao who killed the human demon king. Or if it was the human demon king who killed Ling Xiao. Brat, take my fist first. Demonic dragon's bite. Boom. The entire arena trembled. Spiderweb-like cracks actually appeared on the originally solid ground, spreading in all directions. The light wall protecting the arena also trembled unceasingly, as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, a black demonic dragon broke through the sky. It instantly pounced on Ling Xiao. It wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. The surrounding air crackled under the pressure, as if it was a glass ball that was about to shatter. This fist represented the human demon king's true strength. Whether it was facing Ling Jiaojiao or other opponents, he did not reveal his true strength. It could be seen that he really hated Ling Xiao to the bone. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he wanted to use all his strength to kill Ling Xiao. Heaven covering palm. Ling Xiao did not show any weakness. The Dongsheng demon god sword in his right hand continued to gather sword intent. His left hand blasted out. A black palm stretched out from the void. As if it was the hand of God, it wanted to crush the demonic spirit. Boom! The palm collided with the demonic dragon. A terrifying explosion sounded in the air. The terrifying force of the collision formed visible energy waves. The explosion of energy actually caused the light wall to have a 10-meter-tall edge. In some places, small cracks even appeared. Black energy was released from these cracks, like a balloon that had run out of gas. It was just that this energy was black. Boom! In the next moment, the light wall completely shattered. Fortunately, the majority of the martial artists had already retreated far away. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a calamity. Because the area within 100 meters of the arena had been razed to the ground. This destructive power was simply terrifying to the extreme. F***ck, luckily we escaped quickly. Otherwise, we would have become ghosts in their battle. Yeah, just the residual energy from the collision was more terrifying than my full-strength attack. What's going on with these two? It's natural for the human demon king to be powerful because he's in the first level of the divine physique echelon. But what's up with Ling Xiao? That attack just now was definitely not something that a third-level core-shattering stage could unleash. Peak 9th level core-shattering stage. Xingyun clenched his teeth and smiled bitterly. If the human demon king had used such a method to deal with him, he would definitely be dead. Ling Xiao, how strong are you? Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version of this book. Chapter 4302. This time, both Ling Xiao and the human devil king were pushed back dozens of steps. Although the attack seemed powerful, it was still the same. In truth, neither of them had used their strongest attack. The human devil king looked down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, wanted to probe and observe. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. His understanding of the human devil king was still lacking. This attack gave him a lot to think about. You're really strong. If it were any other peak 9th stage shattered core cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to block such a terrifying attack. You're the same. You can actually erupt with the strength of a peak 9th stage shattered core cultivator. Moreover, you're much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same stage. I really don't know how you did it. The human devil king was also shocked. Hehe, no matter how I did it, you're not afraid, are you? Ling Xiao mocked. Afraid? Ha 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 ha. The human devil king laughed madly. I really underestimated you with this attack. However, I won't be merciful in the next attack. You really think you're all that? I'm sorry, but the heaven-covering palm can't be said to be my strongest attack. Ling Xiao shrugged. I have more trump cards than you think. These two lunatics, one isn't using his full strength and the other is just probing. Just how strong are they? I don't know how strong they are, but one thing is for sure. After today's battle, if Ling Xiao doesn't die, his name will spread throughout the heavenly demon ghost region. Even people from other realms will hear of his name. The audience was shaken to the core as they watched. They were also extremely nervous. This battle was too exciting. This was definitely the most exciting battle of the Demon Venerable's successor selection this time. Damn it. This Ling Xiao. Yu Kilian could accept that the human devil king was stronger than him. But for Ling Xiao to be this strong, Yu Kilian just couldn't understand it. What was it that made Ling Xiao so terrifying? Kilian, don't panic. No matter what made him stronger, he'll still die. Yu Xiangtian was also very confused. He didn't know that the heavenly demon epiphyllum's power could be used at different levels. Ling Xiao had suddenly become stronger, but he hadn't reached the divine physique echelon, so he really didn't expect Ling Xiao to use the heavenly demon epiphyllum. On the stage, neither Ling Xiao nor the human devil king was in the mood to listen to what the others thought. Holding the Dongsheng fiend god sword, Ling Xiao circulated the true yuan in his body. The sharp sword intent continued to rise. His aura became stronger and stronger. With the accumulation of his previous accumulation, this sword of the heavenly demon ghost region wasn't a weak The human demon kings of the heavens of the heavens of the human devil king of the heavens. Boom. At some point, the two of them attacked at almost the same time, neither of them willing to fall behind. The fourth stage of the 12 divine beasts technique. Of the blood of the ice dragon of the flying flame of the radiant holy light tiger. 4 kinds of beast gods roared as they flew out from the eastern victory demon god's sword. They condensed into one body in midair. They turned into terrifying beasts from the ancient times, wanting to tear everything in this world to shreds. Whether it was speed or power, both were breathtaking. Demon King Tyrant Fis. The human demon king didn't dare to be careless, erupting with his strongest move. The powerful fist directly compressed the air in front of him. A vacuum appeared in front of him. Bang! The sword light and fist imprint collided once again. The entire stage shook once again. The cracks that were already there became even more obvious. Countless pieces of gravel were sent flying. They turned into dust in an instant. In the next instant, they exploded. The terrifying energy fluctuations became the audience's nightmare once again. Ling Xiao's figure retreated rapidly, somersaulting several times in the air before he could steady himself. Too powerful. According to Ling Xiao's intuition, the human demon king's fist had reached the level of a peak 10th order emperor ranked martial skill. Ling Xiao's 12 divine beasts technique's 4th layer, without using the sky tyrant martial spirit, could only erupt with the power of a high 9th order emperor ranked martial skill. The gap between their martial skills was too big. Therefore, Ling Xiao suffered a great loss this time. This was the disadvantage of using external items to increase one's strength. His strength increased, but the grade of his martial skills did not. How do I win? Ling Xiao stood still, looking at the human demon king in the distance. Although the human demon king's situation was much better than Ling Xiao's, he couldn't immediately chase after him. Ling Xiao's sword intent combined with his sword skills, in addition to the Eastern Victory Demon God's sword's amplification, was not easy to deal with. Interesting, too interesting. I don't care how you managed to raise your strength to this level, but you actually used a 9th order emperor ranked martial skill to fight against my 10th order emperor ranked martial skill to this extent. It can be seen that the weapon in your hand is extraordinary. Greed appeared in the human demon king's eyes. He obviously had his eyes on Ling Xiao's Eastern Victory Demon God's sword. However, you should have realized that no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat me. In the end, your martial skills are too weak. My strength can still increase. The more I get used to this body, the greater the gap between us. What's the use of saying so much nonsense? If you have the ability, then come at me. If I lose, these 2 swords will belong to you. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with confidence. In the past, he had also encountered this kind of situation. There was nothing to be afraid of. He was always challenging opponents stronger than him. The human demon king was not the first. Perhaps he could even make use of this opportunity to make himself stronger. As he spoke, Ling Xiao's sword intent erupted again. The sharp sword intent cut the surrounding gravel into powder. Whoosh! The human demon king moved. In an instant, he approached Ling Xiao, attempting to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. Competing in speed. You might not be as good as me. Yin-Yang Universal Light Tiger's special skill, Universal Body. Falling Plum Blossom Clear Shadow Step. In the next moment, Ling Xiao was left with only falling plum blossoms. His true body had already disappeared. This caused the human demon king's attack to miss, and his expression turned ugly. Ling Xiao's falling plum blossom clear shadow step was obviously not as good as his, but his speed was actually faster. It seemed that there must be some kind of improvement. His guess was right. The universal body was actually the key. In addition to the blood-colored thunder god's enhancement, Ling Xiao's speed was already fast enough for those below the divine body realm. Now, his cultivation had temporarily reached the peak of the 9th stage of the shattered core realm. His speed would only be faster. It's useless even if you're fast. Your movements are still under my control. Demon King Tyrant Fis. It was the same punch, but its power was clearly stronger than before. It seemed that the human demon king had already gotten used to Yu Zhongzong's body. He wasn't bluffing. 9 styles of the dragon subduing technique, fusion. When Ling Xiao dodged just now, he had already used the first 9 styles of the 23 styles of the dragon subduing sword. Then, he fused them into one attack. It erupted. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4303. The first 9 moves of the 23 subduing dragon swords combined was comparable to the 4th layer of the 12 divine beasts technique. But it saved a lot of effort. Bang! The two collided once again. And it was a head-on collision. The human demon king was still strong enough. This punch directly shattered the fusion of the 9 forms, although the power of the punch was weakened by a lot. It still landed on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao was sent flying by the attack. He felt like his head was in a daze. This time, Ling Xiao suffered a big loss. The human demon king wouldn't miss this opportunity. He once again urged his true essence. He punched out. Demonic Dragon's Bite. The reason why he didn't use the Demon King Tyrant Fist was because it was on cooldown and couldn't be used consecutively. That move was too strong, and its execution speed was too slow. The human demon king was afraid that Ling Xiao would have a chance to react. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul Skill, Shadow Warrior Transformation. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the human demon king. Hell Shadow Strike. Ling Xiao didn't like to suffer losses. If he suffered losses, he would earn it back. At this moment, the human demon king had just used the demonic dragon's bite. In an attacking position, he couldn't defend and could only forcefully dodge. However, the sword still left an eye-catching wound on his arm. Blood dripped down. The human demon king's face became incomparably gloomy. At this moment, everyone was mesmerized by the scene. Even the Yu family's martial artists were shocked. The human demon king's strength didn't need to be mentioned. His attacks looked simple, but each of them had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. And Ling Xiao's martial skills and strength were inferior to his, yet he was still able to injure him. Strange. This Ling Xiao's fighting skills are already at the Grandmaster level. Yeah, even the older generation's martial artists who are stronger than him wouldn't be able to change like this. Is this why a beast god's martial artist is so terrifying? I don't know, I've never seen a beast god's martial artist. At the beginning of the battle, almost no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. Even those on Ling Xiao's side had doubts about the battle between Ling Xiao and the human devil king. From their point of view, even if Ling Xiao used the demonic Sirius final power, he might not be the human devil king's match. But what's interesting is that Ling Xiao is now fighting back and forth with the human devil king. He was not at a disadvantage. This kid definitely can't be left alive. I can guarantee that even martial artists who have just stepped into the divine body realm aren't as terrifying as this kid. Yu Xiongtian's expression became very ugly. Previously, he was still considering whether or not to kill Ling Xiao. After all, if news of him killing Ling Xiao was leaked, the City of Gold might take revenge on him. But now, he had made up his mind. Ling Xiao was already their enemy. If they didn't kill him now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. This brat's strength had already exceeded his imagination. Would he still dare to let him continue to grow? This brat, you too listen up. Even if you die, you must protect him. He will definitely be the first person from our Gold Sky region to step into the Eternal Desert in the future. The Flame Emperor was very excited. This was the first time he was so excited to see a battle between Shattered Core Realm martial artists. This brat really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. It's really impossible to guard against him. The human devil king looked at Ling Xiao with some fear in his eyes. At the beginning, he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. But now, he was afraid. It wasn't that he had changed. It was that Ling Xiao had exploded with even more power, making him feel fear. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, that sword would have pierced his back. Although that wouldn't have killed him. But it definitely wouldn't have felt good. Once he was seriously injured, he would gradually lose his advantage. I seem to have found a way to win. Ling Xiao finally found something interesting. Although his strength increased, the power of his martial skills didn't increase. But the power of his divine abilities increased as his strength increased. Although it would still decrease in the future, that was a matter for the future. Right now, he could rely on the beast god's special skills and divine abilities to defeat the human devil king. Bloodthirsty plague. Ling Xiao quietly released the bloodthirsty plague, not only against the human devil king. It also targeted the Yu family martial artists. Although he didn't know why the Yu family was still so calm, he believed that the other party must be plotting something. Therefore, releasing the bloodthirsty plague early could continue to weaken the Yu family martial artists. Although the current bloodthirsty plague was weakening slowly, it was still soundless. By the time the enemy discovered it, it was already too late. Of course, the bloodthirsty plague was only the first step. It could only weaken the enemy. If he wanted to completely defeat the human devil king, he would have to rely on his special skills. Huff tilde tilde tilde. The human devil king let out a long breath, and his eyes became incomparably cold. Even I am jealous of your talent. So, I won't give you any chance to hurt me. You've said this kind of nonsense more than once. Don't you think it's boring? You speak as if you're high and mighty and can't tolerate being defeated. But today, I'm going to defeat you. I'll make you lose all dignity. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the human devil king. At this point, no matter what the human devil king said to threaten him, he wouldn't care. Fine, then let's try. As he spoke, the human devil king's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao calmly looked at all this, using the falling plum-clear shadow steps and cosmic body to dodge. Right now, the human devil king's morale was at its peak, so there was no need to face the enemy head-on. In any case, he had already released the bloodthirsty plague. As long as he could avoid the other party's attacks, he would do his best to do so. On the field, two after-images flickered. One chased, the other dodged. The majority of the martial artists couldn't even see the appearance of the two. It was all guesswork. Caught you. Die for me. After no less than 3 minutes, the human devil king suddenly roared. After unremitting efforts, he had caught Ling Xiao's weak point. A devil king tyrant fist punched out. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a cold sneer. You fell for it. Vajra ape beast soul transformation. Indestructible Vajra. Impervious to fire and water. The instant the devil king tyrant fist arrived, Ling Xiao activated his ultimate defense. His current indestructible Vajra defense had reached the level of a peak 10th order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even if the other party used the devil king tyrant fist, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid. Rumble. Ling Xiao took the attack head-on. Then, the giant staff in his hand smashed out. The human devil king didn't have time to react. He was hit squarely by the staff. The human devil king fell flat on the ground, causing the stage to cave in. However, Ling Xiao had no way to chase after the human devil king. After taking the devil king tyrant fist head-on, his body staggered 4 to 5 steps back. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What a crazy battle! But how did Ling Xiao's defense become so strong all of a sudden? The audience was dumbfounded watching this. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4304. Pa. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, the human demon king's eyes instantly narrowed. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you make me too excited. Originally, I was saving this move to deal with the human demon kings of the Yu family. You little brats really don't deserve to be here. But now, I'm going to use it. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult to defeat you. The majority of martial artists couldn't use their full strength in battle. They had to leave some life-saving skills behind. The human demon king was like this, but Ling Xiao was also like this. But now, the human demon king was really desperate because he couldn't find any other way to kill Ling Xiao. And it was even more impossible for him to admit defeat. He was very clear what the result would be if he admitted defeat. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this trump card. Speaking of which, I don't know if this body can withstand this power. If it can't, then give me your body. It's much better than this trash body. The human demon king didn't just fancy the two swords in Ling Xiao's hands. He also fancied Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao looked at the human demon king, his expression still indifferent. He naturally knew that the human demon king had a trump card. He was also on guard. His opponent had a trump card, but how could he not? He had more than one trump card. Trump card? I actually want to see what your so-called trump card is. Ling Xiao chuckled. You're actually not afraid at all? The human demon king frowned. It seems that you don't understand the terror of this trump card. Don't you think that you're talking too much nonsense? Ling Xiao indifferently said, from the beginning, you've been acting all high and mighty. As if you're much stronger than me. But now, you've only lightly injured me. You can't even seriously injure me, so how can you kill me? How surprising are these two lunatics? Both of them still have trump cards. The audience already didn't know what words to use to express their shock. The two people in the arena had displayed extremely powerful reaction and combat ability. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. Chimph, arrogant bastard. Do you really think that this demon king only has this little bit of ability? Boom. Human devil king's body released a tyrannical black gas. Cracks began to appear on his body. Damn it. As expected, this is the limit. What a trashy body. Human devil king sighed, but this is enough. My strength has increased by at least 30 times. Even if I don't release all of the energy in my body, it's enough to defeat him. He looked up at Ling Xiao. However, he discovered that Ling Xiao had released his barrier martial spirit. The entire arena was shrouded in golden light, and there was also a layer of isolation array. As a result, the people outside could not see what was happening inside. In fact, he could only sense a tiny bit of the power within it. Seeing this scene, the human demon king was stunned. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao would do such a thing. You don't understand, right? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? But how could you know that others also have a trump card? It's just that this trump card of mine is too earth-shattering. Once it is used, it will inevitably cause a commotion. Therefore, I can only use it secretly. Tyrannical martial spirit, release. Buzz. A tyrannical power appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a pitch-black universe, a boundless heaven and earth, an ancient god. In that instant, the human demon king felt an unprecedented fear. He couldn't control his own power and released the finishing move that he had been preparing for a long time. Wrath of Darkness, Demon King Tyrant Fist. It was the same Demon King Tyrant Fist, but it had absorbed the human demon king's origin energy. It became incomparably terrifying. It was as if a giant's palm was descending from the sky. It pressed down on Ling Xiao like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ling Xiao coldly looked at this scene. He didn't use his sword. He gently raised his right hand. He silently circulated his true yuan. Behind this seemingly calm movement, it was as if a storm was about to erupt. The Demon King Tyrant Fist's giant hand was only 5 or 6 meters away from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly released the energy contained in his hand. Tyrannical universe, heaven-covering palm, the terrifying giant hand stretched out from the universe. It was as if a terrifying existence came from another dimension. It collided with the human demon king's hand. In that instant, the entire stage collapsed. However, it didn't matter to the two people in the middle of the battle. They floated in mid-air, completely unconcerned about the destruction of the stage. On the contrary, the spectators were in a miserable state. The shattered rocks flew everywhere, and the spectators had no choice but to resist with all their might. Within the martial spirit barrier, the heaven-covering palm finally destroyed the Demon King Tyrant Fist. The tyrannical palm wind didn't stop. It continued to bombard the human Demon King's body. Rumble. Yu Zhangzong's body was still too weak. There were already cracks on it before, and now, it was bombarded by this giant palm. Immediately, it shattered and turned into ashes. The human Demon King tried to escape. However, this was the world of tyrannical universe. Tyrannical universe contained the power of a domain. If it trapped the human demon king, how could he escape? Become my strength. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. A huge black hole appeared in tyrannical universe. The black hole desperately sucked in the human demon king's soul. The human demon king let out a terrified cry. Let me go, let me go. I can help you. There's no need for that. I prefer a dead human demon king. For existences like the human demon king, if you couldn't completely destroy him, he could rise again. During the battle for the demonic Sirius, Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to kill the human demon king, which resulted in a future disaster. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wouldn't let it go. No. Although the human demon king struggled with all his might, he was still completely sucked in by the black hole. Well done, disciple. You've absorbed the human demon king's energy. Now, you can nurture a great demon king. Who knows, his strength might even reach the terrifying divine physique echelon. At that time, even if your strength isn't as good as others, you can still have a powerful bodyguard. Yuan Venerate said with a smile as he used the demon-suppressing orb to refine the human demon king's energy. Thank you for your trouble, Master. If possible, I hope you can succeed as soon as possible. Ling Xiao needed help now. What he had to face wasn't just the Yu family. There was also the Green Vine cult leader, the Blood Spirit cult leader, and the Red Robe cult leader. Although they weren't as good as Yu Shangtian and Yu Potian, they would definitely be very difficult to deal with. On his side, only he and the Flame Emperor had reached the divine physique echelon. This was far from enough. Who won? The audience couldn't see what was happening in the gathering of martial souls. They were extremely anxious. Just now, they had only felt the collision of two terrifying energies. However, they weren't clear who won. You don't need to know who won. Next, apart from my Yu family and our allies, everyone else will die. Suddenly, Yu Shangtian's voice rang out. Because he had received Yu Potion's reply, Demon Sovereign City had stopped operating. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4305. Yu Family, Red Robe Sect, Green Radish Sect, Yang Family, Blood Spirit Sect, listen to my order. Immediately seal the exit of Demon Sovereign City. We have an hour to eliminate all the enemies. Begin. At this moment, Yu Shangtian spoke. Many neutral cultivators had yet to understand what was happening. The Yu family and their allies had already surrounded this place. Fire Emperor, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Maiden Green Lotus, Kai Niming, Kai Yaoguang, Black Pearl, and others immediately gathered together. Ling Xiao had already made arrangements before. No matter what the situation on the stage was. When the Yu family began to move, everyone must gather together to avoid being defeated one by one. Damn it, Yu Shangtian, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the Demon Emperor's punishment? Fire Spirit frowned. He was the hope of the Fire Spirit race. Now that he was trapped here, the situation was quite critical. He, the Demon Emperor has no time to come here. Right, everything that happened here today will be hidden forever. So, including Ghost Sword, you can't live. Yu Shangtian sneered. The plan had succeeded. Then even if it was the Demon Emperor's disciple, they must not be released. Otherwise, even if one person leaked the news, it could bring disaster to the Yu family. And before the battle, he didn't need anyone to join or surrender. Because it was not safe. Kill. With Yu Shangtian's order, the Yu family's cultivators rushed out and began to slaughter the neutral cultivators. Has the Yu family's ambition really been exposed? At this moment, the martial spirit barrier on the stage was lifted. Ling Xiao's figure appeared. But the human demon king was nowhere to be seen. This stunned Yu Shangtian for a moment. I didn't expect you to really kill the human demon king. I really want to know what secrets are in your body. Yu Shangtian looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely gloomy face. Ling Xiao had already developed in the direction they didn't want to see the most. That would pose a great threat to them. This was something no one wanted to see. The audience was also very surprised, but they didn't have the mood to marvel at this time. The Yu family and their allies had already started a massacre. A large number of cultivators were killed in an instant. The remaining people were gradually surrounded with the stage as the center. Heaven and earth didn't respond. Heaven and earth. Jiao Jiao, you two join forces and kill Ling Xiao. Yu Xiangtian said coldly. This was a training for Ling Jiaojiao and Yu, so that they could get rid of their inner demons. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a human devil king. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, that side would no longer sink. Yes. The two of them tore through the air and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Yu was killed. There was no suspiness. Jiao Yu. Although she lost in the battle with the human devil king, her injuries weren't serious. She was stronger than Yu Kren to begin with. Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Yu family was dumbfounded. The demonic son that they had painstakingly nurtured had actually killed a genius of the Yu family, as well as the son of the patriarch. Yu Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Yu Xiangtian was stunned. Everyone was stunned. This scene happened too suddenly. Idiot, my name is Ling Jiaojiao, not Yu Jiaojiao. Ling Jiaojiao said coldly as she landed beside Ling Xiao. You didn't expect this, did you, Yu Xiangtian? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You thought the demon sovereign had successfully taken over my sister's body. Little did you know that my sister and I joined forces to refine the demon sovereign. He has now completely disappeared from this world. This is impossible. How could the two of you do it? Yu Xiangtian simply couldn't believe such a thing. The demon sovereign's soul was incomparably powerful unless there was a soul stronger than his. Otherwise, wanting to refine it would be pure nonsense. He guessed right. Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao had succeeded with the help of a Yuan venerate. Ling Xiao wouldn't say anything if it wasn't enough. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. That's the truth now. Your Yu family is always scheming, but in the end, you will only suffer losses and even be exterminated. The demon sovereign is dead. You have no hope. Yu Kilian is dead. You have no future. I want to see what other tricks your Yu family has and what other outrageous things you want to do. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiangtian and laughed disdainfully. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Yu Xiangtian could no longer remain calm at this time. Even if the plan this time was completely successful, he would have no son. The demon sovereign was also dead. It was really a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, it was still unknown whether they could achieve a Pyrrhic victory. Despicable Ling Xiao, if this demon king doesn't kill you today, I'm not human. Yu Xiangtian pounced crazily at Ling Xiao. The power of a true divine physique echelon erupted. Ling Xiao had no way to resist at all. Of course, he didn't need to resist. Things were far from reaching the point where he had to unleash all the power of the demonic epiphyllum. Bang! Yu Xiangtian, who had rushed at Ling Xiao, was sent flying back again. His body somersaulted a few times in the air before he stood firm. There was blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Who exactly are you? Yu Xiangtian looked at the person standing in front of Ling Xiao in horror. The mysterious person who had once appeared at the alchemy conference. He had always known, but he had never understood this person's identity. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to understand that if you want to kill Ling Xiao, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The Fire Emperor was very domineering. Damn it. The three of you, join hands with me and destroy this old thing. Yu Xiangtian looked at the Green Vine cult leader, the Red Robe cult leader, and the Blood Spirit cult leader and roared. That's the only way. The four demon kings joined hands to deal with the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor was fighting 1 against 4. Ling Xiao was a little worried at first. But after watching for a while, he realized that there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Only then did he relax. Since your Yu family insists on becoming enemies with me, Ling Xiao, then I'm sorry. Today, I'll definitely make your Yu family bleed. Ling Xiao sneered. Since he had already used the power of the demonic epiphyllum, he couldn't waste it. He arrived in front of Yu Ruo in an instant. Then, he pierced Yu Ruo's dantian with his sword. He killed her. Dingtian, Wentian, Lian Hua. The three of you go deal with Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao. The rest of you, get rid of those neutral martial artists as soon as possible. There were still many core fragmentation realm martial artists in the Yu family, the three religions, and the Yang family. Therefore, their overall strength was still very strong. Even with Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and the Fire Emperor, they still had the upper hand. They killed the neutral martial artists until they were miserable. Of course, the neutral martial artists weren't weak either. Ghost Sword, Fire Spirit, Jian Wuqing, and Dao Shuilan were all powerful figures. In addition, there were Kai Niming, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and other experts. The Yu family and their allies had also suffered many losses. This was simply a chaotic battle. Sister Jiaojiao, go down and help those neutral martial artists. If one of them survives, your chances of ruling the Fengdu Devil Kingdom will be greater. Ling Xiao looked at the three experts, Yu Dingtian, Yu Wentian, and Yu Lianhua, and turned to Ling Jiaojiao. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4306. Are you sure you can deal with the three of them alone? Ling Jiaojiao asked worriedly. Of course. Don't forget that I just killed a human devil king. The three of them combined aren't as powerful as a human devil king. Ling Xiao smiled. All right. Ling Jiaojiao didn't waste any more time. She left the battlefield and charged toward the ground. All right, you three old men must have wanted to kill me for a long time, right? Today, I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you're qualified to take it. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. Brat, how arrogant. Yu Wentian was so angry that his face turned green. Back then, they didn't take Ling Xiao, this little brat, seriously at all. But now, they were despised by Ling Xiao. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. Kill. The three of them attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Xiao from different angles. These three were not as strong as Yu Qilian. However, they had all reached the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. It was just that their combat power was weaker. But when the three of them worked together, their combat power was still quite strong. In the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom, except for Divine Body Realm experts, no one would dare to casually face the three of them. But Ling Xiao was so calm. He completely ignored the strength of the three. He didn't use the falling plum clear shadow step to dodge. Instead, he held two swords in his hands and fought one against three. Just like that, they began fighting in the sky. 2 hands against 6 hands, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Because he was too fast. In the eyes of others, it was as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. In the distance, Yu Potian was rushing over. Originally, Yu Potian didn't plan to show up. One of the 2 devil kings of the Yu family was enough. It was just Ling Xiao. He wasn't a threat at all. But no one expected the situation to develop to this point. The distance wasn't far, and Yu Potian's speed wasn't slow either. He could arrive in a minute or 2. However, in just a few seconds, the situation had changed drastically. Ling Xiao's performance was simply beyond everyone's expectations. After completely familiarizing himself with the battle rhythm of Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, and Yu Lianhua, he finally began to counterattack. With this counterattack, the 3 siblings were out of luck. Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. At that moment, a cold aura was released from the dragon head behind Ling Xiao. The 3 siblings instantly froze. Be careful. On the other side, Yu Xiangtian exclaimed. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually be able to suppress the 3 siblings when fighting 1 against 3? He had displayed such a terrifying combat ability. The 3 of them were frozen and instantly lost their ability to move. His eyes were filled with incomparable terror. The first one, I'll send you to hell first. The person that Ling Xiao hated the most was still Yu Wentian. This fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for him, wanting to kill him. He even came up with many crooked ideas. Now, he naturally had to take revenge. Kai. Crack. The ice shattered, and the sword directly pierced through Yu Wentian's dantian. With his naiden shattered, Yu Wentian let out an unwilling cry. His body fell to the ground. He was no longer breathing. At this moment, Yu Dingtian and Yu Lianhua broke free from the restraints of the frost dragon breath. They fled into the distance. There was Yu Potian, who was rushing over. "Ancestor, save us!" they cried out in terror. Yu Wantian's death caused Yu Dingtian and Yu Lianhua to completely lose their fighting spirit. They had completely become stray dogs. "Kid, if you dare to make a move, I'll let you die without a burial ground." Yu Potian's voice was heard, revealing an extremely strong anger and a commanding tone. Ling Xiao laughed. "It's fine if you don't threaten me, but the more you threaten me, the more I want to kill you." Heaven-covering palm print. It was aimed at Yu Dingtian. Ling Xiao blasted his palm down. A terrifying palm wind descended from the sky. It directly slammed Yu Dingtian to the ground, smashing him to the point that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He was completely smashed into pieces. This fellow is really a lunatic. When everyone saw Ling Xiao's crazy appearance, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Facing the divine physique realm ancestor level Yu Potian, Ling Xiao actually still killed Yu Dingtian. Wasn't that a little too daring? I, Yu Potian, haven't seen anyone dare to kill a member of the Yu family in front of me for a long time. Yu Potian's voice was incomparably gloomy. It was like a vengeful spirit that wanted to take his life. He was really angry. He didn't even give face to Yu Potian. Even if this kid was Huang Jindi's son, he had to kill him. Otherwise, how could he, Yu Potian, survive in the future? However, facing Yu Potian's threat, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Then you're really honored. Today, you saw how your own descendant died." "You." Ling Xiao's words made Yu Potian even angrier. "Good. Very good. Really very good. Your talent and courage are the most valiant young man I've ever seen. But unfortunately, you didn't listen. People who don't listen deserve to die." As he spoke, a biting cold killing intent was released from Yu Potian's body. He turned into a demonic shadow and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, not only will I kill you today, I'll also torture you. I'll make you beg for death." Yu Potian's terrifying aura continued to rise. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This old thing was indeed powerful. It seemed that he had no choice but to use all the energy of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. "Hehe, Patriarch, is it necessary for you to personally deal with such a piece of trash? The two of us are enough." At this moment, a frivolous voice sounded. Two black-clothed and masked weirdos stepped out from the darkness. Ling Xiao remembered one of them very clearly. It was that night when he chased after the murderer for the 13 dragon subduing swords. It was the masked man he encountered. If it wasn't for Green Lotus Swordswoman and Patriarch Scarlet Flame arriving in time, he would probably have been killed. At that time, he only felt that this person was very strong. However, he wasn't so sure how strong he was. Today was different. His cultivation had temporarily reached the peak of the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. This masked man's strength was also on the verge of being revealed. First level of the divine body realm. A true first level of the divine body realm. The leader of the Yu family's assassination organization, the Demon King in the darkness. He was also one of the Yu family's trump cards. Others thought that the Yu family only had 2 Demon Kings. However, they didn't know that there was another one moving in the darkness. A large number of Kai family's martial artists died in the hands of this person. The other person was a woman dressed in red with a red veil covering her face. Although she wasn't in the divine body realm, she was a top-notch 9th level core-shattering realm martial artist. She felt that she was even stronger than the human demon king who possessed Yu Zhangzong. These two people wanted to join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was really popular. "Fine, you two, end this quickly. I'll go help Xiangtian and the rest." At this moment, the situation on Yu Xiangtian's side was a little bad. Even if it was 4 against 1, they couldn't do anything to the Fire Emperor. Instead, they were being suppressed miserably by the Fire Emperor. Yu Potian didn't dare to underestimate anyone now. No matter who was the Yu family's enemy, they had to die. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4307. Yin-Yang Twin Ghosts, This was the title of the pair in front of him. The man was called Yin Ghost, and the woman was called Young Ghost, also known as Red Ghost. The difficult one was a first-level Divine Body Realm expert, and the woman was a 9th-level Shattered Core Realm expert. Eupotian was absolutely assured with the two of them making a move. Remember, don't kill this kid. I want his body. Eupotian said coldly. Ling Xiao had repeatedly displayed miracles, which had already aroused Eupotian's interest. It would be a pity to kill Ling Xiao just like that. It would be more valuable to keep this kid's body for research. Patriarch, don't worry. The two of us will take good care of this kid. We will definitely let him suffer all kinds of pain before capturing him alive. At that time, whether it's research or torture, it will be up to you. Yin Ghost sneered. That time in Fengdu City, he didn't make a move because of Sword Lady Green Lotus and Patriarch Crimson Flame's arrival. But today was a good opportunity. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards Ling Xiao from left and right. Their eyes revealed a look of ridicule. To be honest, a Divine Body Realm martial artist and a 9th-level Shattered Core Realm martial artist working together to deal with Ling Xiao was really thinking too highly of Ling Xiao. It even felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ling Xiao stood there, still not having the intention to completely absorb the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. He wanted to use this power at the most critical moment. Right now, it wasn't to that extent yet. The terrifying beast god aura kept surging out of his body. The power of the bloodthirsty plague was still unknowingly weakening the enemy. Even if it was 1 against 2, he still had a chance of winning. It would depend on how he performed. Feeling the terrifying aura surging out of Ling Xiao's body, Yin Ghost and Yang Ghost looked at each other and smiled. Fortunately, we met this kid at this time and not in the future. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to win against such a guy. The reason why they smiled was because they felt that they were lucky. Even if they were enemies, they had to admit that Ling Xiao's terrifying talent was really shocking. Don't hold back. The Yin Ghost looked at the Yang Ghost and suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. It rushed towards Ling Xiao like lightning. There was a thunderous sound in the air. At the same time, Yang Ghost also moved. She knew that she was weaker than the Yin Ghost, so she was 1 step slower. It was for the sake of protecting himself. He let the evil ghost absorb Ling Xiao's attack as much as possible. She could then assist from the side. A disdainful smile appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. Did he really think that just because the young ghost attacked first, I had to deal with him first? Purple lightning bull beast soul, earthquakes and mountains sway. Ling Xiao suddenly stomped his foot. A huge purple lightning ball appeared behind him. Then, he stepped on the ground crazily. The entire ground began to shake. At that moment, the Yin Ghost and the Yang Ghost both felt dizzy and their movements slowed down. Although it was only for a moment. However, Ling Xiao would not let go of this excellent opportunity. His figure had already disappeared on the spot. He appeared behind Yang Ghost. A powerful palm force formed in his hand. A terrifying black shadow appeared behind him. Then, the entire battlefield was wrapped in black poisonous fog. When Ling Xiao released the Tyrant martial soul, he also released the 9-snake poison domain. Don't underestimate the 9-snake poison domain. Ling Xiao's current cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. The 9-snake poison domain was fatal to the Yang Ghost. It could also cause a serious burden to the Yin Ghost. But this was not enough. In the void filled with poisonous fog, a huge handprint stretched out from the universe. It was like the scene of killing the Devil King. It was a pity that those warriors who were fighting couldn't see it. They were just shocked by the terrifying power released from the thick poisonous fog. This Ling Xiao, he can even use poison. The Yin Ghost's face suddenly darkened. Young Ghost, where are you? He wanted to save people. Even he was very afraid of such a strong poison, let alone the Young Ghost. If he had known that Ling Xiao was so terrifying. Thus, he decided to fight alone. He really didn't expect that a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the core-shattering realm would be so weak in front of Ling Xiao, who had the same cultivation. No wonder even the human Devil King was killed by Ling Xiao. Yin Ghost, Don't worry about me. Be careful of that boy's sneak attack. Ah, it's so painful. It would have been better if young ghost hadn't shouted, but her shout caused the poisonous fog to instantly enter her nose and mouth. Then it rushed into her body. It began to corrode her body faster. Ling Xiao looked at all this indifferently. In the 9-snake poison domain, only he could see everything clearly. Tyrant Universe's sky-covering handprint. Finally, the sky-covering handprint containing the power of the Tyrant martial soul fell down. It smashed fiercely at the yin ghost. He was not afraid of the young ghost at all. The 9-snake poison domain could deal with it. The only trouble now was the yin ghost. Although the 9-snake poison domain was a threat to the yin ghost, it could not kill or even seriously injure her. Boom! The terrifying handprint fell. The whole ground was shattered. The martial artists fighting in the surroundings all stopped and dodged to the side. At this time, the poisonous fog in the 9-snake poison domain gradually dispersed. The yin ghost stood there with a gloomy face. Her arms were still bleeding non-stop. The young ghost had already disappeared. Only Ling Xiao knew where she went. The inner core was naturally used to increase the giant Devil King's strength. The combination of the young ghost and the human Devil King's inner core could definitely nurture a divine body realm giant devil. This would be of great help to Ling Xiao's survival in the future. You killed her. The yin ghost stared at Ling Xiao. It felt like a dream. He thought that he was already in time to deal with Ling Xiao. But when he really attacked, he realized. It was already too late. The current Ling Xiao had already reached an uncontrollable level. It was already very difficult to kill him. It's your turn now. Ling Xiao was not surprised that the yin ghost was not killed in one strike. The other party was a true divine body realm expert. She was even more terrifying than the human Devil King. That strike could injure her, but it definitely could not kill her. He actually killed the young ghost. The hearts of the Yu family members trembled violently. The young ghost, the Yu family martial artist who lived in the dark. No one even knew her real name. But what was certain was that she had done a lot for the Yu family. She was also very famous in the dark. Countless martial artists would tremble at the mention of the young ghost. But such a person actually died in the hands of Ling Xiao. It was simply like a dream. Ling Xiao is really terrifying. The Yu family martial artist's hearts trembled violently. He killed the young ghost and injured the yin ghost with just one strike. This was not something that a core fragmentation realm martial artist could do at all. Even a first-level divine body realm martial artist would not be able to do this. After all, the yin ghost was a first-level divine body realm martial artist. Not to mention the others, even Yu Potian was stunned at this moment. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 4308. Yu Potian didn't have time to help Yu Xiangtian and the others deal with the Flame Emperor. However, he was stunned by the situation on this side. His expression was extremely ugly. He thought that with the strength of Young Ghost and Yin Ghost, he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Nothing unexpected would happen at all. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. It was a very painful slap. When he came back to his senses and wanted to rescue Young Ghost, he had already lost the best opportunity. Hateful brat, if you don't die, I'm afraid you will forever be my Yu family's nightmare. Yu Potian turned around, and his killing intent once again pounced on Ling Xiao, and it was even stronger than before. If Ling Xiao was only a genius at the peak of the Earth Core realm, then it would be fine. In order not to offend the City of Gold, he wouldn't easily touch Ling Xiao. However, it was different now. The current Ling Xiao was no longer a mere peak Earth Core realm cultivator. Instead, he was a terrifying existence that could pose a serious threat to the foundation of the Yu family. This kind of person couldn't be left alive. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Potian contemptuously and said with a smile, "Don't you want my physical body? I'm right here, you can take it." Ling Xiao's words made the hearts of those neutral martial artists tremble. What an arrogant brat. He wasn't even afraid of the Yu family's ancestor. It didn't matter if he could win in the end. However, this kind of momentum was really admirable. Yu Potian's face was obviously stiff. He was the dignified ancestor of the Yu family. The most powerful existence in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom was actually provoked by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This was a really shameful thing. No, it wasn't just shameful, it was humiliating. It was humiliating. Reckless thing. Yu Potian slowly walked over, his eyes fixed on Ling Xiao as he said, "Previously, I said that I wanted to obtain your physical body. However, I give up now. Just wait for this old man to grind your bones to dust. Only then can this old man vent the anger in his heart." Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly turned cold. "By saying this, you're pushing me to the opposite side of the Yu family. I originally only wanted to save my sister Jiao and make her the successor of the demon sovereign. But now, I can tell you that as long as I, Ling Xiao, don't die, you won't die. Your Yu family will never have a day of peace. Until it was completely destroyed. We won't rest until we're dead. Ha 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 ha." Yu Potian laughed wildly. "Do you think you'll have another chance like this? You won't survive today. The people who fought against my Yu family with you also won't be able to live." Yu Potian released a murderous aura that almost tore apart the thunderclouds in the sky. In front of Ling Xiao, Yu Potian was as majestic and terrifying as the Thunder Mountain. But so what? Wasn't Lei Shan also under his feet now? It's good to win. So be it. He had no other choice. Whether he was afraid or not, this battle of life and death was unavoidable. Even if he knelt down and begged for mercy now, the Yu family still wouldn't let him off. Since that was the case, he would kill him to his heart's content. The neutral martial artists, who were originally low in morale, were also affected by Ling Xiao's indomitable fighting spirit. Everyone had a determined look on their faces. That's right, what was there to be afraid of? From the day they started practicing martial arts, they had already disregarded life and death. Death was lighter than a goose feather, heavier than a mountain. Right now, the only way to make his death more worthwhile was to resist. Is there any point? Senseless hot-bloodedness will only make you die faster. Yu Potian's lips curled into a disdainful and cold smile. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit made him very unhappy. Therefore, he had to kill this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, the more he looked at him, the more unhappy he would be. He might even die of anger. "Ancestor, let me do it. I want to avenge young Ghost." Young Ghost roared. "You? All right, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't kill him, give up immediately." Yu Potian glanced coldly at young Ghost. Then he said. Young Ghost had a strong desire to take revenge. His hatred for Ling Xiao was even greater than his. Moreover, he really had more important things to do now. On the other side, the Luluor cult leader was sent flying by the Fire King's punch and was seriously injured. The situation was very bad. Yu Potian had to go over and help. "I don't need 10 minutes. I'll take this kid's life in 3 minutes." Young Ghost was completely annoyed. Previously, he was injured by Ling Xiao purely because he underestimated his opponent and cared about young Ghost. But now, he had no more worries. Young Ghost had already died in battle. He only needed to focus on avenging young Ghost. There was no need to think about anything else. In the next moment, a demonic shadow appeared behind him. This demonic shadow turned into a pitch-black pool of ink. In the pool of ink, 9 black heads poked out. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a simple martial soul. Young Ghost was indeed going to be ruthless. In the next moment, he stepped lightly on the ground and shot towards Ling Xiao like lightning. His strength was far stronger than Ling Xiao's. Therefore, there was no need to pay attention to any tricks. He just needed to attack. Slash. Ling Xiao roared. The East Victory Godfiend sword in his hand condensed the power of the Godfiend sword soul and slashed down crazily. A tyrannical aura roared down. A ruthless young Ghost was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao did not even have time to prepare any moves. He could only hurriedly swing the East Victory Godfiend sword with both hands and slash down. Boom! A distorted force appeared in the space. Their attacks collided. A force that was like a flying mountain smashed onto Ling Xiao's body. The sword light instantly dimmed. The East Victory Godfiend sword almost fell out of his hand. Ling Xiao's body flew out like a falling meteorite. The gap was still too big. Even if he could temporarily use the power of a peak 9th stage core fragmentation realm. But the other party was at the divine body realm. An entire realm higher than him. This was no joke. Whether it was the other party's strength or the brilliance of his martial skills, they far surpassed him. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of black blood. Damn, he's really strong. Buzz. Behind the yin ghost, a 9-headed monster appeared. That was the true form of his martial soul. The 9 heads were embedded in a body that looked like a monster. Each head emitted a sinister gaze. It made one's hair stand on end. Legend has it that once the young ghost's martial soul is released, someone must die. Ling Xiao is really going to die this time. Unfortunately, he met a divine body realm expert. Many neutral martial artists sympathized with Ling Xiao. It could even be said that they looked forward to it. After all, the Yu family's actions in this battle were too despicable. Not only did they want to kill Ling Xiao, but they also wanted to kill them. Naturally, they hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the strange martial soul. In terms of martial souls, who could be stronger than his tyrannical martial soul? Not including the tyrannical martial soul. His beast god martial soul was also above everyone in the Black Tortoise continent. Kill. Ling Xiao did not retreat. This was an excellent opportunity to train himself. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 4309. Anyway, he had 3 lives. Even if he died once, so what? Ling Xiao didn't care. His figure trembled in the void and turned into a sword light that shot towards the yin ghost. He turned passive attack into active attack. Roar. A terrifying roar was heard. The 9-headed monster actually split up. It turned into a blood-red blood pool and was released. The blood pool was filled with terrifying skulls. These skulls scrambled to pounce on Ling Xiao, covering the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already rushed in. He was surrounded by these terrifying roaring skulls. I can use you guys to practice my sword. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and then exhaled. The East Victory Demon God sword in his hand turned into 2 swords. He crazily used the 23 dragon subduing swords. From the 1st to the 23rd sword. He began to use it. He constantly tore those skulls into pieces. He cut open the blood-red liquid. In front of this terrifying martial soul, Ling Xiao didn't retreat, although his pace became much slower. But he still continued to move forward. The skulls were shattered and turned into bloodlight that dissipated. It seems that such a scattered attack really can't do anything to you. However, do you think that this can destroy my martial soul? Too naive. The yin ghost sneered. The martial soul that had turned into bloodlight and dissipated condensed again. The 9-headed monster that had appeared before reappeared. And it attacked Ling Xiao from behind. A ferocious huge body. The eyes of the 9th team were filled with ferocious light. It displayed its extremely terrifying pressure. At this moment, it seemed to no longer be a martial soul, but a truly terrifying monster. Seeing these terrifying eyes, many neutral warriors couldn't help but lower their heads. It was too terrifying. At that moment, it was as if they were about to be devoured by that gaze. This kind of power caused their fighting spirit to gradually dissipate. Cold and heartless, indifferent and ferocious. In the eyes of this giant monster, everything in front of it was like an ant, a dog. It could be killed at will. Ling Xiao sensed the formation of the giant monster behind him. But he couldn't turn around. At this moment, he was in a passive situation where he was being attacked from both sides. Many neutral martial artists broke out in cold sweat for him. Were they really going to be finished? At this moment, Ling Xiao had almost become the spiritual symbol of the neutral martial artists. Once he died, there was no doubt that everyone would collapse. Roar, a terrifying roar came from the 9-headed monster's mouth. The entire demon sovereign city was shaking. The martial artists' hearts were also trembling non-stop. Fear was about to fill their entire bodies. The 9-headed monster opened its bloody maw, revealing its sharp fangs at the same time. Spitting out a bloody breath, it directly bit at Ling Xiao. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Ling Xiao was not as strong as Yin Ghost. Under such circumstances, could he still survive? Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul, Ice Eon. In the next moment, an ice-cold aura spread wildly from Ling Xiao's body. Wherever it passed, everything began to freeze. The originally roaring skeleton instantly stopped moving. Even the nine-headed monster was frozen in an instant. Even though its movements had not stopped, it had become much slower. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was as if the cold wind was constantly entering their bodies through their pores. It made them shiver from the cold. That cold special skill was about to completely freeze the entire earth. Oh my God, how much ability does he have? Whether it was the Yu family's martial artists or the neutral martial artists, all of them stopped trembling. They looked at the scene here in shock. The battle here was the most shocking and dazzling. Of course, Ling Xiao knew very well that Ice Eon alone was definitely not enough to destroy the nine-headed monster. Therefore, he had been preparing before. The 23 dragon subduing swords had already been used to the last strike. Double combo, 23 dragon subduing swords, dragon subduing without regret. A tyrannical combo bloomed from the two swords at the same time. The terrifying aura blew the ice crystals in all directions. The deafening sound caused many people to cover their ears. The nine-headed monster was bitten by the two huge golden divine dragons. The ice on its body began to crack. Its movements also became slower and slower. The two sides began to fall into a stalemate. Boom! The terrifying explosion set off huge waves that soared into the sky. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying by the explosion. But the Yin Ghost didn't have it easy either. The nine-headed monster was destroyed by the two moves of dragon subduing without regrets, and the Yin Ghost's divine consciousness was severely injured. His face instantly turned incomparably pale. The martial soul of the Yin Ghost is indeed terrifying. At this moment, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They had long heard of the terror of the Yu family's Yin Ghost. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. Other than the Fire Emperor and Yu Potian, the rest of the people present were probably shocked by this terrifying martial soul. But, come to think of it, this Ling Xiao actually didn't die under the attack of the nine-headed monster. What a fearless monster! Whether it was the Yu family's martial artists or the neutral martial artists, they all looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao got up from the ground. He was coughing out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Although he was severely injured, he didn't die. Everyone had to admit that. But, up until now, it seemed like Ling Xiao had used up all his strength. Was he really going to fall in this demon sovereign city today? The Yin Ghost stared at Ling Xiao. He couldn't forgive Ling Xiao for killing Young Ghost. What was even more intolerable was that as a first-level divine physique realm martial artist, he had to use his martial soul to fight a peak 9th-level shattered core warrior. Most importantly, he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. This was too shameful. The Yin Ghost felt that he had really lost all his face. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, how could the Yin Ghost's reputation be feared by others in the future? Ling Xiao swallowed a handful of healing pills. While healing the wounds in his body, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 70%. It looked like fighting with a strong warrior was really beneficial. Perhaps after today's battle, his true strength would break through to the heavenly core realm. That would be a huge breakthrough. The Yin Ghost was strong, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. The Yin Ghost still hadn't noticed the effects of the bloodthirsty plague. The Yin Ghost's attacks would only get weaker and weaker, and the final victor would be him. Ling Xiao, listen to me, today, you're not the only one who will die. You're also going to kill all those who follow you. Those people are now using you as their spiritual symbol. I'm going to destroy you now, and let them fall into complete despair. The Yin Ghost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat out some sinister words. His cold voice echoed throughout the square. The 9 monsters gathered together once again. A blood-red light covered the entire sky and covered Ling Xiao. Little brother, Ling Jiaojiao, who was in the middle of a fight, had an anxious look in her eyes. Don't worry, "He's your little brother, don't you know him? He's a cat, he's tough." Sword Maiden Azure Lotus comforted her. Although she hadn't spent much time with Ling Xiao, she knew that Ling Xiao's tenacity was the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. End of chapter. Chapter 43:10. Ling Jiaojiao froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, ever since the day Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had never been defeated. Anyway, he had never seen Ling Xiao fail. So this time, he would definitely not be defeated. However, those neutral martial artists did not have that much confidence in Ling Xiao. Obviously, the Yin Ghost was completely enraged. Now that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, how could he resist the Yin Ghost's powerful attack? The result was already very clear. Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. What a pity. Such an amazing genius was actually going to be killed by a divine physique echelon expert. Sigh, in the end, he was too impulsive. Offending the Yu family, this was probably the only result. Although everyone knew that there was an old man who had lived for more than 100 years after entering the cycle of reincarnation. A divine physique echelon expert. Fighting with an 18-year-old young man who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. This was very unfair. However, a fight between martial artists was not a friendly competition. How could it be fair? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you could even do whatever you wanted. Ling Xiao offended the Yu family. It was his bad luck, and he could not blame others. Although everyone knew that he was just trying to survive. Reality was so cruel. Boom. In the next moment, the Yin Ghost moved. Carrying a terrifying martial soul, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. He punched out with both fists. Ling Xiao's eyes were still shining with a cold light. Although the Yin Ghost was a first-level divine physique echelon expert, his strongest martial skill was still at the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm, which was the same level as the human demon king. He had already suffered this kind of attack before, so he was not that scared. In the next moment, the potential in his body erupted crazily. A golden defensive wall formed in front of him. Bang! Even so, Ling Xiao was still sent flying, falling to the ground like a bloody arrow. Ling Xiao felt that his consciousness was going to blur. However, at the same time, he also felt that the Yin Ghost's attack was much weaker. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. Gritting his teeth, he performed the falling plum clear shadow step, preparing to dodge the attack. Stall for time as much as possible. He would use the bloodthirsty plague to exhaust the Yin Ghost to death. Chimph, do you think you can avoid it like this? In your dreams. The evil ghost snorted, and the entire battlefield turned into a pool of blood. Ling Xiao was like a drowning pedestrian, his speed instantly slowed down. Boom. The attack of the Yin Ghost came again. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. They could only organize an attack. Attacking in exchange for a breather. The undying fire of the undying bird-beast soul. The flames suddenly burst into flames. Eat the blazing deviant fire. It turned into an immortal bird and pounced on the evil ghost. The ghost felt a great threat from the strange flame. However, he still punched out. Even though his arm had been burned red by the deviant fire and the pain was unbearable, he was still able to endure it. However, it still sent Ling Xiao flying once again. Brat, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, you're still just that weak. I want to see how long you can last. The evil ghost didn't care about the injury on his arm at all. He continued to pounce on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there straight like a pine tree, standing proudly in the heavy snow. Unyielding. Lose or win, die or live. His proud heart couldn't sink. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly became deep and profound. It seemed to contain the vast universe. The Tyrant martial spirit was released in an instant. But this time it was very strange. The power of the Tyrant martial spirit was actually integrated into Ling Xiao's body, instead of blooming on his back. This strange state made Ling Xiao in the realm of man and soul fusion. This was not a simple martial spirit fusion. Martial spirit fusion was only a fusion between the physical body. Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation was like this. And now, Ling Xiao felt that the tyrant martial spirit was perfectly integrated with his soul. The universe was him. He was the universe. That subtle feeling was too mysterious. He had never felt this way before. At this moment, he felt that he was invincible. At least, the evil ghost standing in front of him was no longer his opponent. Many people looked at Ling Xiao. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to finish the last journey of his life. But at that moment, they saw Ling Xiao throw out a punch. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to have condensed the most terrifying power in the world. The evil ghost also noticed it. So he hesitated for a moment. But it was just a moment of hesitation. HMPH, bluffing. Do you really think I'm afraid? The evil ghost harumphed and continued his attack. However, when the punch landed on his body, he was stunned. The evil ghost regretted it. Too powerful. This punch was not an ordinary punch. The evil ghost felt like he was the enemy of the entire profound world. That terrifying power was enough to destroy him completely. No! A shrill scream echoed in the sky above the demon sovereign city. The evil ghost was smashed into pieces by the seemingly ordinary punch. A divine body realm warrior had no inner core. His body was much stronger than a divine core warrior. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to kill him. But if he was smashed into pieces, he naturally couldn't survive. Puff! The moment the evil ghost was killed, Ling Xiao fell to the ground, as if his entire body had collapsed. That subtle state had also completely disappeared. As for him, he couldn't even move an inch. It seemed that that state was not something he was qualified to use at the moment. He even felt that his consciousness was blurring. Death could come at any time. Oh my God, he actually killed the evil ghost. And he killed it with a punch. What's with the last punch? It's so powerful that it made me tremble like I've never felt before. It's like a dream. For a moment, whether it was the Yu family's warriors or the neutral warriors, all fell into a daze. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Looking at this incredible scene. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die today, they believed that the legend here would spread throughout the heavenly fiend ghost region. Even other realms. Ling Xiao's name would also spread throughout the 4 regions and 9 realms. What a joke. First, he killed 3 9th level core shattering realm warriors. Now, he killed a divine body realm warrior with a single punch. This was really like a dream. It was too exaggerated. But, it seems like he's about to die. Even if he really dies now, his name is enough to be passed down through the ages. In the history of the Black Tortoise continent, it will definitely be painted with thick ink. Yeah, it's still a pity. He's only 18 years old when he reincarnated. If he's given more time, he'll become even more terrifying. Yeah, I'm afraid that at that time, even the Devil Emperor won't be his match. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward Ling Xiao. It was Yuan Yu. Yuan Yu was defeated by Ling Xiao before, so he was resentful. Moreover, his brother Yu Luo was also killed by Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was dying, it was the best time to kill him. Shameless. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Then, a sword light pierced through Yuan Yu's throat. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4311. A sword light suddenly appeared and pierced Yuan Yu, who was trying to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. Although it didn't kill him. But it also seriously injured Yuan Yu. The one who attacked was Xingyun. Xingyun, are you crazy? Our blood spirit sect and the Yu family are allies. The blood spirit sect leader roared. So what? I just looked down on this kind of shameless person. The Yu family didn't expect Xingyun to attack at all. So it was very easy. However, while they were still talking, another figure attacked Ling Xiao. This time, it was Yu Lianhua. In fact, at the same time Yuan Yu attacked. Yu Lianhua had already moved. It was just that she did it more covertly. And Yu Lianhua was much stronger than Yuan Yu. Once she launched a sneak attack, even Xingyun wouldn't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao, go to hell. I want to avenge my brothers. Yu Lianhua was lucky enough to survive the previous battle. But Yu Dingtian and Yu Wentian were killed by Ling Xiao. What he was doing now was to avenge Yu Dingtian and Yu Wentian. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was about to die. But that was just how it looked. Who could guarantee that Ling Xiao would die? Kid, don't really die. Otherwise, what am I doing this for? Fire Emperor was very anxious. But he was attacked by Yu Potian, Yu Shangtian, and the others. He couldn't get away. He said that he would protect Ling Xiao's safety. If Ling Xiao died, wouldn't he break his promise? Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman also panicked. But at this time, they couldn't do anything. The distance was too far. Yu Lianhua's sneak attack was also unknown. They could only watch as Yu Lianhua's attack blasted towards Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A burst of dazzling light bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Everyone lost their vision. When they recovered their vision, they found that Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed. And his hand was holding Yu Lianhua's life gate. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao, who was on the verge of death a moment ago, was actually unharmed now? How could they know how powerful Ling Xiao's life reversal was? It was just that this thing was rarely used, so basically no one knew about it. The death of the evil ghost had greatly reduced the morale of the Yu family and made them feel uneasy. Then Ling Xiao miraculously came back from the dead and captured Yu Lianhua alive. This caused them to be completely terrified. The unknown was the scariest. If they knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be killed, they wouldn't have risked their lives to target Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Yu family's plan was like a joke. Yu Potian, Yu Shangtian, why aren't you stopping? Ling Xiao shouted harshly, I've killed enough people today. It was enough. I hope that your Yu family won't persist in going about things the wrong way. All I want is for Ling Jiaojiao to become the Demon Lord's successor. Let her step into the residence of the Demon Lord. If you agree, then today's battle can be declared over. If not, then wait for the Yu family to completely disappear from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom. Ling Xiao really didn't want to use the full power of the demonic epiphyllum. This thing was his greatest trump card. At least before he advanced to the divine body realm, this trump card could help him do a lot of things. It would be best if he could keep it. As for the Yu family's matter, it wouldn't be too late to completely deal with it when he truly became strong in the future. Of course, this was just his own thoughts. The Yu family might not agree to it. In your dreams. As expected, Yu Potian wouldn't agree. Even if Ling Xiao killed Yu Lianhua, he wouldn't agree. If Yu Lianhua died, they could still nurture more Yu Lianhua. As long as the Yu family's highest combat strength wasn't destroyed. Then the Yu family wouldn't disappear. He was still very clear about this point. Is that so? Then don't blame me. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly reached out his hand and pierced into Yu Lianhua's body. He crushed Yu Lianhua's inner core. Energy surged into his body. The depleted potential was instantly replenished. Not only that, but the King of Trolls had also finally taken shape. With the power of the human Devil King, Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, Yang Ghost, Yu Lianhua, and a divine body realm Yin Ghost. The King of Trolls had achieved a breakthrough. He had finally stepped into the divine body realm from the core-shattering realm. This would become Ling Xiao's greatest trump card before the divine body realm. Therefore, he could boldly enjoy the full power of the demonic epiphyllum without worry. Release, demonic epiphyllum. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, thunder and lightning suddenly intertwined in the sky. Thick clouds covered the sky. The entire Thunder Mountain seemed to have welcomed its doomsday. In the terrifying scene, the phantom of a demon emperor appeared. This illusory figure was actually condensed behind Ling Xiao. The demon emperor turned into a demon emperor and became even more realistic. Damn it, that brat actually used the demonic epiphyllum. Ancestor, quickly kill him. Yu Shangtian was anxious. When Ling Xiao was still in the core-shattering realm, he was already able to kill a divine body realm expert. If this guy advanced to the divine body realm, who could stop him? No one can stop him. The Fire King roared, and a terrifying and vigorous power completely erupted. He surrounded Yu Potian, Yu Shangtian, the blood spirit sex leader, and the red-robed sect's leader. They couldn't escape. HMPH, Hai Tian, Heidi, are you still going to stand by and watch? Don't forget our secret agreement. Yu Potian couldn't escape. Finally, he had no choice but to ask for help from his allies. Truly powerful friends. They came from the deep-sea dragon domain. 2 experts on Yu Potion's level. I was wondering why there was such a strong fishy smell. So there really are deep-sea dragon domain martial artists involved. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hai Tian and Heidi. If it was him with his true cultivation, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to these 2 experts. But today, he was not afraid. You killed the water-white tiger, right? Hai Tian looked at Ling Xiao with contempt on his face. Even if Ling Xiao used all the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he still had nothing to be afraid of because they were still stronger than Ling Xiao. Water-white tiger? That's right, I killed it. So what? Ling Xiao thought of the sea species martial artist who died outside Purple Spirit Country. At that time, the water-white tiger wanted to take advantage of him. So he killed it. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He didn't expect the deep-sea dragon domain people to find out. It seemed like there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. But thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. At that time, when he killed the water-white tiger, quite a few deep-sea dragon realm martial artists escaped. Being found out seemed to be a very normal thing. It's good that you admit it. Hai Tian smiled faintly. Since you admit it, then die. Heidi, go and kill those neutral martial artists who caused trouble. Today's matter must not be known to the outside world. Otherwise, when the Devil Emperor investigates, I'm afraid that the deep-sea dragon domain and the heavenly demon ghost domain will have a war. Our plan will also be obstructed. Got it, brother. Heidi smiled and looked at Ling Jiaojiao, Forefather Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and the others below. Let's start with Ling Xiao's friends and family. End of this chapter. Chapter 43:12. You want to attack someone else? Aren't you underestimating the power of the demonic Sirius? Or are you underestimating my power? Ling Xiao had already expected them to do this. If one of them already possessed overwhelming power, then the other would naturally choose to kill the others. Then, they would distract Ling Xiao. This way, it would be easier to defeat Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity. Since Ling Xiao had expected it, he would naturally make preparations in advance. Boundary martial spirit, release. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained this martial spirit, it had worked every time. Although it did not have any lethality, but it had an effect that satisfied him. Once trapped, unless the other party killed him, it would be impossible to break the boundary from the inside. Of course, it could be done from the outside. But to destroy it, it would require an extremely powerful force. Moreover, Ling Xiao's preparations were not just this. On the ground, a terrifying formation suddenly rose. Ling Xiao had long smelled the scent of the deep-sea dragon race. Therefore, he had been making preparations all along. The 10,000 beast blood refining formation could gather the power of those warriors who died in battle. The plague bone dissolving formation could work together with the bloodthirsty plague to continuously weaken the opponent's power. And those who were slightly weaker would be directly corroded. It could be said that warriors below the core-shattering realm did not even have the qualifications to step into the plague bone dissolving formation. Not to mention destroying the martial spirit boundary. Finally, there was the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. The torrential lightning continued to fall and actually absorbed the power of the Thunder Mountain. It made the lightning even more powerful. Even if a core-shattering realm warrior entered, he would be blasted to pieces. At this point, the preparations were complete. Ling Xiao's situation of 1 against 2 was completely formed. Why are the 2 of you in a hurry to leave? Since you're here, why don't you play with me? Otherwise, wouldn't the power of the demonic Sirius be released for nothing? Ling Xiao looked at Hai Tian and Heidi, his voice still so arrogant and unruly. This guy. Fine, since you want to die so much, us brother and sister will join hands to kill you first. It's not too late to kill your friends and family after that. Hai Tian's voice became solemn. Being looked down on by such a little guy, this feeling was really uncomfortable. Little did they know that Ling Xiao really looked down on them. Before this, although Ling Xiao had fought with the Yin Ghost. But the Yin Ghost obviously did not unleash the true advantage of a divine body realm warrior. In the end, he even killed him with a punch. Now that he entered the body to the realm, that kind of feeling really gave him a kind of invincible confidence. The divine body, as the name suggested, was a physical body that was close to that of a god. The inner cause powers to the body to the body. The power in his body was no longer called true essence, but divine essence. The nature of divine essence far surpassed true essence. The reason why he was able to defeat the Yin Ghost was most likely because his quintessential essence was stronger than the quintessential essence of an ordinary warrior. Furthermore, after fusing with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it was already infinitely close to divine origin. But getting close was just getting close. The feeling of true divine essence was completely different. That was why he could feel how powerful he was. Unfortunately, this feeling would only last for half an hour. Half an hour later, the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum completely disappeared. Ling Xiao would return to his perfected earth core realm cultivation. Therefore, he had to remember this feeling. This was crucial for his advancement to the divine body realm in the future. This was also the real function of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. Compared to temporarily having the power of the divine body realm, it was obviously more important for a warrior to comprehend the feeling of the divine body realm. Kill. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He held the Dongsheng Heaven Sword and the Dongsheng Demonic Sword. 1 against 2. But he could handle it with ease. Maybe the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor is stronger than I thought. Ling Xiao could not feel it at all if he had not reached this realm. He used to think that the Dongsheng Ancient Emperor was only at the extreme core realm. But when he really reached the divine body realm, he understood. The Dongsheng Ancient Emperor and the Dongsheng Ancient Empress should have reached the divine body realm. Unfortunately, they failed at the last step. Their bodies were destroyed, and they could only condense their inner core and inject the power of the divine body realm into it to preserve it. Kill him. At this moment, Hai Tian and Heidi had already launched their attacks. Since they could no longer follow the original plan, the only thing they could do was to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands, showing off his abilities. Hai Tian and Heidi could not get close. The terrifying sword chi made the 2 of them feel very uncomfortable. That's impossible. Someone has used the heavenly demon epiphyllum before. At most, it has the power of a divine body realm first level. This kid's strength is completely not weaker than the 2 of us. Hai Tian frowned. Yeah, it's too strange. Could it be that what Yu Potian said is true? That this kid is actually the Golden Emperor's illegitimate son? Otherwise, it can't explain his terrifying aptitude. Heidi added. It's too late to say anything now. If we can't kill him, with the Golden Emperor's temper, he will definitely take revenge. So today, the 2 of us only have one choice. That is to kill Ling Xiao and all the people here who might leak the information. Hai Tian said spiritually. Including those trash allies? Heidi also said spiritually. That's right. Just leave Yu Potian and Yu Xiangtian. Kill the rest. Don't leave anyone alive. Otherwise, if there are too many people, some idiot might leak the information. Hai Tian said coldly. Because they were spiritually communicating, others did not know what they were talking about. Even the members of the Yu family probably didn't expect that these 2 fellows would have the intention of silencing the Yu family. Are the 2 of you discussing some kind of evil scheme again? Unfortunately, it's useless. Today, you will all die here. Ling Xiao sneered and performed the 23 dragon subduing swords with both hands. Combined with the power of the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. In addition to the power of the Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum. And the influence of the Spectre Emperor. Originally, it could only reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm. But now, it could erupt with the power of a peak 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. As the 2 swords danced, the demon sovereign city shook continuously. Sharp sword auras flashed in the martial spirit barrier. At this moment, Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. Of course, this power did not belong to him. So he had to experience it personally and comprehend it well. He wanted to make this power his own. Piercing dragon eye. Destroying dragon horn. Killing dragon descendant. Move by move, move by move. The 23 dragon subduing swords was also constantly improving. He became more and more skilled. At the same time, the battle outside was also going on fiercely. Under the leadership of the Green Lotus swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Ling Jiaojiao, the three-peak 9th level Shattered Core Realm martial artists. The situation of the Yu family and their allies was not good. Their only hope now was that the Fire Emperor was killed. Or Ling Xiao was killed. No matter which of these two battlefields ended the battle, the Yu family could fight back. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:13. On the Fire Emperor's side, the towering fiery star city formed a huge barrier. Yu Potian and the others were completely trapped inside. They couldn't get out at all. They could only fight the Fire Emperor with all their might. I understand your identity now. You are the Fire Emperor of the City of Gold, Yu Xiangtian suddenly exclaimed. After fighting for so long, he finally realized what was going on. One was good at alchemy, and his control of flames was very strong. He was also a divine body realm expert. Who else could it be but the Fire Emperor? At the very least, he had never heard of a second person like him. Hehe, you're not too stupid after all. But isn't it a little too late to find out now? The Fire Emperor sneered. Fire Emperor, why are you helping that Ling Xiao? Could it be that he's really the illegitimate son of Huang Jindi? Yu Potian roared. What if I say yes? The Fire Emperor chuckled. As expected. The Fire Emperor's casual words made Yu Xiangtian and Yu Potian believe him without a doubt. He had such a powerful aptitude, and Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Sword Lady Green Lotus were protecting him. Now, even the Fire Emperor had appeared. If they said that Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the City of Gold, even if Ling Xiao admitted it himself, they wouldn't believe it. Since he's the son of Huang Jindi, aren't you afraid that Hai Tian and Heidi will kill him if you fight with us here? You should understand that those two old fellows are not inferior to me, Yu Potian. Yu Potian began to attack mentally. What are you worried about? The one who will die won't be that little guy. The Fire Emperor now believed in Ling Xiao completely. After all, he had never seen anyone who could kill a divine body realm martial artist at the core-shattering realm. The quality difference between true essence and divine essence was huge. Even Ling Xiao could win. Now that Ling Xiao had used the demonic epiphyllum to obtain divine essence, how could he lose? On the other side, Ling Xiao's attacks continued. From time to time, he would use the Beast God's special skill to control his opponent. This made Hai Tian and Heidi very depressed. Even they could feel the terrifying power of the Beast God's special skill. Compared to their all-out attack, it was actually not inferior at all. They now understood why Shui Baihu died in Ling Xiao's hands. This kid was really not an ordinary person. That kind of desperation really made people tremble with fear just by looking at it. If possible, they really didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. What they wanted the most was for Ling Xiao to become their disciple and inherit their legacy. However, this was obviously not possible. With Ling Xiao's character, he would not give in so easily. The two of them looked at each other and no longer held back. They both entered their orc forms. The sea race martial practitioners of the deep sea dragon field were basically the same as the beast race of the savage beast field. It was just that one lived on land while the other lived in the deep sea. The beastmen form of the sea race warriors not only had the speed and agility of humans. Furthermore, he also possessed the terrifying strength of the oceanic race. Hai Tian was obviously a dragon shark. Heidi was a baiji dolphin. Their orc forms were quite beautiful. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to appreciate it. When they entered their orc forms, these two fellows' strength had clearly soared. Even on land, they could control the flow of water. This flow of water did not come from the water element in the air. Instead, it was a water flow from another dimension. The martial soul barrier suddenly became oppressive. A violent flow of water began to form. That power was truly frightening. Kill. The moment they finished transforming, Hai Tian and Heidi attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. They were not yin ghosts or yang ghosts. The 9-snake poison field could not kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao changed his strategy. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. The Canopy Beast Soul Transformation was definitely not as powerful as the unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation in a normal battle. However, in a water environment, his combat strength far surpassed the unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation. If they don't die today, I will die. Sister Jiao Jiao will die. My friends will die. Therefore, I have to win. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to persist in this battle. Because he knew that he absolutely could not lose. Only by fighting to the death could he protect everything he wanted to protect. It had been a long time since he felt so fired up. However, the fired up him would not lose his calm. If he was like a moth flying into a flame, it would be useless no matter how strong his willpower was. However, reality was different. There were no tricks. The reason why he dared to fight these two divine body realm powerhouses, it was because he had this power. This power was given to him by the heavenly demon Epiphyllum. From the moment he stepped into the heavenly demon ghost realm, he had already been preparing for today's battle. Therefore, it was not luck that he could win. It was hard work and intelligence. At this moment, whether it was the 23 dragon subduing swords or the 4th stage of the 12 divine beast technique, they could not pose too much of a threat to Hai Tian and Heidi. There was a threat, but it was impossible to kill the other party. In the end, the deciding factor would still be the beast god's power. Of course, there was also the power of the Spectre Emperor. The Spectre Emperor was the demonic aura he absorbed during the battle. At this moment, it had already become one of his offensive abilities. The huge Spectre Emperor waved its fists and kept attacking Hai Tian and Heidi. It cooperated with Ling Xiao's 23 dragon subduing swords and the beast god's special skill. Previously, the advantage was still quite obvious. However, when the opponent entered the sea beastman form, he felt that it was not quite right. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He directly released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. This was the Martial Soul barrier, and it was surrounded by 3 layers of formations. The people outside could not see it. As for the two inside, he did not intend to let them leave alive. Unfortunately, he could not find the subtle feeling he had when he killed the yin ghosts. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul still appeared behind him. It was majestic and spectacular. At the same time, in the vast universe, 10 giant beasts appeared. Peerless Heavenly Rat, Blood Lightning Bull Demon, Yin Yang Universal Tiger, Hell Shadow Rabbit, Frost Divine Dragon, King Kong Divine Ape, Hell Hydra, Hell Undying Bird, Hell Three-Headed Hound, and Canopy Beast. They were no longer illusions. 10 different colored and shaped giant beasts. They really looked like giant beasts from ancient times. They roared and danced in the Sky Tyrant universe. The majesty of the beast god made Hai Tian and Heidi's expressions become very ugly. Brother, the situation is not right. Why is this kid's martial soul so similar to the human king's mountain river martial soul? Heidi frowned. That pressure made her involuntarily recall the fear of the human king that was hidden in her bloodline. Whether it was the beast race or the sea race, their bloodline was passed down. Their bloodline still contained the memories of the ancient times, although they might not feel it normally. However, once they encountered a special situation, it would be released. 100,000 years ago, the human king's enemies were the sea race. In the bloodline passed down from generation to generation, the sea race naturally contained the fear of the human king. That's right, I felt it too. I didn't expect that the mountain river martial soul that the major forces were looking for would actually be in this kid's hands. Hai Tian also said excitedly. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:14. In this way, many things can be explained. Why is he so powerful? Why did the Golden City send so many people to protect him? I think the Golden Emperor also wants to get the mountain river martial spirit. Hai Tian was shocked, but also a little surprised. We must kill him and get the mountain river martial spirit. In this way, our deep-sea dragon realm can dominate the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even the eternal desert won't be able to stop us from moving forward. Release your martial spirit. Transformation was just a bloodline transformation. The Sea Clan warriors also had martial spirits. But most of the martial spirits were very similar. Hai Tian's martial spirit was a monstrous wave on the sea. Heidi's martial spirit was a mermaid that could control water. The moment the two released their martial spirits, their strength rose again. At this time, Ling Xiao's 2 swords had already attacked. They fused with the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of 10 beast gods fused into one attack. It attacked the 2 at the same time. 1 against 2, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also launched an attack. Stop him. Hai Tian and Heidi also joined forces. The 2 of them activated their divine origin, and the tyrannical power formed a huge water ball. It burst out with a bang. 10 beast gods roared. 23 dragon subduing swords bloomed. It collided with the huge water ball. In an instant, a hurricane seemed to blow in the martial spirit barrier. If it wasn't for the martial spirit barrier, this kind of power could at least raise everything within 100 meters to the ground. At this moment, Ling Xiao was under great pressure. But the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was even more terrifying. Hai Tian and Heidi were sent flying by the impact. They crashed heavily on the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. It was almost the same situation. It was really not easy to fight 2 against 1. If it was a 1-on-1, he might have gained an advantage this time. Hai Tian and Heidi's faces didn't look good. They looked at Ling Xiao and felt fear for the first time. How is it? You 2 came to the demon sovereign city from thousands of miles away. But you came to die. You 2 must feel very aggrieved. Ling Xiao wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth. Even though he didn't feel good either. However, as long as he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, he would definitely win this battle. The outbreak of the bloodthirsty plague was still ongoing. Hai Tian and Heidi didn't notice that their strength was slowly weakening. Both of their attention was focused on Ling Xiao. Kid, you're only relying on the power of the demonic Sirius. As far as I know, that power can only last for half an hour. After half an hour, do you still have the capital to be arrogant? Hai Tian coldly snorted. You're right. In less than half an hour, this power will disappear. But I don't need half an hour to kill the 2 of you. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Do you really think that this is my limit? Sanguinary Rat Tier 1, his strength had doubled. The terrifying aura made Ling Xiao even more powerful. The sanguinary rats had 3 levels. The first level wouldn't have any side effects. Therefore, he could use it without worry. An increase of twice his strength was already a lot for the current him. After all, the current him was able to fight 1 against 2, and fight to a draw with the 2 old fellows opposite him. If his strength doubled again, then he could definitely defeat them. In that instant, Hai Tian and Heidi's expressions became even more unsightly. The reason why the strong were strong was because they could sense the arrival of danger. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly increased by 2 times. The blood-red light enveloped the young man. An aura that was enough to threaten them made them very uneasy. Damn it, this kid still has a trump card. Hai Tian gritted his teeth. In order to quickly take down Ling Xiao, they didn't even hesitate to use their martial souls and bloodline power. But now, the other party still had hidden strength. This kid was really too dangerous. A single demonic Sirius could produce such a terrifying effect. They really couldn't let him live. Time waits for no man. If they really waited half an hour for Ling Xiao's condition to disappear, then the demon sovereign city would probably be back to normal. At that time, all their efforts would be for naught. They didn't come here to play. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was covered in blood-red light. He entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation again. However, this time, the ultimate heavenly rat had turned blood-red. And it was obvious that its body had become bigger. Its ferocious face was even scarier than before. The dense murderous aura made people tremble. Brother, this guy not only has the mountain river martial soul, but is also a beast god martial artist and the primordial godly position, Heidi exclaimed. Treasure. Hai Tian gritted his teeth. This guy must be killed, and his primordial godly position and mountain river martial soul. This concerns the prosperity of the deep-sea dragon field and even the entire sea tribe. Ling Xiao's eyes turned blood-red. But this didn't mean that he had lost his cool. This was just the external state of the bloody rat demon. He was still very calm and very powerful. The power that the bloody rat demon had increased was all divine origin. This power made him feel the power of the divine body echelon. Unfortunately, it would disappear in 20 minutes. He had to remember this feeling during this time. This was very important to him. Are you scared? Ling Xiao looked down at Hai Tian and Heidi with a cold and sinister expression. Unfortunately, I won't let you go this time. The water white tiger is dead. He only had himself to blame for that. And you, like the water white tiger, asked for it too. Don't be scared. This must be some kind of forbidden technique to increase one's strength. It will greatly affect one's body, Hai Tian said to Heidi. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Now, they didn't want to wait. Instead, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Because if Yu Potian found out about Ling Xiao's secret, or if the Demon Emperor found out about it, they wouldn't have any hope of getting what they wanted. The two of them besieged Ling Xiao again. They unleashed all the power in their bodies and fought crazily. At that moment, they had changed from a pure battle to a greedy battle. Whether it was the mountains and rivers martial soul or the primordial god position, they were obsessed. However, Hai Tian and Heidi underestimated Ling Xiao, who had increased his strength by 2 times. Ling Xiao's basic strength was already terrifying. 2 times his strength might be 20 times or even 200 times that of others. This kind of increase was suffocating. The two of them fought with all their strength, hoping to defeat Ling Xiao. However, they were the ones who were injured in the continuous attacks. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. This was a frustrating situation. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were clearly divine body echelon experts. Ling Xiao only relied on the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum to temporarily possess the strength of the first-level divine body echelon. In reality, he was just a piece of trash at the perfected Earth Core realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 43:15. They were actually being suppressed by Ling Xiao, a perfect Earth Core realm piece of trash. This was simply infuriating. Hai Tian and Heidi were extremely depressed. Not only did Ling Xiao's attacks become more powerful, his speed was also faster. Hai Tian and Heidi used all their skills, but they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's attacks could hit them at any time. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the power of the bloody rat demon. Ling Xiao was a little regretful. Even he didn't expect the increase in strength to be so frightening. It seemed like he still underestimated himself. Rip! The heavenly victory sword pierced Heidi's skin again. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Heidi's injuries quickly healed. However, this situation made Heidi very gloomy and terrified. The strongest thing about a divine body realm martial artist was their physical body. However, she was easily injured by the other party. It was equivalent to losing her strongest trump card. How could she continue fighting? Hai Tian's situation wasn't good either. His body was also covered in wounds. His face was extremely gloomy. Although the martial artists outside couldn't see the situation inside, they could feel it. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura was obviously stronger. On the other hand, Hai Tian and Heidi's aura was chaotic. They were obviously injured and were constantly running away. It was very depressing. Damn it, a perfect Earth Core realm martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist was actually able to kill 2 Demon King level experts from the Deep Sea Dragon domain. What on earth had happened in the martial spirit boundary? It was too strange. Time ticked by. The number of martial artists in the Yu family's alliance was decreasing. After all, the Yu family's top fighters, Yu Wentian, Yu Dingtian, Yu Lianhua, and Young Ghost, were all killed by Ling Xiao. Yu Quren was killed by Ling Jiaojiao. Although they had a lot of people, they didn't have any top fighters. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Ling Jiaojiao, 3 top fighters. Naturally, they had a greater advantage. Yu Potian was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The Flame Emperor was too strong. At this moment, he really regretted it. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only hope that Hai Tian and Heidi would kill Ling Xiao, and the battle would be over. What the hell are those 2 guys doing? How could a mere Ling Xiao not be dealt with after such a long time? If this continued, once Demon Sovereign City regained its order, all of their efforts would go to waste. Not only that, but the Yu family would also provoke countless powerful forces. I'm afraid I won't be able to establish myself in the Heavenly Devil Ghost region in the future. He really couldn't understand why Hai Tian and Heidi were at a disadvantage. Why did Ling Xiao's aura suddenly become so strong? Inside the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This was because Hai Tian and Heidi had suddenly stopped attacking. They seemed to be carrying out some kind of conspiracy. We acknowledge your strength. Therefore, I can only use my final trump card to send you to the afterlife. Hai Tian looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left before Ling Xiao's demonic epiphyllum's power ended. But they couldn't hold on for that long. Right now, he and Heidi were both seriously injured. If this continued, in another 4 to 5 minutes, they would probably die under Ling Xiao's attacks. Therefore, they could only fight with their lives. Fusion. Fusion, this was a special fighting method that beast men had. Beast men and beast men all knew how to do it. However, this fusion came with a huge risk. After the fusion was successful, if they wanted to disintegrate, there was a 10% chance that one of them would die. Because of this, Hai Tian and Heidi didn't do it. Moreover, the fusion could only be done by 2 warriors who were mentally connected. If they couldn't do this, then they wouldn't be able to succeed. Even if they succeeded, they would be broken up very quickly. There was another problem. After the fusion, the duration was relatively short. They would only do this when they were risking their lives. Today, Ling Xiao had really forced them into a dead end. They had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to live. When Ling Xiao wanted to stop the fusion, it was already too late. The fusion was completed in an instant. A new life was born. This person had both Hai Tian and Heidi's characteristics. And his strength had soared by dozens of times. Once again, they crushed Ling Xiao in strength. Ling Xiao, don't feel ashamed. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force us to use the fusion technique. So, you can die in peace. The fusion's voice was very strange, as if it was a hybrid version of Hai Tian and Heidi's voices. However, it was still very clear. It was just that this guy was obviously a little arrogant. Once again, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Damn, you still want to force me. Ling Xiao sighed. Originally, he only planned to use the first level of Bloody Rat. But the other party suddenly became so powerful. He had no choice but to use the second level of Bloody Rat. Kill. The fusion attack came. Although it was simple, the power made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Not only was the speed fast, but the attack was also extremely powerful. If he maintained his current form, he would definitely be in trouble. Bloody Rat second level. Boom. An even more terrifying bloody light burst out, as if a bloody flame was wrapping Ling Xiao's body. His hair had turned crimson red and stood on end. This second level could increase Ling Xiao's strength by 10 times on the basis of the first level. But the price to bear was that after the end, his strength would fall by a small realm. This was still acceptable. It was much easier to accept than directly falling by a large realm. That was why Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use it. Whoosh tilde tilde, I'll give you a good meal. A cold voice sounded. Behind Ling Xiao, a ferocious tiger with black and white stripes appeared. At the same time, the Spectre Emperor fused with the tiger's body. The tiger's power merged into his fists. Wrath of the Black Soul. Ling Xiao's voice was terrifying and gloomy. Wrath of the Black Soul was a special skill that could completely ignore the opponent's defense. It was used to attack the Divine Body Realm martial artists with strong defense. It couldn't be better. Boom. A loud sound was heard. The combined body was directly sent flying, and a blood-red arrow scattered in the air. Ling Xiao was still standing there like a demon god, and he didn't retreat an inch. He coldly looked at Hai Tian and Heidi, who crashed into the martial spirit barrier again. Ling Xiao put away the martial spirit of Tyrant Sky. He put away the martial spirit barrier. These things were still a burden for him. Because the second level of the bloody rat consumed too much energy. He needed to reduce the consumption. Moreover, he really didn't need it now. He knew how powerful this attack was. Even if it was a fusion, it would still be destroyed by him. The fusion was actually scattered. Hai Tian and Heidi lay on the ground like dead dogs, looking at Ling Xiao in the air in horror. The martial artists of the Yu family were completely desperate. Chapter 43:16. The Yu family was in complete despair. Yu Potian was in complete despair. The domineering and arrogant young man hovering in the air. His domineering aura was invincible. Every single one of them was shocked. A legend was born today. A perfect Earth Core realm martial artist killed 3 divine physique echelon experts in a row. Perhaps, even after 100,000 years, the same thing wouldn't happen again. It was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Uproar. Despair. The Yu family and their allies had lost their courage to continue fighting. How could they continue fighting? Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He looked at Hai Tian and Heidi who were lying on the ground, panting like dogs. He chuckled and said, "Is this what you want after traveling so far to the demon sovereign city? Hihi, I'll fulfill your wish. You can't kill us. Unless you want the Golden Sky region and the Deep Sea Dragon region to start a war." Hai Tian no longer had any strength to fight back. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only beg for mercy or threaten him. None of my business. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and killed Hai Tian with a slap. He then absorbed Hai Tian's energy into his body. Just like that, the huge amount of potential he had consumed was replenished. Not only that, his total potential had reached the level of a divine physique realm warrior. In future battles, in terms of total true yuan, no one would be able to catch up with him even if they rode on divine beasts. Now, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at Heidi. This woman was about to tell him his secret. But he ended it right away. His secret couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Buzz. He could feel that at this moment, his foundation had broken through. He had broken through from the perfect Earth Core realm to the early Heavenly Core realm. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. When the bloody rat's condition ended, his cultivation would still drop to the perfect Earth Core realm. Luckily, it was only a drop of a small realm. With the experience of breaking through, he would be able to quickly recover. This wasn't a problem. He turned his head and looked at the other side of the battlefield. Yu Potian and the others were working together to fight the Fire King. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He dashed forward. He wouldn't let go of anyone who tried to take over his sister Jiaojiao's body and tried to kill his friends and family. Kai. The cold sword light cut through the void. The sword pierced Yu Xiangtian's throat. After that, the tyrannical sword qi began to destroy Yu Xiangtian's body. Yu Xiangtian was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He was far inferior to Hai Tian and Heidi. With Ling Xiao's current state, he could even easily kill Hai Tian and Heidi. Not to mention him. No. Yu Potian roared. He wanted to save Yu Xiangtian. However, he was stopped by the Flame Emperor. There was no chance at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Feeling the rapid loss of function in his body, Yu Xiangtian shed tears of regret. Maybe I was wrong from the start. If he had known earlier that Ling Jiaojiao had such a terrifying younger brother, he would have killed Ling Jiaojiao. He shouldn't have done that. Even if the possession was successful. Would the Yu family be safe and sound in the future? This Ling Xiao would definitely exterminate the entire Yu family. He had chosen the wrong target to bully. Regret. Helpless. Despair. At this moment, the dignified Demon King had also fallen into the flow of tragedy. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Order in Demon Sovereign City was restored in an instant. Ling Xiao's attack was repelled by a strong force. Yu Xiangtian was lucky enough to survive. He didn't die completely. Seeing this scene, Yu Potian heaved a sigh of relief. In order to save Yu Xiangtian, he did not hesitate to restore order in Demon Sovereign City in advance. Because only in this way would Ling Xiao's massacre stop. Humph, old fox. Ling Xiao sneered, looked at Yu Potian and Yu Xiangtian, and said, if I relied on the power of the Heavenly Devil Dutchman's flower to kill you guys today, it's really a bit of an unfair victory. I'll remember this score first. There's still a long way to go. I believe that soon, I'll come to Fengdu Devil Kingdom again. At that time, I'll kill you guys fair and square. This kind of powerful confidence originated from his outstanding talent. Ling Xiao, congratulations on becoming the successor of the Demon Sovereign. Please head to the Demon Sovereign residence. A voice came from afar. In the direction of the Demon Sovereign residence, the door was wide open. But only one person was qualified to enter. Isn't the competition not over yet? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Sister Jiao Jiao, come and challenge me. This is a gift from me to you. Ling Jiao Jiao now had everything of the former Demon Sovereign, but she had not digested it yet. Letting Ling Jiao Jiao become the candidate of the Demon Sovereign was more suitable than him. The key was that he didn't care. Ling Jiao Jiao nodded and issued a challenge to Ling Xiao. The two of them fought a few rounds as if they were acting. In the end, Ling Xiao was defeated. Half of the Spectre Emperor's aura surged behind Ling Jiao Jiao. Ling Jiao Jiao's spectre grew to more than 100 feet. Go, we'll meet again in the future. Looking at Ling Jiao Jiao, Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Jiao Jiao's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Ling Xiao fiercely and cried loudly. The affection between the siblings was self-evident amidst the cries. Then, she turned and walked into the Demon Sovereign residence. The door closed. From now on, Ling Jiao Jiao would receive the personal guidance of the Demon Emperor. He believed that her strength would continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao knew that he should return to the Golden Heavens domain and continue to work hard. Otherwise, he would really be left behind by Ling Jiao Jiao. As for Kai Niming, Kai Yaoguang, and Black Pearl, they were lucky enough to enter the top 10 and stayed in the Demon Sovereign City. After all, the Human Devil King, Yu Kren, Yu Nu, and Yu Ruo had all been killed. Black Pearl and Kai Yaoguang could be considered to have benefited. Ling Xiao also took the initiative to give up the opportunity to stay in the Demon Sovereign City to cultivate. This caused many neutral martial artists to be endlessly grateful to him. Because without him, there would be more opportunities. Even someone like the woman in green stayed in the Demon Sovereign City. The key was that most of the Yu family and their allies were killed. There weren't many left. The woman in green was really lucky. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she really didn't have the qualifications. Everyone, see you later. Fire King, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, let's go. After saying that, Ling Xiao flew out of the Demon Sovereign City. In any case, his friends and relatives in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom would not be in danger. He had to work hard for himself. This mission could be said to have been completed successfully. Through the teleportation array, they arrived at Fengdu City. Then, they flew out of the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory. Fire King, this is the blood I collected for you, the blood of martial artists with the Heavenly Demon Heart. Take it back and use it on the Golden Divine Cannon. This blood was naturally Ling Xiao's own. He had bled a lot during the battle. It was not wasted. So he collected a large amount. This was not a small number. So much. Fire King was a little surprised that Ling Xiao was still thinking about him during the battle. I'm afraid it's fake. You are an alchemist, you will know after checking it yourself. I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep well. I'll have to trouble Senior's Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus to send me back to fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao laughed. End of chapter. Chapter 43:17. The moment Ling Xiao finished speaking, the power of the demonic epiphyllum had already disappeared. The power of the bloody rat had also completely disappeared. Ling Xiao felt extremely tired. So he closed his eyes and fell asleep. This child is really great. For his sister, he didn't hesitate to gamble with his life. This old man has never admired anyone, but I admire this kid. Fire Emperor looked at the sleeping Ling Xiao and sighed. Let's go, I'll escort you to the 3000 Holy City. After that, we'll return to the Golden City. When Ling Xiao woke up again, it was already 7 days later. He had slept for quite a long time. But when he woke up, the fatigue all over his body had completely disappeared. Even his injuries were naturally gone. It could be said that he had completely revived. You've finally woken up. You really gave us a fright. The moment he woke up, Ling Xiao saw Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan. The 4 of them had been guarding here for a full 7 days. It could be said that they were really worried. Holy Lord Jiang Nan? Why are you here? You're now the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You have to take care of all the matters. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and asked. The other 3 were idle people. Only Jiang Nan, he remembered that before he went to the demonic centipede, he was temporarily appointed as the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. It was definitely not good to keep guarding here. Hearing this, the 4 people in the room shook their heads and smiled bitterly. What's wrong? Could it be that something happened while we were away? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Ian, that's true. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. I've only been the Holy Lord for a few days. The Golden Sky region directly sent a Holy Lord over. This Holy Lord turned out to be the Deputy Holy Lord of the Sword Soul Sacred City. Sent. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Isn't the Golden City not interfering with the 3000 Holy City's authority? Even so, I'm not a match for this Holy Lord. He was stronger than me, and he had the City of Gold's recommendation. So, according to the rules, he challenged me. Since I lost, I had to give up the position of Holy Master. General Zhao is from the Golden City and he can't interfere, so this is the only way now. Jiang Nan said helplessly. What a joke. You're the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City that I've personally appointed. Whoever dares to seize your authority will be my enemy, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely not abandon Fighting Soul Sacred City. This was the key for the Celestial Empire to enter the 3000 Holy Cities. He absolutely could not accept the sudden appearance of a Holy Lord. Most importantly, this Holy Master was the original Vice Holy Master of Sword Spirit Sacred City. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Jiang Nan could not help being stunned. How could he say such domineering words? Just what had happened to Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm? Not many people knew that Ling Xiao had gone to the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm. Other than Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, there was only her, Jiang Nan. Someone's coming. Ling Xiao suddenly looked towards the door. The aura of a Heavenly Core warrior drifted in. It's Zhongwu, he's the current Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan also sensed the aura, she furrowed her brows and said. She was an early Heavenly Core warrior. But this Zhongwu had reached the mid-Heavenly Core realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. But Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. Right now, a Heavenly Core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. When he was in the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm, he was already invincible under the Heavenly Core realm with his own strength. He even killed Yu Qiong, who was an early Heavenly Core warrior. Early Heavenly Core realm? Mid-Heavenly Core realm? Jiang Nan had become much stronger. Even with such a cultivation base, Jiang Nan did not take them seriously. Before he went to the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm, he wanted to kill Di Tuotian, who was a peak Heavenly Core warrior. But he almost died. If Di Tuotian was still alive, and Jiang Nan met him again, he would be able to kill him with just a slap. There was no difficulty at all. Bang! The door was directly pushed open. Zhongwu didn't knock on the door, he didn't even greet Jiang Nan, he just barged in. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at him. This Zhongwu had the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. He had a wretched look on his face. Jiang Nan felt disgusted just by looking at him. But, if it was just his looks, Jiang Nan didn't really care. After all, it was given to him by his parents, and he couldn't change it. But, not only did this Zhongwu have a wretched look, his attitude was also rude. The first thing he said when he entered was, "Jiang Nan, Ling Xiao. Why aren't you kneeling down when you see me, the Saint Lord?" Of course, these words could only be said to Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao. As for the other three men, he couldn't afford to offend them. Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. This guy was really a typical villain. Was he really stupid, or was he just pretending to be stupid? After all, he had the support of 3 core fragmentation realm experts. Zhongwu was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he dared to challenge Jiang Nan. He was looking for death. Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said, "Lord Saint Lord, Ling Xiao has just recovered from his injuries, and his body isn't in good condition. So, you can forget about kneeling down, right?" "Forget about it." Zhongwu sneered and said, "As long as his legs aren't broken, he has to kneel down before me. The reason I'm here today is because I have something to announce." This guy's arrogance was really boundless. Ancestor Scarlet Flame wanted to attack. But, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. "This kind of trash, is there a need for Senior Scarlet Flame to attack? Just leave it to me." Ling Xiao stood up. He looked at Zhongwu and said, "Good, I have something to talk to you about. Why are you looking for me?" Zhongwu was startled for a moment. Looking at the furious Ancestor Scarlet Flame, he restrained his attitude. "Lord Saint Lord, you can speak first. Why are you looking for me?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's like this, after a thorough investigation by me, Lord Saint Lord. You, Ling Xiao, are no longer suitable to stay in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Therefore, from today onwards, you can leave. You are no longer a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City," Zhongwu said in an arrogant manner. In fact, he had wanted to announce this matter 7 days ago. However, Ling Xiao was unconscious at that time. If he couldn't let Ling Xiao hear this announcement with his own ears, it would be useless. That was why he waited until today. "Lord, are you crazy? Ling Xiao is the strongest disciple of our Fighting Soul Saint City. We still have to rely on him to win the next 3,000 holy cities ranking battle. How can you expel him?" Jiang Nan said loudly. "Not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, then get lost with him. The Fighting Soul Saint City doesn't have the spare money to raise an ingrate." Zhongwu sneered. "If Lord Saint Lord wants me to leave, you have to give a reason, right?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Zhongwu was just a clown in front of him. He didn't have any fear at all. So what if he was a Lord Saint from the Golden City? According to the rules, as a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City, if he was not satisfied with this lord, he could challenge him and ask him to get lost. Zhongwu sneered and said, "Since you asked, then this Lord Saint Lord will tell you clearly. The original Fighting Soul Saint City Hall Master, Hua Feihua, died in your hands, right? Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website." Chapter 43:18. Hearing Zhongwu's words, Ling Xiao was startled for a second. He didn't expect this guy to have done his research. Fine, since this was the case, there was no need to hide it anymore. Plus, there was no need to hide it. So what if he knew? The law of the jungle was the law of the 3,000 saint cities. The reason why he didn't dare to expose himself before was because he wasn't strong enough. But now, would Ling Xiao be afraid? Not only was he extremely strong, there was also a powerful divine physique giant Devil King in his Mountain River realm. Let alone sweeping through the 3,000 saint cities. Even if he went to the Golden City, aside from a few powerful warriors, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Now that he was confident, he felt great. Everything he did felt great. That's right, I killed Hua Feihua. She wanted to kill me, so I killed her. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. This gave Jiang Nan a fright. although she did have the same suspicion before. But at that time, Ling Xiao only had a little bit of strength, and he was still able to kill Hua Feihua. He was too strong. Very good, as long as you admit it. You also killed the Divine Hawk Palace's palace master, Di Ying, right? Zhong Wu asked again. That's right, he tried to assassinate me during the Great River Bandit mission, and I killed him. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was shocked again. This Ling Xiao, how many things did she not know? This was too cruel. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. If that's the case, then it's simple. You also killed the Saint City's palace master, Di Tuotian? Zhong Wu asked again. Congratulations, you got it right again. But, so what? Ling Xiao was strong now, so he didn't panic. Even if these things were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. That's impossible. Di Tuotian is a peak heavenly core warrior. Jiang Nan thought it was possible for Ling Xiao to kill Hua Feihua and Di Ying, who were at the Earth Core realm. But, she didn't believe that he could kill Di Tuotian, who was at the peak heavenly core realm. Of course someone helped me. Zhong Wu looked at the three men behind Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to say it out loud, but the meaning behind his words was very obvious. Jiang Nan sighed. When Di Tuotian was killed, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others were indeed in the Sacred Master Hall. I thought you wouldn't admit it. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. Since that was the case, this matter was simple. Now you should understand why this Holy Master chased you out of Fighting Soul Sacred City, right? Zhong Wu said proudly. For the sake of Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave now. Zhong Wu opened up a path for Ling Xiao. To be honest, Zhong Wu and Ling Xiao did not have any deep enmity. Chasing Ling Xiao away was just to serve the Sword Spirit Sacred City. As the strongest disciple of Fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao was still a threat to Sword Soul Sacred City. It was better to leave. However, Ling Xiao stood there with no intention of leaving. He looked at Zhong Wu coldly and said, I'm afraid the one who should leave is not me, Ling Xiao. It's you. What do you mean? Zhong Wu was stunned for a moment and frowned. Don't you understand? You defeated Senior Jiang Nan and usurped the position of Fighting Soul Sacred City's Sacred Master. But I won't admit it. So, do it. If you can defeat me, I'll leave. If not, then go back to where you came from. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear wrongly? You actually want to challenge this Sacred Master? With your strength, are you worthy? Zhong Wu laughed wildly. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know once you try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The three of you, he insisted on fighting. If he gets injured later, don't blame me. Zhong Wu looked at Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun. The only ones he was afraid of were these three. As for Jiang Nan, he didn't care. As you wish. Green Lotus Swordswoman said indifferently. Zhao Fengyun was startled for a moment, then he whispered, no problem, right? That Zhong Wu is a mid-heavenly core warrior. He was the only one among the three who didn't follow Ling Xiao to the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but Ling Xiao had asked him to stay behind to protect Jiang Nan. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened to Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. What kind of achievements had he made? Don't worry, just watch carefully. Young Master's strength is no longer the same as before he left. Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Zhao Fengyun nodded his head, then he looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Right at this moment, Zhong Wu had started unleashing his energy. Since no one was stopping him, that's great. This was the perfect opportunity to teach this impudent kid a lesson. Go to hell. Suddenly, Zhong Wu moved. His body shot forward, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. It was obvious that he wasn't here to spar with Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged Zhong Wu's attack. For now, he didn't want Zhong Wu to know about his powerful body. No matter how Zhong Wu attacked, he wouldn't be able to break through his body's defense. After all, his current body was a mid-9th level Emperor warrior, Unless his attack was at least a mid-9th level Emperor warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance. Zhongwu was just a heavenly core warrior, he hadn't even broken through to the extreme core realm. Therefore, his attack wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Of course, his body was Ling Xiao's secret weapon as well. Therefore, he chose to dodge. Who knew that after Zhongwu's attack failed, he became angry out of shame. He threw out a pellet from his hand. Thunderclap thunder fire pellet. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. This thunderclap thunder fire pellet was obviously an upgraded version. A single pellet was enough to kill a heavenly core warrior. Obviously, Zhongwu wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill Zhongwu. But since his opponent was so impolite, what else could he say? Boom! The thunderclap thunder fire pellet exploded. Smoke and dust filled the air. Zhongwu laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I don't think you know. I've received Lung Chuyen's order, and I'm here to kill you. Originally, I planned to go outside and avoid Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others. But I didn't expect you to refuse to leave. So, I have no choice but to do it here. Zhongwu, you killed Ling Xiao, do you still want to live? Jiang Nan said angrily. Ha ha ha, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao, they are all from the Golden City. If they dare to kill me, they will be punished by the Golden City. For an ordinary kid, it's not worth it, right? Zhongwu laughed wildly. Not worth it. Zhao Fengyun sneered, for the young master, so what if we all leave the Golden City? After saying that, he was about to kill Zhongwu. General Zhao, please calm down. Trash like him, how can he kill me? Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's voice sounded out. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Zhongwu. One of his hands had pierced into Zhongwu's chest. He grabbed Zhongwu's heart. You. How can this be? Impossible. That thunderclap thunder fire pellet can even kill a heavenly core warrior. Zhongwu was completely panicking. He was completely dumbfounded. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4319. Wasn't Ling Xiao only at the earthly core realm? Logically speaking, a thunderbolt fire bullet should have been enough to turn him into ashes. Why was that? While being confused, Zhongwu's life force was getting weaker and weaker. A flame was ignited. Zhongwu had been turned into ashes. Ling Xiao lightly clapped his hands, then he sat down as if nothing had happened. Right now, Jiang Nan and Zhao Fengyun were completely stunned. Zhongwu was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he had even used a thunderbolt fire bullet, but he still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, he was easily killed by Ling Xiao. Why did they feel like they were dreaming? I really want to know what happened in the heavenly demon and ghost region. Zhao Fengyun said with a bitter smile. When they left, Zhao Fengyun knew exactly how strong Ling Xiao was. Therefore, when he compared Jiang Nan to Jiang Nan, he was really shocked. He was really shocked. Let's talk about this later. Zhongwu is dead now. Saint Lord Jiang Nan, you'll still be the Saint Lord from now on. Is that all right? Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and said with a smile. How am I qualified to be the Saint Lord? Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was now the strongest person in Fighting Soul Sacred City. No matter how one looked at it, the position of Saint Lord should belong to Ling Xiao. Senior Jiang Nan, you don't have to worry about my strength. General Zhao, I'll leave Fighting Soul Sacred City to you from now on, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. No problem. From today onwards, I'll leave Golden City and resign from all my positions. I'll wholeheartedly join Fighting Soul Sacred City. Of course, Zhao Fengyun knew Ling Xiao's real intention. He didn't want him to protect Jiang Nan like before. He wanted him to become the true Grand Elder of Fighting Soul Sacred City. If General Zhao is willing, you can be the Saint Lord. With you as the Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, who in the 3,000 saint cities would dare to disrespect us? Jiang Nan said hastily. Senior Jiang Nan, you still don't understand. General Zhao is used to being carefree. If you let him be the Saint Lord, he'll be anxious. Just let him be an idle Grand Supreme Elder. If something big happens, he can take care of it. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, since you've handed this heavy responsibility to me, I'll give it to you. It is my duty to do so. In fact, Jiang Nan had long been convinced by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have been able to reach the perfect heavenly core realm. If he wanted to improve in the future, he would probably need Ling Xiao's help. She was willing to work for Ling Xiao. But there's a problem now. Jiang Nan suddenly frowned. Saint Lord Jiang, please speak your mind. Since everyone is here, we can discuss it together. Ling Xiao said. It's like this. You've been gone for almost 2 months. The situation in the 3,000 holy cities had also changed a lot. The worst thing was that the Sword Spirit Sacred City continued to grow stronger. The Sword Spirit Sacred City Saint Lord had already broken through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Even if Di Tuotian was still alive, he would not be a match for him. There are 2 genius disciples under the Sword Spirit Sacred City Saint Lord. You've seen the Koi King before, he is also at the mid-heavenly core realm. I wonder how he cultivated. That Lung Chuoyan is even scarier, she has reached the perfect heavenly core realm. She has become one of the hottest young geniuses in the 3,000 holy cities. After saying that, Jiang Nan raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao knew Lung Chuoyan and the Koi King, they were old acquaintances. And they were enemies. So, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He wasn't surprised by Lung Chuoyan's improvement. This woman was good at seizing other people's bodies. He had suspected that Lung Chuoyan had obtained the body of a dying warrior. That was why she could improve so quickly. Now, he still thought so. If not, Lung Chuoyan wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. As for the Koi King, Lung Chuoyan must have helped him. Aren't you nervous at all? Lung Chuoyan is at the perfect heavenly core realm. Her combat strength is far greater than Di Tuotian's. Jiang Nan reminded. I know. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Was there nothing that could make Ling Xiao nervous? Jiang Nan, you don't have to exaggerate this matter anymore. Young Master's strength is enough to kill an early-stage core realm warrior. He's just a perfect heavenly core realm warrior, it's nothing. Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't hide his thoughts, he said with a smile. What? Although Jiang Nan already had a vague feeling, she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Among the disciples of the 3,000 holy cities, except for a few, most of them weren't qualified to be compared with him. Don't be so shocked. Ling Xiao smiled. He thought to himself, if I tell you that I have a divine physique Great Devil King, will you be scared to death on the spot? If I tell you that I killed a divine physique realm warrior, I wonder what will happen. After a long time, Jiang Nan finally calmed down. She looked at Ling Xiao and said excitedly, if that's the case, the Sword Soul Saint City will be destroyed, and our Fighting Soul Saint City's dream will be shattered. The Saint Lord of the Sword Soul Saint City will also be defeated. He has already said it. As long as Lung Chuoyan can stand out in the 3,000 holy cities ranking tournament, the Saint Lord position will be given to her. I'm afraid this time, it will be really painful. The Sword Soul Saint City is just a clown. Jiang Nan, I have something I want to talk to you about. Ling Xiao could be said to have gained a firm foothold in the Fighting Soul Saint City. If that's the case, he could transfer the geniuses from the small Violet Spirit Kingdom here. The 3,000 holy cities, the Fighting Soul Saint City would become the front line of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Although they couldn't do it openly for now. But at least, they could start cultivating geniuses, and it could be put on the agenda. What the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was doing now was very simple. They would choose from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and the Black Tortoise Continent. They would pick out the outstanding geniuses, and promote them step by step. Whoever had the aptitude would have the qualifications to go to a better place to cultivate. So now, the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire had formed a hierarchical selection mechanism. Even the lowest level martial artist, as long as you have enough aptitude, as long as you work hard enough. You would definitely be able to go to the best place to cultivate. The best place now was the Fighting Soul Saint City. If these geniuses were placed in other places, they would be buried. He told this matter to the four present. When they found out that Ling Xiao actually had such a huge empire behind him, the four of them were stunned. They finally understood why Ling Xiao always felt that his aura was different from others. There was always a natural domineering aura that could erupt from his body. So it was actually the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Leave this matter to me. Anyway, I have a lot of free time. Zhao Fengyun laughed. He didn't follow the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm trip, and he had a bad taste in his heart. So now, since he had already decided to leave the Golden City, then he was the most suitable for this matter. And he was strong enough. It would be easier to escort those geniuses to the Fighting Soul Saint City. Geniuses remember this site's address in a second. Chapter 43:20. Then I'll have to trouble General Zhao. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude. Although others called him young master, he was still a senior. Moreover, he had helped him a lot, so it was necessary to show him the respect he deserved. All right, that's all. If there's nothing else, everyone can leave. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. He also wanted to stay here quietly and absorb the experience he had gained from the battle in the Demon Master City. Young master, aren't you thinking too simply about some things? Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. What do you mean by that? Ling Xiao paused for a moment and said. It's about the official appointment of the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. In the past, Jiang Nan was appointed as the Holy Lord temporarily, so it only needed the three of us to nod our heads. But if it's an official appointment, then it needs the approval of Commandment Sacred City. Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. What Commandment Sacred City? One of the 3,000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right, Commandment Sacred City is one of the 3,000 sacred cities, but it's also independent of the 3,000 sacred cities. It's the only sacred city directly under Golden City. You should understand from the name. It has the same function as the sect's commandment department. It's responsible for setting and maintaining the laws of the 3,000 sacred cities. Commandment Sacred City doesn't have a holy lord, but it's controlled by many Dharma disciples, 72 commandment knights, 12 masters, and the Supreme Law Master. The Supreme Law Master is similar to the Holy Lord, and his strength is one of the best in the 3,000 sacred cities. Let me put it this way. The ranking battle half a month later will also be hosted by Commandment Sacred City. Under normal circumstances, Commandment Sacred City is very fair. Of course, the premise is that you don't offend them. There's such a place, so troublesome. I thought it would be fine to just get Golden City's approval. Ling Xiao thought too simply. He originally thought that the 3,000 sacred cities were left alone by Golden City. They should have enough freedom to change their holy lord. But now, it seemed that Golden City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities was quite strict. Commandment Sacred City's existence was to deal with this. Commandment Sacred City is very strong? Ling Xiao asked suddenly. The strength of Commandment Sacred City was related to how he would deal with it. This is very important. Of course he's strong. There were a total of 30,000 disciples in the Discipline Saint City, and even the weakest amongst them was an early heavenly core warrior. The responsibility of a Dharma apostle was to settle the disputes of the 3,000 holy cities. He was often sent out for missions. These are the people we see most often. The 72 disciplinary knights were terrifying. They were all extreme realm alchemists. Although there were only 72 of them, they were more powerful than most of the sacred lords in the 3,000 sacred cities. The 12 rulers were even more terrifying. They were existences at the core fragmentation realm. As for the Law Master, it's rumored that he's a divine physique echelon expert. Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Hearing this, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth twitched. F***CK, the 3,000 holy cities actually had divine physique echelon experts. Ling Xiao felt that he had underestimated this world. Young master, if you are interested, I can recommend you to become a Dharma disciple in the Sacred Commandment City. I guarantee that there won't be a problem. The faces of the three of us are still useful. The basic law master spent most of his time cultivating in Golden City. Therefore, the ones in charge of the holy city of discipline were the 12 masters of law. The three of us know all 12 of them. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Forget about it. Just by hearing the name of this city, I know there are a lot of rules. If I go there, I'll be bored to death. Ling Xiao shook his head. He still liked the feeling of freedom. Unless he felt that he couldn't improve his cultivation any further, then he would move towards a higher and stronger place. Young Master is really a maverick. Other people, once they break through to the heavenly core realm, they would try their best to enter the sacred commandment city. But you, with this condition, why don't you go? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Others are others, I am me. I have my own cultivation method. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Jiang Nan, you can go to the sacred commandment city by yourself. Is that okay? No problem. Normally, the sacred commandment city wouldn't make things difficult for a sacred lord. Jiang Nan nodded his head. That's good. Do you have any other questions? Ling Xiao asked again. He was now the backbone of the 4 men here, although his cultivation was the weakest. But talking was also the most important thing. I don't have any other questions, but my cultivation is a bit low. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the test. The Sacred Commandment City will send people here to watch the competition. Even the sacred lords from other sacred cities will come and watch. I can't bring shame to the Sacred Battle Soul City. Jiang Nan said embarrassedly. That's easy. You go to the Sacred Commandment City first. I'll think of a way to improve your cultivation. Ling Xiao had brought back a lot of good herbs from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. It was easy for him to concoct some pills that could help Jiang Nan improve her cultivation. He could even improve the cultivation of a shattered core warrior. Not to mention a mere heavenly core warrior. Easy. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. If it was easy, she wouldn't have made no progress in the past month. But then again, Ling Xiao had never lied. If he said something, he would definitely be able to do it. So, she didn't think too much about it. After that, she split up with Zhao Fengyun. Jiang Nan went to the Sacred Commandment City. Zhao Fengyun went to the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Azure Lotus went to the Golden City to help Zhao Fengyun apply for her resignation. This application was easy to handle. They just needed to appease Zhao Fengyun's superior. After all, that person valued Zhao Fengyun a lot. Ling Xiao was left alone in Jiangnan Palace, resting peacefully. In just half a day, the news that Jiangnan was going to become an official sacred lord had spread throughout the Sacred Battle Soul City. Everyone felt that it was very strange. Zhongwu had just become the sacred lord of the Sacred Battle Soul City. Why was there a change? Those who supported Jiangnan before were very happy. As for those who supported Zhongwu before, they didn't know what to do. They tried their best to curry favor with Zhongwu and belittled Jiangnan. But now, something like this had happened. It was hard to understand. The key question was, where did Zhongwu go? Many people knew that Zhongwu went to find Ling Xiao, and then he disappeared. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Zhongwu had been mysteriously killed like Di Tuotian? Once they had this thought, these people couldn't stop. They found the man brought by Zhongwu, hoping that he could help them. This man was also from the Sword Soul City. He had taken control of the Divine Hawk Palace and became the new palace master. He was also the first city lord, second only to the sacred lord. His cultivation was also at the early heavenly core realm, the same as Jiangnan. This man was easily swayed. After being instigated by some people, he took the lead and went to the Jiangnan Palace to cause trouble. Since Jiangnan was in the Sacred Commandment City, Ling Xiao had to deal with the problem himself. Ling Xiao, don't try to be brave. Although you're strong, your opponent is a heavenly core warrior. You should stay in the Jiangnan Palace and wait for the Sacred Lord to come back. Hinajiku and Zhonlong didn't want Ling Xiao to take any risks. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:21. Facing the concern of Hinajiku, Zhonlong, and the others. Ling Xiao just smiled indifferently. Everyone, just wait for a good show. There were quite a number of people following the Condor Palace Master. There were at least 100 of them. Originally, because of the threat of Sword Soul Sacred City, a group of people who were afraid of death left fighting Soul Sacred City. Now, there were another 100 people who joined Zhongwu who had just arrived. But this was also good. Trash should be cleared out, otherwise, they would just be lazy and waste resources. In an instant, the Condor Palace Master was already in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, revealing the arrogance of a superior. You are Ling Xiao? Whether I am Ling Xiao or not, don't you know in your heart? Ling Xiao said coldly, all right, don't talk nonsense. Tell me your reason for coming here, otherwise, trespassers of Jiangnan Palace die. He had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, otherwise, the people of fighting Soul Sacred City would still be afraid. People were used to being led by a strong person. Perhaps this was one of the characteristics of humans. The Condor Palace Master said, where is Zhongwu? Killed. Ling Xiao said directly, Zhongwu dared to be disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you have any questions? With just you. The Condor Palace Master looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, it's not that I look down on you. Your strength is really not enough. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao looked at him, he needed a reason to kill him. That was why he waited for him to make the first move. After all, after knowing the existence of Commandment Sacred City among the 3,000 sacred cities, he had to be more careful. Conspiring with others to assassinate the Sacred Lord, you have committed a heinous crime, die. The Condor Palace Master had a bad temper. And as someone sent by Sword Soul Sacred City, he had a kind of absolute contempt for fighting Soul Sacred City. Killing a disobedient disciple of fighting Soul Sacred City was nothing. In the next moment, he made his move. But he saw a mocking smile on Ling Xiao's face. That was a mockery of idiots. Pity for the weak. Kai. A cold light flashed. Where's my head? The Divine Eagle Palace Master saw his own appearance on the sword light. It was clearly a headless corpse. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had killed the Divine Eagle Palace Master. With a chuckle, he turned around and returned to Jiangnan Palace to continue his cultivation. At the same time, he threw out a sentence, those who came with that trash, scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't necessarily do anything if I regret it. The group of people turned around and fled in fear. She wished she could grow wings and leave this place. One move. He had killed an early Heavenly Core warrior with just a single strike. How did this Ling Xiao become so terrifying after returning this time? If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't have another chance. Zhonlong, Hinajiku, and the others were also shocked. When they dealt with the Great River Bandits together, they knew how strong Ling Xiao was. However, the Ling Xiao of today was clearly stronger than before. No wonder he dared to kill the Saint Lord right after returning. He elected the Jiangnan Palace Master, Jiangnan, as the new Saint Lord. So strong. I believe that from this moment onwards, no one will dare to talk nonsense anymore. On the surface, Jiangnan is the new Saint Lord, but in fact, it's Ling Xiao behind him, and the other three powerful existences behind Ling Xiao. Zhonlong said with a bitter smile, compared to him, my growth has been stagnant. Don't talk about it, I'm the same. Hinajiku shook her head, feeling disappointed. But at the same time, she was happy. It was better for Ling Xiao to be in power than for those from Sword Spirit Sacred City to be in power. Besides messing up fighting Soul Saint City, what else could they do? I'm still me, no matter how strong I become, I won't change. These words were naturally directed at his old friends. In the past, they went to complete the Great River Bandits mission together. Then, they came back together. After experiencing life and death, although there was a huge gap between the strong and the weak. But Ling Xiao wouldn't look down on them, he would think of ways to make them stronger. We understand. Zhonlong and Hinajiku looked at each other and smiled. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Ling Xiao would become stronger, and their relationship would become estranged. The body of the Condor Palace Master was quickly disposed of. This news spread throughout the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City. Those who originally supported Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao became more confident and at ease at this moment. With Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan around, not only would Fighting Soul Sacred City not fall, but it would also prosper day by day. What they need to do is to cultivate steadily and continue to improve their strength. Perhaps a miracle will be born. Of course, in Fighting Soul Saint City, not everyone is convinced by Ling Xiao. For example, the 3 elders of the Criminal Law Palace, and some martial artists of the Criminal Law Palace. They saw Ling Xiao join Fighting Soul Saint City. At that time, Ling Xiao was not weak, but in front of them, he didn't have the chance to do anything. But now, it has been less than 2 months. This Ling Xiao has undergone an earth-shattering change. It's really hard to accept. It's like a dream. They won't openly make Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan their enemy. But in their hearts, at least for now, they can't completely agree with Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan. Big brother, are we just going to watch a little bastard climb over our heads? The 3rd elder of the Criminal Law Palace asked while gritting his teeth. So what? You saw it yourself, an early Heavenly Core warrior was killed by him with a single sword strike. To be honest, if he can really make Fighting Soul Saint City stronger, it's not impossible for me to agree with him. But for now, let's wait until they pass the trial in Fighting Soul Saint City. The Great Elder is relatively calm. This person could be considered to be relatively fair. This is the reason why Ling Xiao doesn't want to touch him. The next day, the people of Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble. Of course, it's because of Zhongwu's death. Many people came, and they were very strong. The leader was the early Heavenly Core warrior, the Koi King. Their arrival made everyone in Fighting Soul Saint City feel uneasy. The enemy is attacking, and it's such a strong enemy. Can Ling Xiao hold on? Why aren't Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Girl Azure Lotus, and General Zhao Fengyun back yet? Fighting Soul Saint City won't be destroyed just like this, right? Everyone had their own fear in their hearts. Although the Koi King wasn't as strong as Lung Choyan, and was weaker than the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Saint City, but her strength was still above all the disciples of Fighting Soul Saint City. It would be strange if she wasn't afraid. Along with the Koi King, there were many disciples of Sword Soul Saint City who came to watch the show. There were even 2 City Lords of Sword Soul Saint City. The City Lords were existences second only to the Saint Lord in Saint City. Of course, the City Lords of Sword Soul Saint City were stronger than the City Lords of Fighting Soul Saint City. These people didn't land, they just stood in the air, chatting and laughing. Stepping on the head of Fighting Soul Saint City, they were cold and disdainful. Hihi, I heard that the Koi King wasn't able to kill this Ling Xiao last time, he was really upset,